If such was the general logic of the long downturn that set in around 1973, it was precipitated, this is Brenner's second theme, by a specific pattern of uneven development between competing blocks of capital. Historically, a condition of the post-war boom was the still relatively segmented national economies of the period, which allowed Germany and Japan to construct technological complexes that would in time become equal or superior to those of the world leader, the United States itself. In an economic space still largely protected by national frontiers, the conditions of a challenge to first-comers in any given branch of production could be assembled, without danger of being stifled at birth. Japanese and German capitalism, moreover, enjoyed not just the technical advantages of an unencumbered modernization of fixed capital, but key institutional advantages in their competition with American capitalism. These included not just the availability of cheaper labor, but also a superior ability to sustain high levels of investment and to control costs, based on tighter coordination of banks, firms and unions, and more effective state intervention. Brenner argues that it was when German and Japanese products started to penetrate the American market on a major scale, with the rapid growth of international trade during the 1960s, that the conditions for the long downturn were prepared. Once rival complexes of fixed capital were locked in national confrontation with each other, with no easy escape into alternative lines of production, profits fell dramatically and in tandem across the whole advanced capitalist world, at the turn of the 70s. 3 decades later they have still not recovered. Brenner traces the successive policy attempts by the governments of the 3 major states to revive growth: first, expansion of debt to sustain demand in Keynesian style, then, efforts to prime supply by deregulation and deflation along monetarist lines, eventually, improvised operations to fine-tune credit or alter exchange rates. None, he documents, have been able to restore system-wide profitability to anything near the levels of the post-war boom. But, as the end of the century approached, uneven development once again moved center stage. This time it was the US that turned the tables on Japan and Germany, by exploiting 2 advantages denied its rivals. American competitive recovery, Brenner shows, was in good measure based on a successful wage repression that held the growth of labor costs in manufacturing far below German or Japanese levels. This complete reversal of the pattern of the 1950s was possible for the very reason that the US had never embedded the wage contract in the kind of social arrangements that were once of such assistance to Germany or Japan, but have since become fetters. Class struggle, in other words, while of limited effect on the plane of the international system as a whole, where the logic of intercapitalist competition requires radical devalorization to ignite a major upturn, can significantly affect the fate of national economies within the overall system, that is, on the plane of uneven development. Even here, however, Brenner suggests that between the Plaza Accord of 1985 and its reversal in 1995, the more important weapon of American competition was horizontal rather than vertical, as the Treasury engineered successive devaluations of its currency. For a decade, a combination of lower wage growth and a lower dollar allowed the U.S. to regain ground with a reinvigorated export drive and a sharp rise in manufacturing profitability. By 1995, however, the heights to which the yen had been pushed under this regime were threatening Japan with an economic contraction that risked rebounding on the United States itself, should Japanese investors be forced to liquidate their holdings of American financial assets. Alarmed by the recent Mexican crisis and the prospect of system-wide financial instability, the Clinton administration reversed course, driving the dollar up in exchange for a huge increase in Japanese and other foreign purchases of U.S. government securities. The boom and the bubble traces the story of what followed. With the inversion of the Plaza regime, a falling yen undermined exports from rival centers in the region around Japan whose currencies were pegged to the dollar, setting off the East Asian financial crisis in the summer of 1997. In the US, manufacturing profits flattened out as the dollar appreciated, while the stock market soared on a wave of incoming money from abroad and diving real interest rates, until, in the autumn of 1998, the Russian default brought one of the largest hedge funds on Wall Street to the verge of ruin overnight. At this point, faced with the danger of a worldwide financial crash, the Federal Reserve stepped in with a bailout and successive interest rate reductions, injecting huge amounts of credit into the U.S. economy to sustain equity prices. 28. Given a second life, the Clinton bubble that had started in 1996 took stock values, not least by firms buying up their own equity, to multiples of corporate earnings beyond all previous records. For a further brief spell, manufacturing firms, now awash with liquidity derived from record borrowings and overvalued stock issues, shadowed this speculative euphoria with an investment boom, much of it, notably in telecommunications, disastrously misallocated. But by mid-2000, the bubble had become unsustainable, and within another 6 months the stock market plunged, and manufacturing profitability along with it, taking the U.S. economy into recession as Clinton departed. Since then, a precarious revival has rested on 2 further injections of liquidity into the system: the engineering of low mortgage rates by the Federal Reserve, that has enabled widespread cashing out from a housing boom to take over the role of stock appreciation in fueling consumption, and the tax cuts of the Bush administration. 29 Profitability in the American economy has in these conditions come back fairly well, albeit to nowhere near the levels of the long boom, mainly at the expense of wages. High productivity growth, too, has been achieved, but by intensified pressures, speed up and stretch out, rather than further investment. The result has been a largely jobless recovery, with high levels of concealed unemployment as labor force participation has declined. The structural weakness of American labor, which has allowed business to manage repeated shakeouts, scrapping obsolete plant and redistributing the workforce, in each of the periodic sharp recessions within the long downturn, continues. Brenner does not underestimate the accomplishments these represent. The possibility that sufficient devalorization of fixed capital will eventually have occurred for the American economy to pull out of the downturn, and lift the global economy with it, cannot be ruled out. But for the moment, the signs point in the opposite direction. Notwithstanding the partial depreciation of the dollar, U.S. exports continue to fall further behind the demand of American consumers for imports. The steadily widening U.S. trade deficit is covered only by a huge influx of capital from Asian central banks, while Europe and Japan remain mired in stagnation. For Brenner, the underlying cause of this triangular impasse is the persistence of overcapacity in the leading branches of industrial production across the developed countries. The system has yet to be purged of its excess of sunk capital, that still discourages investment and employment, and now finds its counterpart in a mountain of debt and huge financial bubbles. The specter of overcompetition has not been banished. Whatever particular judgments may be made of the different parts of this argument, it is plain that here, as in no other body of work today, Marx's enterprise has found a successor. To have developed as coherent, detailed and deep-going an attempt to understand the history of the world market, where Marx left off in Capital, since the Second World War must be regarded, by any standards, as an extraordinary accomplishment. It is one that at the same time leaves open a number of problems, theoretical or empirical. The first of these is the role of labor in the narrative. It is fundamental to Brenner's case that labor cannot, as a rule, bring about a temporally extended, systemic downturn, since what might be called the potential sphere of investment for capital in any line of production generally extends beyond the labor market that is affected by unions and/or political parties or is regulated by norms, values, and institutions supported by the state. 30 In principle, this argument, made well before the current global wave of outsourcing, seems irrefutable. However, 2 questions are left unresolved by it. Empirically, Brenner's own account indicates that if wage pressures cannot have determined the onset, let alone persistence, of the long downturn, wage repression was critical to the competitive recovery of American capitalism between 1980 and 1995. Is there a contradiction here? Not if all that was involved was another twist in the pattern of uneven development in the world market, where the position of competitors is subject to perpetual change, Germany and Japan having benefited from lower wage costs than the US during the long boom, the ROC, or Taiwan from still lower ones from the long downturn. At times, however, Brenner suggests that a full recovery of profitability in the US could unleash a virtuous circle of investment and growth outside it, given the centrality of the American economy within the overall system. 31 But if local wage repression could help trigger a global upturn, it would appear to follow that wage pressures could prolong or deepen a downturn, making labor a more independent variable than at first sight. Brenner seems readier to introduce wages as a significant variable when they are low rather than when they are high, much as militants are typically reluctant to admit that workers' demands could contribute to an economic crisis, but are quite prepared to accept that workers' defeats have boosted capitalist profits. Perhaps too much weight should not be put on Brenner's occasional conjectures of a US-led escape, based in large part on wage repression, from the system-wide trough of the past 30 years. They pose the question, however, of whether a general theory of wage determination is implied by his narrative. What is the relative weight to be accorded to industrial struggles between workers and employers, as opposed to the tightness of labor markets, or inherited expectations? If labor forces in regions with long histories of economic development tend to receive wages which are substantially higher than can be explained simply by reference to their relative level of productiveness. 32 What explains such uneven development of wage costs? A less empirical query attaches to the logic of competition between capitals. If the potential sphere of investment, as Brenner argues, always exceeds the area in which trade union, party or state action can affect wages, how far does this potential usually become actual? For if firms with sunk capital in a given line of production find it difficult, when confronted with new lower-cost competitors, to exit cleanly into other lines, would not the same constraints inhibit them from easily shifting the location of their enterprises, since this would mean scrapping existing fixed assets and building new plant with new equipment, in much the same way? At a superficial glance, the difference between changing product lines and production sites does not look decisive, in terms of impact on fixed capital. Here, however, a more general issue posed by the economics of global turbulence arises. Brenner's narrative repeatedly points to the contrasting fate of the non-manufacturing sectors of the American, Japanese and German economies, where prices could be raised without fear of foreign competition, and so profits more easily sustained, as proof of the constraints of over-competition in the manufacturing sector, where this was not possible. These demonstrations are in themselves convincing. But they raise the question of why, if prices can be increased with greater impunity in non-tradables, and the weight of the sector is constantly increasing in the developed world, there has not been more inflationary pressure since the 80s. More formalistically, given that the share of manufactures in the GDP of all the advanced countries has been steadily declining through the long downturn, in the US, it is now not much above 12%. Or why should the future not lie in the emergence of increasingly pure service economies in these societies, generating sufficient external surpluses from their financial sectors to pay for needed manufactures from the less developed economies? That might be thought an appropriate reductio ad absurdum of theories of post-industrial society. But what it points to is a heuristic gap in Brenner's exposition, which assumes rather than explains the reasons why material production must remain the core of any major economy, and the vicissitudes of manufacturing underlie tectonic shifts in the system as a whole. One consequence of this gap is an unspoken hiatus between the structural account of overaccumulation in the economics of global turbulence and the conjunctural path of the downturn in which it resulted. The first sets out a powerful model of the destructive consequences of competition between firms with fixed capital of different vintages within common sectors of industry, and of the ways in which their spread effects can become worldwide. Everything here happens within the world of material production. When the analysis moves to the history of the long downturn, however, both the agents and the instruments of competition change, states intervene to defend the interests of firms, and alterations of exchange rates are capable, at any rate temporarily, of halting or reversing outcomes on the company battlefield. Turning points in the story become such moments as the Plaza and Reverse Plaza Accords. Left ambiguous is how far, across the period as a whole, currency adjustments were essentially an automatic process built into the uneven development of the system, regardless of the particular distribution of its parts, and how far they reflected a contingent asymmetry between the continental weight of the U.S. economy as against its national counterparts in Japan and Germany, the primacy of the dollar as an international reserve currency giving the American state a special freedom of maneuver in the monetary field, from the time of Nixon's break with gold onwards. What is clear, however, from Brenner's account is that from the turn of the 80s through to the mid-90s, the appreciation of the yen and D-mark against the dollar, permitting large competitive gains for American industry, was the principal factor in the recovery of manufacturing profitability in the U.S. In other words, the monetary economy, the market for currencies, not commodities, operated as a corrector of outcomes in the material economy, in the uneven development of the system. But while this result is registered empirically, there is no theoretical explanation of how and why exchange rates can so decisively affect mechanisms of competition postulated independently of them. A more formal model of how the material and the monetary planes interact seems required by the narrative itself. Brenner is not, of course, alone here. Money was essentially ignored not only in Marx's system, but equally in neoclassical theory, whose formally perfected versions, from Walras's Tatonement to Arrow and Abreu's general equilibrium, render it redundant. In Austrian economics too, it remained, as Hayek confessed, a loose joint. Keynes is the exception, and it is no accident that there are echoes of him in Brenner's explanation of the reasons why the long downturn has not led to any classic crash, involving a cathartic devalorization of older capitals, that would allow accumulation to pick up pace again at higher levels of profit in a global upturn. What has stabilized the system so far has been massive injections of credit, not just by government spending when so required, but by the multiplication of bank money and the growth of consumer and corporate debt, culminating in the stock and housing frenzies of the boom and the bubble. That these offer no solution for the dilemmas of overcompetition, but only palliatives or postponements of them, is integral to Brenner's case. But they raise a more general issue for the framework of his theory. Within it, demand is essentially treated as a function of the growth of investment, and therewith of employment and wages, governed in turn by the rate of profit. Once overcompetition sets in, and profitability declines, this model must presuppose that the market is limited in advance. For otherwise, it might be asked why older established firms could not compensate for the lower prices imposed on them by cost-cutting competitors, with enhanced returns to scale from a larger volume of sales, in an expanding market that afforded leeway for both new and old producers. So indeed, throughout the economics of global turbulence, certain demand parameters, continuing barriers to manufacturing dynamism anywhere in the advanced capitalist world 33, appear as a relatively stationary background to the narrative. But as the specification of the final phrase suggests, there is a spatial dimension to any structure of demand. Brenner's initial account of the mechanisms of overcompetition rests on the premise of a segmented territorial system, organized in national units, behind whose protection challenges can be mounted by newcomer against old-timer firms. A vast and illuminating historical narrative flows from this. But the abstract postulate of territorial division is never cashed out into a commensurately concrete description of the overall space of the system. Rather, Brenner explains, the economics of global turbulence focuses for practical reasons on the US, German and Japanese cases, which after all, he points out, accounted for as much as two-thirds of OECD output in the mid-90s. 34 One effect of this decision is that the European Union becomes close to a null factor in the story. It is as if Germany stands as a proxy for Europe as a whole, while its own path of development is related essentially to movements of the American economy. Yet Europe has always been a much more important market for German exports than the US, while the sheer size of the EU, with a GDP larger than that of the US itself, make it difficult to treat as just a penumbra of the German economy. On the other side of the world, Japan is given a more regional context than Germany in the economics of global turbulence, as the smaller East Asian economies stage a dramatic entry into the story, invading American markets and reorienting Japanese trade and investment in the 1990s. It is with the crisis of 1997 to 98 in this region that the boom and the bubble opens, and no reader of Brenner could by then be uncertain of its importance for his history of the present. But his selection of the USA, Germany, and Japan as a stylized abrage of the world economy as a whole remains substantially unaltered. The theoretical implications of a major expansion of the space of industrial capitalism since the long downturn are not explicitly confronted. Simply, the new entrants into the ring, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, figure as doughty additional combatants in the battle for export markets, intensifying global overcompetition yet further. The question of how they could have achieved this status, without either the substantial domestic markets or the long international boom that powered German and Japanese expansion after the war, is left to one side. Today, the emergence in the 21st century of China as one of the world's largest industrial powers, the principal trading partner not only of the United States but also of Japan, poses a challenge to Brenner's conceptualization of the space of overcompetition of an altogether different magnitude. Brenner crisply rejects the traditional Marxist theorem of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall as the organic composition of capital rises. 35 But he has never directly addressed what was one development from it, Luxemburg's notion that the opening up of hitherto non-capitalist territories could be a solution, partial or provisional, for crises of overaccumulation. Imperialism, in her eyes, was best understood as a drive to offset failing demand at home, by prizing exogenous demand loose from regions hitherto inaccessible for socio-political reasons, and so to give accumulation a fresh lease of life. Along these lines, the decommunization of the Soviet bloc could be regarded as offering something like such an outlet for particular branches of Western industry. But what of the far larger gravitational mass of post-Maoist China? Dreams of a boundless market for European and American goods in China were already commonplace among Western merchants and projectors in the 19th century. The contemporary pursuit of Chinese consumers by Microsoft or News Corp has a considerable ancestry. But macroeconomically, the boot has so far been on the other foot, as China racks up enormous trade surpluses, importing primarily raw materials and capital goods, against manufacturing exports not only in labor-intensive, but also increasingly in medium or high-tech lines. Despite the size of the Chinese market, and the significance of foreign investment in it, the net impact of this emergent colossus on the world economy would thus, on Brenner's showing, seem to have been less to mitigate overcompetition in the most advanced economies by opening up new avenues of demand, than to aggravate it by piling yet further supply pressure on higher-cost producers. At any rate, that appears to be one possible deduction from the way China figures in his narrative to date. But if this is so, it raises two questions. The basic premise of Brenner's theory of the long downturn is that intercapitalist struggle between US, Japanese and German firms leads to overcompetition because they are typically fighting for market shares in the same lines of production. But why, in the case of a newcomer like China, should there not be more complementarity than competition in its trade relations with the US or Japan, or for that matter Europe, China exporting simpler goods and importing more sophisticated ones, in a virtuous circle of growth all round? Why, indeed, are thoroughgoing national specializations along classic Ricardian lines, English cloth for Portuguese wine, so limited a phenomenon in the contemporary world? Cases like the former Japanese semi-monopoly of consumer electronics, or the US semi-monopoly of wide-body jets, transient exceptions rather than the rule. Implied in the notion of overcompetition is an antithesis whose formal conditions and historical exemplifications are little explored. Complementarity features in the argument as what has failed to materialize, not as an object in its own right. In the case of China, this theoretical neglect is the more pertinent because of an empirical feature of East Asian growth, that Brenner notes in the case of post-war Japan, but does not linger on, the very high rate of household savings that has always underlain domestic investment in the region. In the PRC, this has assumed extraordinary dimensions, savings running at 40% of GDP, powering rates of investment of nearly 50%. Much of this huge spending spree on fixed capital, a great deal going into infrastructure rather than plant, is not yielding a rate of profit that would be remotely acceptable in the OECD. It answers to another logic of accumulation. But does that mean it has no implications for a deadlock in world demand? Such questions return us to the space of the system. There, at least, one thing is clear: the time has passed when the United States, Japan, and Germany could still function as a shorthand for the world economy. How is this change likely to affect the shape of Brenner's argument? To get a sense of its possible directions, it may be useful to look at the ways in which his work as a historian has been received to date, and the pattern of his response to them. Few scholars working on the past have made such a spectacular mark so early on. His first major essay, Agrarian Class Structure and Economic Development in Pre-Industrial Europe, published in Past and Present in 1976, was the subject of an international debate in 1978-79, involving leading economic historians from 4 countries, among them such eminences as Poston, L. E. Roy Lagery, Cooper, and Hilton. 3 years later came Brenner's comprehensive rejoinder, taking up the range of objections put to him, and expanding his original case, both empirically and conceptually. The whole exchange then appeared as the Brenner debate in the mid-1980s. Thereafter, for a decade all discussion of his theses virtually ceased. It was not until the mid-1990s that a group of young Belgian and Dutch historians returned full tilt to them, in a second collective engagement that in due course produced a volume as substantial as the first, Farmers into Peasants, which appeared in 2001.36. The most consequential gap in Brenner's taxonomy of agrarian relations and the origins of capitalism had always been the Low Countries. There, in the most densely urbanized region in Europe, commercial farming in the early modern period achieved higher levels of productivity than in England, on an owner-operator basis without significant aristocratic landlords. How did such apparent self-emancipation of a peasantry fit his schema? With characteristic thoroughness, Brenner set out his answer in the long concluding essay of Farmers into Peasants. In it, he showed that the mere presence of towns and absence of major seigneurial exploitation was insufficient to unleash a transition to capitalist agriculture in the most developed area of the medieval Low Countries, inland Flanders. There, peasants could still assure part of their subsistence on their own small plots, but were forced by demographic pressures to supplement cultivation for the household with intensive husbandry, fodder crops, legumes, flax, for the market, and eventually widespread domestic industry. The result, however, was not development, since there was no true dependence on the market, and so exposure to its cost-cutting imperatives, as long as households could still cling to rudiments of subsistence. Rather, in a vicious circle, labor productivity fell as peasants redoubled their efforts on ever more subdivided plots, and rural misery became widespread. By contrast, in the maritime north of the Low Countries, also a region of weak lordship but far poorer and less urbanized than the south, soil decline, the penetration of water into peat on reclaimed lands, made arable cultivation increasingly unviable in the later Middle Ages. The consequence was to force peasants, still in possession of their land but now altogether unable to use it for subsistence purposes, to specialize in dairy farming on larger holdings, often using wage labor. 37 Out of this ecological contingency emerged a true capitalist agriculture, albeit with a quite different pattern of property and production from England, that laid the basis for the spectacular urban growth and commercial dynamism of the Dutch Republic in the early modern period. Yet this model of development, Brenner argues, had an Achilles heel that ensured its English rival, at first far slower to take off, would ultimately surpass it. The Dutch lead depended on exports. Its dairy products, textiles, and porcelain were sold in Europe-wide markets, where its shipping dominated the carrying trade. Once the pre-industrial European economy was struck by widespread Malthusian crisis in the 17th century, the Netherlands lacked a sufficient domestic market to offset the general contraction abroad. For all its own wealth and modernity, it formed too small a territory and population to avoid the fatality of symbiosis with its pre-modern environment, condemning the Republic to stagnation and eventually regression, while the English economy, no less capitalist, but with a much larger home market, proof against setbacks in Europe, gathered speed and in due course overtook it. If the Netherlands had presented the principal challenge to Brenner's original account of the agrarian roots of European capitalism, what of economies outside Europe? Here, plainly, the largest case was China, universally acknowledged to have been far more prosperous and developed than medieval Europe in Song times. In recent years, moreover, claims have been increasingly made that the economy of the wealthiest Chinese region, the Yangtze Delta, was fully as advanced as that of any part of Europe, if not more so, down to the end of the 18th century, a view shared by a contemporary like Montesquieu, who compared the irrigated fertility of Jiangnan and Zhejiang, indeed, to that of Holland. 38 In The Great Divergence, the most ambitious work along these lines, Kenneth Pomeranz has argued that in both early modern England and the Yangtze Delta rapid development was driven by an increase in demand set off by the combination of demographic growth and free markets, leading, in classic Smithian fashion, to an intensification of the division of labor, specialization of productive activities and corresponding expansion of supply. If China fell behind England, and Europe more generally, in the 19th century, this was essentially because it lacked two critical facilities that allowed the Industrial Revolution to occur in the West, coal and colonies. 39 It was these that gave first England and then much of the continent access to windfalls of inorganic energy and overseas land supply, without which they would have encountered the same Malthusian barriers to further growth that brought the Qing economy to a halt by the time of the Opium War. In this case, Brenner has been a critic in a wider debate, rather than the object of one, since the view that 18th century China was on an economic par with England is rejected by the leading authority on the country's agrarian history, Philip Huang, author of commanding works on the Northern Plains and the Yangtze Delta alike. Yet here again, Brenner's intervention, co-authored with Christopher Isett, has been as courteous and decisive as was once his reply to Leroy Lagery on France. What the two show is how vast was in fact the distance between English and Jiangnan paths of development, from as early as the 16th century onwards. This was a divergence culminating by the end of the 18th century in sizes of agricultural holdings in England over 100 times those in the Yangtze Delta, and characterized by a prolonged secular rise in labor productivity as against a sharp fall, much higher levels of urbanization and popular living standards, and longer life expectancy. 40 Such contrasts were rooted, as in Europe itself, in the ability of Chinese peasant families to maintain subsistence on microplots, investing ever greater inputs of labor for decreasing returns while resorting to commercial activities for supplementary income, in a pattern reminiscent of Flemish rather than Dutch development. In Jiangnan, even remarkable progress in rice yields and flourishing urban consumption, not to speak of abundant seams of unutilized coal, and a vast empire in Central Asia, were ultimately of little avail against agrarian involution, once labor intensification could go no further and a land frontier was reached. As forests were stripped and marginal lands became barren, the inevitable upshot was overpopulation, falling life expectancy, and economic stagnation. The Smithian notion that market mechanisms and an industrious people can of themselves deliver self-sustaining growth stands revealed, in meticulous detail, as a mirage. 41. This lesson can, in effect, be regarded as the core proposition of everything that Brenner has written on the origins of capitalism. Its consistent theme is that only a grasp of comparative property relations in the tradition of Marx, rather than an appeal to timeless axioms of Smith or Malthus, can account for the variant outcomes of pre-modern economies in Europe as in Asia. Given the dominance of neoclassical assumptions, taken as self-evident truths by the economic profession and allied historians, it is no surprise that this should be an unpalatable conclusion to many, among whom the political cult of the market that has been a signature of recent decades has merely reinforced a long-standing intellectual faith that predates it. Resistance to any alternative vision of development, no matter how well argued or documented, is virtually automatic among such believers. But if this has been a common submerged motif in reactions among economic historians to Brenner's work on the logic of property relations for patterns of development, the reception by Stewart specialists of merchants and revolution has been quite distinct. When it first appeared, responses were generally laudatory. Brenner's identification of the salience of North American-based merchants in the Civil War was, in Robert Ashton's judgment, echoed by others, a signal and indisputable contribution to the historiography of both commercial reorientation and political revolution. 42 There were qualifications. Levant and East Indies merchants may have been less favorable to the monarchy, and domestic traders more significant in the opposition to it, than Brenner had allowed. But his general map of different interests in the city was not contested. Criticism focused instead on what was taken to be the implication that economic positions, rather than religious convictions, determined the political agenda of the interloper connection. 43 In fact, Brenner had dismissed the idea that commercial considerations could of themselves explain the role of the colonial merchants in the Civil War, and himself stressed the importance of a religious outlook in this network, one not exclusive to it, that would in time become independency. Merchants and Revolution, correctly described by Ashton as a monumental exercise in l'histoire intégrale, never counterposed what such critics separated. The most striking feature of the book's reception, however, lay elsewhere. Although virtually every historian who reviewed the work noted that Brenner had proposed a new social interpretation of the Civil War, none engaged with it. Russell's claim that he did not even know for certain what feudalism or capitalism are, let alone whether there was ever a transition between them, can be taken as more or less representative. 44 Such professions of blankness, intended as condescension, were in part, of course, simply code words for an aversion to Marxism de rigueur in this period, as opposed to the time of the Brenner debate. No doubt, too, they in some degree reflected a more general difficulty historians can experience in coping with theoretical structures for which their intellectual equipment has not prepared them. Yet behind the inability to confront Brenner's larger argument was perhaps also something more specific to this periodic field, a growing indifference to economic history of any kind. Whatever the mixture of such reasons, the deepening silence that has covered Brenner's work in the decades since the publication of Merchants and Revolution suggests the extent to which the run of Stewart historians have been not only out of sorts, but out of depth with it. If the high tide of revisionism has ebbed, and along with it much of the polemical zest and curiosity it brought to thinking about the period, work on Stewart history has continued to come thick and fast. But the temperature of the time can be taken from three examples of recent scholarship that abut directly onto the terrain explored by Brenner: the Civil War, the relation of the mid-century Republic to the Revolution of 1688–89, and rival historiographic interpretations of the period at large. All three suppress any reference to his work. The principal synthesis on the Civil Wars and Interregnum, Austin Woolrich's Britain in Revolution 1625–1660, 800 pages of detailed narrative, full of minor as well as major characters, wipes the record bare of any trace of the North American syndicate, managing the feat of not even mentioning Merchants and Revolution in its 5-part bibliography of relevant scholarship. Here return to an older style of imagination yields a panegyric of Cromwell at which Victorians might have blushed. 45 The most ambitious attempt to reconnect the successive crises of the 17th century within a single framework, Jonathan Scott's England's Troubles, is programmatically innocent of any reference to economic changes in the country. Its leading premise is that an understanding of the time must not depart from the beliefs of contemporaries about them, essentially, fear of popery, to be taken not simply at face value, but internalized by the historian to the point of describing Charles I's Arminianism, in the language of his enemies, as a stealthy version of it. 46 Here, immune to intrusion from structural developments in society as a whole, military and fiscal issues of state building, and ideological discourses, principally of religion, can be choreographed into a rigidly stylized, virtually balletic suite at the fancy of the director. More pointed still is Ronald Hutton's recent survey of debates in Stuart history, where it might be thought the topic itself would render notice of merchants and revolution inescapable. But in an attractive book, generally fair as well as lively in its judgments of authors and arguments, Brenner's work is again conspicuous by its absence. In this case, the lapsus is the more striking in that Hutton sets himself the goal of a self-reflexive account of his subject, not without success, offering, among other things, far the best account of the origins and lights of revisionism, setting these in generational, professional, and social contexts that historians have rarely vouchsafed of their own practice. 47 But amid much collegial and autobiographical candor, and no lack of self-critical irony, Hutton appears to have no inkling of the limitations that could have led to his oversight, not simply the automatic belief that Marxism must now be as dead as the Soviet Union, an assumption as lazy as its fashionable opposite would have been 30 years ago, but a more general tendency to write as if economic history, apparently banished from debates in Stuart history, no longer existed. It is the combination of the two as a professional disposition that has assigned Brenner to a peculiar limbo of the imagination in these years. But over time, as with the Brenner debate itself, a rebondissement can be expected. When the forthcoming work of the American historian Stephen Pincus on the Revolution of 1688–89 appears, 48, offering an integrated account of the depth charges in English society that blew up the final attempt to build a Stuart absolutism, the absurdity of continuing to write the political history of the country in abstraction from its economy will become obvious. The longue durée of merchants and revolution is likely to be vindicated in more than one sense. If Brenner's work on late medieval history has aroused repeated, if widely spaced debates, whereas on the 17th century it has been, after initial acknowledgement, all but censored within the profession, the fate of global turbulence has differed again. Here, there has been a bifurcation of response. A bombardment of rejoinders in small journals of the left met its first appearance, most of them concerned with points of doctrine, none attempting to deal with its history of post-war economic development as a whole. 49 In mainstream venues, it was ignored. Nor was this duality greatly altered with the publication of The Boom and the Bubble, favorably noticed in the press but unexamined by the profession. 5 years after Brenner's vision of the world economy entered circulation, however, it has elicited a fuller and deeper critical response than any other part of his work to date. Giovanni Arrighi's long essay, The Social and Political Economy of Global Turbulence, seeks to reframe the story Brenner tells in a more extended historical perspective, reworking his arguments into an alternative theoretical and narrative structure, comparable in argument and scale, but with other turning points and conclusions. 50. Concurring with Brenner that the long downturn since 1973 has been an effect of overcompetition, similar in this to the protracted depression of 1873–96, Arrighi argues that there are both critical differences between the two long cycles of crisis, that need to be grasped if the novelty of the present period is to be understood, and a common underlying solution that capital has adopted in each epoch to escape from overaccumulation. What were the differences? In the late 19th century, labor in the major industrial countries of the North succeeded in resisting a fall in nominal wages after the onset of the Depression, while the South was everywhere falling prey to imperial penetration and conquest. 100 years later, labor in the North was far stronger, its wage pressures precipitating the downturn itself, while national liberation movements had liberated most of the South and were on the verge of victory over America in Vietnam. In both periods, however, the typical response of manufacturing firms to falling profitability was the same. It was not to defend existing fixed capital, as Brenner maintained, but to switch their assets out of production into finance, where high levels of profit could for an era still be realized. The hallmark of each cycle has thus, in Arrighi's view, been growing liquidity and a general process of financialization, typified equally by the unhealthy flush of Asquith's England and of Reagan's America. But the outcomes have necessarily diverged, since the deflation that marked the 19th century downturn was no longer a politically viable option for capital, labor being so much stronger. In the late 20th century, inducing it to choose instead inflation as a way to erode wage gains. But once the costs of the Vietnam War had broken the Bretton Woods system apart, the US paid the price of this solution, a falling dollar that repelled rather than attracting the mass of mobile capital set loose by worldwide financialization. It was only with the turn to a strict monetarism at the bend of the 80s that this flow was reversed. With a strong dollar and sky-high interest rates, the US could now draw in huge volumes of footloose finance that allowed it to fund Western victory in the Cold War and check anti-systemic movements in both North and South. But by the new century, the dependence of the United States on capital inflows to cover an ever-widening trade deficit, combined with imperial overreach in Iraq, made its position in many ways weaker than that of Edwardian England, a power that was still exporting capital and maintaining an Indian army at no cost to itself. For Arrighi, the crisis of profitability on which Brenner has concentrated is thus an aspect of a crisis of hegemony that runs deeper, and will bring down the US as the world's premier power in a foreseeable future. 51. It remains to be seen how Brenner will respond to this challenge. Formally speaking, the two bodies of work are in many ways complementary opposites. Arrighi has the advantage of a continuous time scale, stretching back in his writing to the Renaissance, and a more global geopolitical scope. His primary focus has long been on trade and finance, at times all but identified with capitalism itself, after the manner of Braudel, rather than production, and his style more broadly analytic than tightly statistical. Brenner has the advantage of greater empirical command and a deeper research strategy, the care of a historian rather than the sweep of a sociologist. His focus is on manufacturing, and his framework closer to Marx. When he comes to take up the issues that are posed by Arrighi's account of the downturn, the significance of inflation in its first phase, developments in the periphery of the system, financialization as an escape route from declining profits, the idea of interstate competition for mobile capital, the functions of hegemony, it will no doubt be with these qualities and predispositions. Something of what is likely to result can be surmised from the overall structure and sequence of his work as a historian. For there is a marked pattern to it. Not totalizing but tunneling, in his account both of the original breakthrough to capitalism, which made him famous, and of the protracted malaise of the system in recent decades, Brenner's intellectual strategy has been the same. In each case, he has picked one sector as the key to economic development at large, and tracked it largely through one determining society within a comparative set. In defiance of conventional opinion, his explanation of the origins of capitalism pivots on agriculture alone, giving towns and trade little more than walk-on parts in the breakout from feudalism. In the same way, in his explanation of the long downturn, everything revolves around the fate of manufacturing, relegating services, typically comprising a much larger sector of the economy, to compensations or after effects. In the transition to capitalism, England commands the stage, in the deceleration of capitalism, America. In a deliberate sacrifice of width for depth, the focus is unwavering, on a single dominant, in a single arena. But this narrowing of the beam of research is the opposite of any provincial limitation. In both historical fields, Brenner constructs his argument comparatively. In the Brenner debate, the demonstration of England's unique path to an agrarian capitalism proceeds by way of a double contrast, with France on the one hand, and Eastern Europe on the other. Whereas beyond the Elbe the balance of class forces was so overwhelmingly in favor of lords that the outcome of the general crisis of late feudalism, in newly colonized zones where village communities were typically weak, was imposition of a second serfdom. In France peasant communities remained so strong that lords could not dislodge the customary rights of tenants to possession of their plots. In either case the result was to block the development of cost-cutting production for the market. In England alone were landowners able to prevent peasant security of tenure with entry fines and variable leases, opening the way to competitive rents, consolidation of holdings, and commercial farming based on wage labor, at progressively higher levels of productivity. In the economics of global turbulence, it is Japan and Germany that function as the equivalent contrasts with the United States, here in the opposite direction from Eastern Europe and France, as economies enjoying the technological and institutional advantages of latecomers over the leader of the post-war boom, and so able to challenge it for market shares. In each case, the comparative framework is selective, no attempt is made to furnish a full typology of agrarian relations in late medieval Europe, and no attention is paid to the OECD as a whole. Instead of proceeding to what is missed out in these comparisons, Brenner's next move was again strikingly similar in both time zones. After the Brenner debate came Merchants and Revolution, a withdrawal from comparative to solo study, concentrating in far greater detail just on England, as after global turbulence came the boom and the bubble, focusing at much closer range on the United States. In each case, a formal narrowing of geographical ambit was accompanied by a major broadening of substantive analysis, making good what had been significant lacunae in the original comparative studies. In Merchants and Revolution, Brenner took up the roles of trade, towns, and the state in the transition from feudalism to capitalism, set aside in the Brenner debate, with a vengeance. In the boom and the bubble, as much space is devoted to speculation as to production, to stocks and mortgages as to manufactures. With his essays on the pre-modern economies of the Low Countries and China, a third movement in this work is visible, a dialectical return to its original comparative starting points, to complete the parts of the puzzle they omitted. The logic of this widening of Brenner's comparative scope at the beginning of his long-run account of capitalism indicates a matching expansion at the end of it. That would mean, in the first place, a thorough explanation of the pattern of China's high-speed growth today, and monitoring of the displacement effect of its huge economy as it descends the slipway into the global waters. In between, there lies the whole period of the Industrial Revolution itself, and the ways in which it spread to a continental Europe that never experienced the kind of agrarian capitalism that was the platform for industrialization in England. This is so far untouched territory for Brenner, where many a historiographic lion, Wrigley, Pollard, Crafts, Landis, lies in wait. It would be surprising if he had no hypotheses in mind to make a reckoning with it. One would expect them to be as spare and rigorous a combination as those employed to unlock the end of banal lordship or the onset of defensive investment. In its very austerity lies the secret of this work, whose ambition is nothing less than to track the abstract essentials, the property relations and competitive mechanisms, that have generated the forms of modern capitalist life through their economic consequences, with a density and tenacity of detail otherwise associated with the most terra-a-terra of empirical historians. Only a very stubborn and original mind could have conceived such a formidable project. 1993 to 2005. 13. The Vanquished Left. Eric Hobsbawm. What apter practitioners of autobiography than historians? Trained to examine the past with an impartial eye, alert to oddities of context and artifices of narrative, they would appear to be the ideal candidates for the difficult task of the self-description of a life. Yet strangely it is not they, but philosophers who have excelled at the genre, indeed all but invented it. In principle, autobiography is the most intimately particular of all forms of writing, philosophy the most abstract and impersonal. They should be oil and water. But it was Augustine and Rousseau who gave us the sexual and personal confession, and Descartes who offered the first history of my mind. In modern times Mill and Nietzsche, Collingwood and Russell, Sartre and Quine, all left records of themselves more memorable than anything else written about them. The number of historians who have produced autobiographies of any distinction, on the other hand, is remarkably small. In the 19th century, the self-serving memoirs of Guizot and Tocqueville, rarely consulted today, are of interest mainly as testimonials of political evasion. Closer to hand, Marc Bloch's post-mortem on 1940, with its mixture of personal report and general requisitory, is a poignant document, but too circumscribed for more than flashes of self-revelation. More recently, we have the eccentric cameos of Richard Cobb and Cow series of A.J.P. Taylor, of which he said they were evidence that he had run out of historical subjects. In all, in the genre for which it seems so well designed, the craft of the historian has yielded perhaps only two classics, Gibbon's graceful mirror at the end of the 18th century, and Henry Adams's Baroque Wunderkammer at the beginning of the 20th. In this generally disappointing field, Eric Hobsbawm has entered the lists with a work he invites us to read as the flip side of his great history of the 20th century, Age of Extremes, not world history illustrated by the experiences of an individual, but world history shaping that experience, and the life choices it offered him. Published at the age of 85, in its energy and trenchancy Interesting Times could have been written at 40.1. Its qualities are such, in fact, that it is almost impossible to read without being drawn back to his work as a historian, so many insights does it offer, casually or deliberately, about what he has accomplished as a whole. We are dealing with a kind of fifth volume, in more personal register, of a continuous project. This one could be called simply The Age of EJH. As such, it offers an autobiography composed of three quite distinct parts. The first of these, which covers the author's early years up to the threshold of university, has many claims to be the finest piece of writing this famously accomplished stylist has ever produced. With delicacy and reserve, yet also a tense candor, Hobsbawm takes us from his accidental birth in Alexandria to a precarious childhood in post-war Vienna, brief but exalted schooling in the last days of Weimar Berlin, removal from Nazism to England and final ascent towards Cambridge, on the eve of the Spanish Civil War. Touching portraits of his parents, hapless English father and fragile Austrian mother, both dead by the time he was 14, sketch one psychological background, Jewish descent in the most anti-Semitic city in Europe, another. He explains the kind of loyalty to family origins he learned from his mother, and his corresponding lack of any emotional obligation to the small, militarist, culturally disappointing and politically aggressive nation-state which asks for my solidarity on racial grounds. Point 2. Shifted to Berlin, where a rackety uncle was working in the film business, Hobsbawm describes his discovery of communism at the age of 15, in a traditional Prussian gymnasium, with Hitler at the gates of power. There have been few such vivid evocations of the electric atmosphere of the revolutionary left in Germany in those months. It is little wonder that memories of the final, guttering parade of a doomed KPD through the twilight of Berlin should have marked him more deeply than school days in the becalmed London of the national government. Of his subsequent experience at St. Marylebone Grammar School he writes with affectionate good humour. Point 3. In the composition of these contrasting scenes, the historian's intelligence is always at work, setting the accidents of an individual life in the cross-currents of a graphically delineated space and time. The picture that emerges, with considerable artistry, is of a boy unlike conventional images of the man, solitary, initially drawn to nature rather than politics, somewhat abstracted and introspective, gradually more confident of his powers. The tone of the self-portrait with which he wound up his adolescence recalls something of Kepler's horoscope of himself. Eric John Ernest Hobsbawm, a tall, angular, dangly, ugly, fair-haired fellow of 18 and a half, quick on the uptake, with a considerable if superficial stock of knowledge and a lot of original ideas, general and theoretical. An incorrigible striker of attitudes, which is all the more dangerous and at times effective, as he talks himself into believing them himself. Has no sense of morality, thoroughly selfish. Some people find him extremely disagreeable, others likable, yet others just ridiculous. He is vain and conceited. He is a coward. He loves nature deeply. And he forgets the German language for. So ends the first part of Interesting Times. From a literary point of view, it could well have stopped there. We would then have had something close to those chefs d'oeuvre of calm truncation, moving and tantalizing in equal measure, that Constant or Sartre have left us, journeys to the age of reason, or passion, that leave us at their threshold. If this thought is not incongruous, it is because, rather than preparing the way for a portrait of the historian as a young man, the passage quoted above closes the door on further exploration of the self of this kind. A deeply felt, imaginative recreation of the youth he once was abruptly gives way to another kind of enterprise. We never glimpse the same interior landscape again. Without notice of any change of gear, The next chapter shifts us into the second part of Interesting Times, which covers Hobsbawm's membership of the Communist Party of Great Britain from the late 30s to its dissolution in the early 90s. Here he recounts his time at Cambridge, at the zenith of its student communism, his beaching during the war as suspect to the authorities, his outlook as a party member and his semi-marginalization as an academic, during the Cold War, his reactions to the crisis that engulfed the communist movement with Khrushchev's revelations and the Hungarian revolt in 1956, the reasons why he stayed in the party after most of his fellow Marxist historians had left, and believes his choice was more fruitful than theirs, how he eventually helped, in his own eyes, to save the Labour Party even as the CPGB itself went under. These chapters mark a complete alteration of register. The difference sets in from the very first page, in which, before even attempting to describe his own experience of Cambridge, Hobsbawm feels obliged to explain how little was his acquaintance with Burgess and Maclean, Philby and Blunt, all of whom preceded his time at the university. Honorably enough, he adds that had he later been asked to carry out the same kind of mission, he would have done so. But a sensation of discomfort remains, as if another sort of reader is starting to hover in the background of the narrative. The depiction of Cambridge that follows offers deft sketches of the archaism of tutors and institutions, and of the motives and characters of student radicalism. Pointing out that the left at its peak numbered perhaps a fifth of the undergraduate body, of which the communist contingent in turn was no more than a tenth, Hobsbawm stresses the informal influence the party nonetheless exercised in the university, a product of its energetic campaigning and commitment to academic success, and the buoyancy of its budding activists. The scene so presented is convincing, but essentially generic. Of Hobsbawm's personal path through it we are told very little, nothing at all of his intellectual development, virtually nothing of his emotional life, scarcely a hint even of his political ideas. The persistent pronoun is now the anonymous, generational we. The first person singular is reserved for less charged moments, as when a more conventional cursus is touched upon. My last term, May, June 1939, was pretty good. I edited Granta, was elected to the Apostles and got a starred first in the Tripos, which also gave me a studentship at King's. 5. Just how misleading this suppression of a subjectivity must be, can be seen from the curious displacement of decisive episodes of this phase of the author's life to much later chapters, separated by hundreds of pages from his account of these student years. Towards the end of his chapter on Cambridge, summer vacations spent in Paris, working with James Klugman for a front organization of the Comintern, are casually mentioned, in connection with Margot Heinemann. Of the former, Hobsbawm delphically remarks, "What did one know about him? He gave nothing away." Of the latter, he says simply, "She probably had more influence on me than any other person I have known," after which terse tribute she never appears again. 6. It is not until one reaches a set of concluding reminiscences of different parts of the world Hobsbawm has visited, at the very end of the book, that, under the objective headings of France and Spain, a sense slips through of what private feelings might lie behind such clipped phrases. For there is nothing in his account of Cambridge to touch the passion of his description of Bastille Day in the first year of the Popular Front, when he drove round a celebrating Paris on a newsreel team of the French Socialist Party. It was one of the rare days when my mind was on autopilot. I only felt and experienced, then drank and danced till dawn, a different sort of trance from the funeral march in Berlin. 7. It would be strange if these sojourns in Paris, working as a translator in what was then the hub of all Comintern networks in Europe, surrounded by the ferment of the Popular Front, did not mean more to him than party chores in the Socialist Club at Cambridge. Perhaps by some unconscious association, in this other setting he even, in a memoir otherwise rigorously tight-lipped in such matters, uncharacteristically confides sexual initiation, in a bed surrounded with mirrors, in a brothel near the Rue Sebastopol. Earlier, venturing an illegal entry to Spain soon after the outbreak of the Civil War, around the time John Cornford enrolled in Barcelona, did he consider taking up arms for the Republic? Again, the page in which he retrospectively questions himself about that possible crossroads has an enigmatic depth and beauty that stands out against the drabber English story. Point 8. What is missing, deliberately averted, is an attempt to bring these scattered elements of a youthful revolutionary together in any interior synthesis. As the narrative proceeds, the cost of increasing externality is dispersion. Chronologically, after Cambridge came the war, a relatively empty experience for Hobsbawm, as he complains with legitimate bitterness, the War Office confining him to a sapper regiment until it was sent to Singapore, and then to mock duties at home in the Education Corps, probably as much because he came from Austria as because he was a communist. But from his time with the engineers, he learned to appreciate at first hand the traditional qualities of English workers, for whom he formed a permanent, if exasperated admiration, the beginning of an imaginative sympathy that has marked everything he has since written about popular classes. Point 9. The acute economic insecurity, at times close to penury, of his own background in Vienna would anyway have brought him closer to the proletarian experience than most English intellectuals of his generation. It was also during the war that he got married for the first time, to a fellow communist civil servant, about whom he says scarcely anything. Once belatedly demobbed, he started to work as a historian, soon getting a job at Birkbeck. But then he found what should have been a brilliant career, after such a flying start at King's, deflected from its natural path by the Cold War, when all communists were frozen out of advancement. He implies, in a dignified way, his hurt at the denial of the posts he might have expected in Cambridge. But reading between the lines, his account of the spend in his career contains some mysteries. He reveals that not only did he take part in the reconstitution of the Apostles, a coterie of insiders, if there ever was one, after the war, but was actually in charge of it, as the society's organizer, and continued to recruit new undergraduates to it into the mid-50s. Was there any connection between this role and the fellowship he was granted at King's in 1949, not before but at the height of the Cold War, or the dispatch with which he was accorded congenial lodgings, on which he comments himself, when his marriage broke up? An inkling that there may be more to the story than appears is suggested by a puzzling absence. The name of Noel Annan, fellow and later provost of King's, a close friend, does not figure in it. If in principle such matters have their place in an autobiography, they are of slight moment otherwise. The main burden of Hobsbawm's treatment of these years is political. 3 substantial chapters are devoted to explaining what it meant to be a communist in this epoch, out of power or in power, what problems were posed for British communists by the evolution of the Soviet system during the Cold War, and how de-Stalinization detonated a crisis in the CPGB that left him one of the few intellectuals remaining in the party. Throughout, he returns again and again to the question, why did he stay to the bitter end? The effect of these extended reflections is mixed. Viewing the choice for communism on a very general level, from the October Revolution to the end of the war, Hobsbawm offers an eloquent defense and illustration of what it meant for those who made it, alternating social observation and individual examples, heroic or humdrum. His emphasis falls on an ethos of selfless obedience and practicality, business efficiency, as he puts it, as the real hallmark of the Third International. Communist parties were not for romantics. On the contrary, they were for organization and routine. The secret of the Leninist party lay neither in dreaming about standing on barricades or even Marxist theory. It can be summed up in 2 phrases: decisions must be verified and party discipline. The appeal of the party was that it got things done when others did not. 10. Historically, it must be said, this picture is strangely lopsided. A movement that counted revolutionaries like Serge or Trotsky, Roy or Muraytegui, Sneevliet or Zarga, not for romantics? For that matter, what of Mao, for better or worse a somewhat larger figure in the history of communism than any of the loyal European functionaries or militants to whom we are introduced here? Elsewhere, indeed, Hobsbawm has precisely condemned him as a romantic. 11 The reality is that a counterposition of barricades and theory to business efficiency and getting things done is post facto rhetoric that at best indicates something of the self-image of the Stalinized European Comintern, post-1926, in which Hobsbawm himself was formed, but does not adequately capture even its ambiguities. The cult of hard-headed routine and practicality, as expressed here, was often just another form of romanticism, and by no means always the most effective. Fortunately, Hobsbawm himself does not consistently live up to it, as his affecting portrait of the Austrian revolutionary Franz Marek, the moral centerpiece of his reflections on being communist, makes clear. What then were his own convictions as an individual, in the time no longer of the Comintern, dissolved in 1943, but of the Cominform assembled by Zdanov in 1948 for duty in the High Cold War? It is not easy to say. In part this is because Interesting Times skirts any too meticulous chronology in its discussion of his own communism. His general meditation on the communist experience, which extends more or less datelessly from Lenin all the way to Gorbachev, is placed immediately after his account of Cambridge, before even the war. When he resumes the topic in his personal history, it is to evoke the attitude of intellectuals in the British Party to the developments of the Cominform period that troubled them, the excommunication of Tito, the show trials of Kostov, Rajk, and Slansky. Here too the reference is insistently collective. What were we to think? None of us believed, we clearly underestimated, people like myself, we too recognized. 12. Of Hobsbawm's personal views, we learn little, beyond the fact that he was skeptical that Basil Davidson, whom he knew personally, could have been a British agent as charged along with Rajk. There is no clue to his opinion of the Moscow trials that destroyed the old Bolsheviks and set the pattern for the sequels in Sofia, Budapest, and Prague after the war. He never mentions any reading of the considerable literature surrounding these events. The gist of his account is that British communists, or at any rate party intellectuals, did not believe the official versions of any of them. This is not quite the same thing as knowing they were a pack of lies, since unofficial versions circulated too. When Khrushchev finally laid bare the foundations of the whole grotesque edifice of confessions, in Stalin's torture chambers, Hobsbawm stresses the shock that his revelations, containing, of course, little not already widely known outside it, caused the international communist movement. The reason, he writes, is obvious. We were not told the truth about something that had to affect the very nature of a communist's belief. 13 Even if, once again, the pronoun leaves a margin of ambiguity, the implication must be that Hobsbawm himself had in some way continued to believe in Stalin's honor. In what way? The construction of the narrative makes it impossible to guess. What is clear is that, not independent sources critically checked, but the word of authority was expected to deliver the truth. To all appearances, militant and historian had remained separate identities. The crisis that Khrushchev's speech in April 1956, followed within months by the Hungarian revolt, set off in the CPGB is described with an image of agitated emotion by Hobsbawm. For more than a year, British communists lived on the edge of the political equivalent of a collective nervous breakdown. 14 The party historians group, of which he was then chairman, became the center of opposition to officialdom, and virtually all its members, with the exception of himself, had left the party by the summer of 1957. Why did he stay? He offers two answers, and a postilla. I did not come into communism as a young Briton in England, but as a Central European in the collapsing Weimar Republic. And I came into it when being a communist meant not simply fighting fascism but the world revolution. I still belong to the tail end of the first generation of communists, the ones for whom the October Revolution was the central point of reference in the political universe. It was therefore, he writes, for someone who came from and when I did, quite simply more difficult to break with the party than for those who came later and from elsewhere. 15. This is surely the plain biographical truth, well stated. But if both the emergency and the hope that brought him into the communist movement were more intense than was typical of his English contemporaries, it is less clear that the second contrast would have been more significant than the first, as he suggests. Was the October Revolution so peripheral for Christopher Hill, who joined the party in 1932, learned Russian, as Hobsbawm explains he never did, and wrote a book on Lenin? At all events, in spelling out what he takes to be the larger difference, of time rather than space, Hobsbawm offers another illuminating remark about himself. Politically, he says, having joined the CP in 1936, he belongs to the era of the Popular Front, that pursued an alliance between capital and labor which has determined his strategic thinking to this day. Emotionally, however, as a teenage convert in the Berlin of 1932, he remained tied to the original revolutionary agenda of Bolshevism. 16 This is a dichotomy with more than one bearing on his work as a whole. Yet if such were the deeper biographical reasons why Hobsbawm remained a communist after 1956, one would still have expected some more ordinary political assessments to have been at work as well. For after all, de-Stalinization did not stop in that year. With the defeat of Malenkov and Molotov in the summer of 1957, Khrushchev pursued it more vigorously in the USSR than before. The camps were emptied, living standards improved, intellectual debate revived, solidarity extended to the latest chapter of world revolution in the Caribbean. Further steps to cleanse the record of the past were taken at the 22nd Party Congress in 1962. Such developments persuaded many communists shaken in 1956 that the legacy of the October Revolution was, if with zigzags, being gradually redeemed rather than irretrievably abandoned. It would be surprising if Hobsbawm never thought along these, perfectly understandable, lines. But if he did, there is no trace of it here. As throughout his treatment of the communist experience, there is no discussion of the actual political history of the period, stricto sensu, at all. Instead, he concludes his reasons for staying in the party by appending a private emotion, pride, explaining that if he had left it, he would have improved his career prospects, but just for that reason stayed, to prove myself to myself by succeeding as a known communist, whatever success meant, in spite of that handicap. 17. Hobsbawm calls this combination of loyalty and ambition a form of egoism, which he does not defend. Most people would see in it evidence of an exceptional integrity and strength of character, a courage to take unpopular positions all the more striking in one for whom success has plainly mattered so much. Interesting Times records the different forms. We can take that airy parenthesis as a propitiatory gesture, that success has assumed, a worldwide readership in 80 languages, simultaneous chairs in 3 countries, academies and honorary degrees ad libitum, interviews and audiences galore, homages from the front bench and the Viminale. Still others are omitted. English readers will think of the Company of Honor, to which he also belongs, alongside Lords Talbot, Hurd, and Hailsham. Early on in this account of his life, Hobsbawm explains that he has accepted at least some the signs of public recognition that have made him a member of the official British cultural establishment because nothing would have given such happiness to his mother in her last years, adding, with a disarming smile securing all exits, that in saying this he would be no more honest or dishonest than Sir Isaiah Berlin, who used to excuse taking his knighthood by saying he had only done it give pleasure to his mother. 18. Great men have foibles for which they can be forgiven, including an occasional failure to see where their greatness lies, or what might diminish it. In Britain an inability to resist gewgaws is anyway as common among eminent scholars, historians of all stripes foremost among them, as once African agents of the slave trade. In Hobsbawm's case, its interest lies not in any dissociation, but in the connection between political loyalty and social accommodation. Just because he remains so steadfast in an execrated cause, entry into the acceptance world seems to have acquired all the more value. Inwardly, each advance in the one could be chalked up as refracted luster for the other. Psychologically, such intricate balance wheels are normal enough. But they come at a cost. At the heart of Interesting Times is a sustained effort to explain the meaning of a communist life. But explain to whom? If there is something painful in the repeated, nervous aversion to that quest, it is because, not consistently, but too often for comfort, from the first swivel to the Cambridge spies, to the last swell of satisfaction that Heath and Heseltine should have adorned Marxism today, the unspoken addressee is as if an established order to which an accounting of the self is due in exchange. This appears to be the logic of that absence of close political discussion, or any real intellectual engagement with the issues that haunted the trajectory of European communism, which is so unexpected a feature of these pages. It must now be obvious, he writes of the Russian Revolution, that failure was built into the enterprise from the start. 19 He offers no reason for a conclusion so entirely at variance with his insistence on the practicality of the Stalinist tradition. But since such failure is self-evident for the readership in mind, why bother with explaining it? To do that would require another style of orientation, and a different set of references, starting with some names and clairvoyant ideas. Koski, Luxemburg, Trotsky, this memoir chooses to avoid. Nevertheless, after all qualifications or demurs have been entered, Hobsbawm's elegy to the political tradition to which he dedicated his life has a dignity and passion that must command anyone's respect. His treatment of the traditions of others is much less impressive. Here a lack of generosity disfigures too many judgments, producing one grudging solecism after another. The problem starts at the very moment he seeks to explain why he did not leave the party in 1956. Before reaching the valid biographical reasons for his own decision, he sets out, as if it were a necessary preliminary to justify himself, to disparage those who made the opposite choice. A profile of Raphael Samuel, this eager vagabond figure, the absolute negation of administrative and executive efficiency, devotes itself principally to denouncing his harebrained project for a coffee house in London, and bemoaning his own indulgence in this lunatic enterprise, with a disconcerting lack of any sense of proportion. 20 Reading it, no one would guess that Samuel, after 6 years in the CPGB, produced a political anthropology of the party, the lost world of British communism, whose riches make Hobsbawm's recollections of it, after a membership 8 times as long, look a touch skeletal. 21. Of Edward Thompson, we are likewise given to understand that he lacked any inbuilt compass, and after writing The Making of the English Working Class, a work of genius, albeit aggressively brief and narrow in focus, essentially wasted his time, with a criminal diversion of energies into theoretical dispute rather than empirical research, against which Hobsbawm warned him. Thompson would have been surprised to find himself described as insecure in these pages. 22 No doubt this can be said in some measure of all human beings. But we can be fairly sure that in this case he would have thought the boot on the other foot. In practical terms, Hobsbawm continues, the various new lefts that emerged from the crisis of 1956 were negligible. Still worse were the student radicals of North America or Europe of the 60s, to whom my generation would remain strangers, responsible not even for a botched attempt at one kind of revolution, but an effective ratification of another, the one that abolished traditional politics, and in the end the politics of the traditional left. As for the contemporary ultra-left in and outside South America, inspired by the Cuban Revolution, they neither understood nor wanted to understand what might move Latin American peasants to take up arms, unlike the FARC in Colombia or Sendero Luminoso in Peru. 23. Scarcely an item in this sour retrospect withstands careful scrutiny. The new left of the late 50s was integral to the campaign for nuclear disarmament, which did not achieve its objectives, but was rather less negligible as a force for change than the unreconstructed CPGB. The student movements of Europe and America not only, as Hobsbawm himself in a forgetful moment remembers, helped to cripple the regimes of de Gaulle and Nixon, but, as he does not recall, were critical in bringing the war in Vietnam to an end in the US, and setting off the most powerful working-class mobilizations of the post-war period in France and Italy. In Latin America, the only successful revolution, in Nicaragua, was not only directly inspired, but assisted by Cuba. As for Peru and Colombia, Hobsbawm tells us he could not but welcome the crushing of Sendero by Fujimori, why not now the FARC by Uribe? Counterpointing such exercises in futility, Hobsbawm recounts another and, in his eyes, more fruitful enterprise underway by the early 80s. This was the campaign he waged in the pages of Marxism Today to rescue the Labour Party from the perils of Benery. Here legitimate pride and fatal delusion are curiously interwoven. Before the fall of the Callaghan government, Hobsbawm rightly pointed out that the militant trade unionism of the 70s, for all its striking industrial successes, was not being carried by any underlying expansion of working-class strength or organization, and after Thatcher came to power, that capture of a weakened labor machine by the left would not suffice to defeat the new conservatism. 24 But the conclusions he drew from these correct observations were extraordinarily simple-minded. Essentially, that the overriding task was to ensure the restoration at any cost of a moderate leadership capable of attracting middle-class voters back to the party again, regardless of the obvious fact that it was just the exhaustion of this kind of traditional labourism, demonstrated at dismal length through the late 60s and 70s, which had led to the rise of the left in the first place. Hobsbawm recounts with relish, but overestimates, his role in the media outcry that finished off Benn and put the pitiable figure of Kinnock in office. Since the whole of Fleet Street, from the Sun and Mirror through to the Guardian and the Telegraph, was baying for Benn's head, it is doubtful how much difference his personal bark made. Once Kinnock had conducted the necessary purges of the party, he assures us, its future was safe. Alas, even with Thatcher out of the way, the new leader proved a fiasco at the polls in 1992. I am not alone, Hobsbawm writes mournfully, in recalling that election night as the saddest and most desperate in my political experience. 25 So much for March 1933. Such absurd inflation is a measure of the loss of contact with reality that his crusade to save the Labour Party, Gaitskell's old slogan dusted off again, seems temporarily to have induced in the historian. For, of course, far from being saved, in the sense he wanted, it was turned inside out to produce what he himself now calls a Thatcher in trousers. Remarking that, since his rescue operation of the party, a Labour left no longer exists, he seems unable to grasp that just this was one of the conditions of the rise of Blairism he now deplores. It is obvious enough that on a minor scale Marxism Today, journalistically lively, but with no intellectual or political stamina, played the role of a sorcerer's apprentice, not least in preparing the cult of Thatcher as a model of radical government that was taken over with a vengeance by New Labour. Hobsbawm ends by grieving that the Blair regime drove us out of real politics, and sadly cites the admonition to him of an MT stalwart now ensconced in Downing Street, that critique is no longer enough, since New Labour must operate in a market economy and fit in with its requirements. To which all he can reply is, true enough, adding to such humble minimalism only a protest that still, the leadership does have excessive faith in neoliberal ideology. 26 This episode is not the whole Hobsbawm, by any means. What it shows is only what had become of that side of his background that he says has always guided his strategic thinking. The Popular Front could once awaken masses to political life and mobilize genuine enthusiasm, but even at its height, in France and Spain in the 30s, it lacked any realistic calculus of power, and ended in disaster. The transference of its freight of sentimental illusions into post-war conditions, where there was never any comparable popular mobilization behind it, had more banal outcomes: the bewildered ejection of one communist party after another from continental governments in 1946–47, the futile quest for a historic compromise in Italy in the 70s, finally, cold cinders of the glowing hopes of 1936, the forlorn attempt to put the cracked shell of labourism together again in the 80s. The last third of Interesting Times shifts register again, dropping any narrative sequence for surveys of Hobsbawm's profession and travels. Here the pace slackens and the book appears to become more conventional, though the same sharp intelligence flashes through even flatter stretches. He gives a good account of the rise of the analytic social history associated with the annals and past and present at the expense of earlier high political narratives, regretting its later retreat with the cultural turn of the 80s. The historians who pioneered it he describes as modernizers, a term too vague and bureaucratic, quite apart from its other connotations, to be of much theoretical use. Point 27. Here he sells himself short. To see how original his own thinking about the study of the past has been, more than Broadels, by whom he says he was somewhat overawed, one needs to turn to his collection on history. For what this part of Interesting Times brings home again is how little this autobiography offers any direct account of Hobsbawm's engagement with the world of ideas. From beginning to end, scarcely a work of thought is mentioned as having seriously impinged on him. Of his Marxism, virtually all we are told is that he read the Communist Manifesto at high school in Berlin. Noting that literature was the substitute for philosophy in English sixth forms, he associates himself with other British Marxist historians in coming to history through an initial passion for the arts. But beyond saying that St. Marylebone Grammar School introduced him to the astonishing marvels of English poetry and prose, 28, we are no wiser as what to his reading actually was. When he comes to politics, lines from Brecht and Neruda are quoted, but conceptually there is a complete blank. Perhaps this abstention is no more than an eye to a public uninterested in such questions. Travel is another matter. The book ends with Hobsbawm's experiences of France, Spain, Italy, Latin America, and the United States. Of the first four he writes with consistent affection, without claiming any special insight into them. He confesses, in fact, that in different ways he has been disconcerted or disappointed at the development of each, finding the politics and culture of the Fifth Republic an ungenial sequel to the France of late 30s and 40s, caught by surprise at the speed with which capitalism has transformed Spain, flabbergasted by the success of Craxi and Berlusconi in Italy, and the shriveling of the communist movement to which he felt closest, resigned to the lack of any real political progress in Latin America, amidst sweeping social changes. But in other respects, these chapters are agreeable enough records of pleasures and friendships in societies of which he is fond. The United States, where Hobsbawm has spent more time than in all the others combined, is another matter. Manhattan excepted, by his own account he learnt more about the country from a few months exploring the jazz scene in 1960, than from a dozen years of seasonal teaching in the 80s and 90s. These seem, if anything, to have reinforced a sense of distance from it, an antipathy without his usual quotient of curiosity. However impressive its achievements, he writes, American social inequality and political paralysis, self-absorption and megalomania, are traits that make him glad to belong to another culture. The remark is a reminder that the country which has meant most to Hobsbawm does not figure in this survey. After describing boyhood impressions, Interesting Times, though it contains a brief intermezzo on holidays in Wales, never returns to Britain again. This is certainly not a sign of indifference. It is clear from contemporaries that already at Cambridge he felt more British than they expected, patriotic sentiments that later found expression in a strong defence of the integrity of the United Kingdom, and perhaps mixed feelings about the Falklands War. His relationship to his legally native, but culturally adopted, country is an area of complexity he leaves aside in the self-portrait. Interesting Times comes to a close with a magnificent coda on September 11, and its political exploitation, above all the sheer effrontery of presenting the establishment of a U.S. global empire as the defensive reaction of a civilization about to be overrun by nameless barbarian horrors unless it destroyed international terrorism. 29 In a historical perspective, the new American imperium will be more dangerous than was the British Empire, because run by a much larger power. But it is unlikely to last longer. Indeed, capitalism itself, Hobsbawm suggests, is once again earning the distrust of the young, as vaster forces of social change bowl the world beyond all known horizons. Defining himself as a historian who benefited from never wholly belonging to any one community, whose ideal is the migrant bird, at home in Arctic and tropic, overflying half the globe, he calls on newer generations to shun the fetishes of identity, and make common cause with the poor and weak. Let us not disarm, even in unsatisfactory times. Social injustice still needs to be denounced and fought. The world will not get better on its own. 30 On closing these pages, for all the differences of composition within them as a memoir, and of the reflections these suggest, the abiding impression is of the largeness of this mind, and the complex distinction of the life it reports. They are a fitting accompaniment to the achievement of the historian. A brusque vitality has defied the years. 2. Presented as a pendant to Age of Extremes, a personal portrait hung opposite the historical landscape. What light does Interesting Times throw on Hobsbawm's vision of the 20th century, an overall narrative of modernity? In overarching conception, the age of revolution, the age of capital, the age of empire and age of extremes can be regarded as single enterprise, a tetralogy which has no equal as a systematic account of how the contemporary world was made. All display the same astonishing fusion of gifts, economy of synthesis, vividness of detail, global scope, yet acute sense of regional difference, polymathic fluency, at ease with crops and stock markets, nations and classes, statesmen and peasants, sciences and arts, breadth of sympathies for disparate social agents, power of analytic narrative, and not least a style of remarkable clarity and energy, whose signature is the sudden bolt of metaphoric electricity across the even surface of cool, pungent argument. It is striking how often these flashes of figuration are drawn from the natural world to which he says he felt so close in his youth, religion, from being something like the sky, from which no man can escape and which contains all that is above the earth, became something like a bank of clouds, a large but limited and changing feature of the human firmament. The iron plow of industrialization multiplied its crops of hard-faced businessmen under the rainy clouds of the north. Fascism dissolved like a clump of earth thrown into a river. 31. Still, within the epic span of these 4 volumes, there is a definite break between the first 3, conceived early on as a trilogy, and the last, which is more self-standing, with features that mark it off from its predecessors. Covering the epoch from the French Revolution to the First World War, the trilogy follows a consistent scheme, classically Marxist in its logic. Each volume begins with an account of the economic foundations of the period, then a narrative of its political conflicts, in the first 2 volumes, headed Developments, followed by a panorama of social classes, and then a survey of the cultural and intellectual scene, headed Results. There is no clanking of theoretical armor, base and superstructure are never mentioned. Within the series, individual treatments repeatedly stand out, wonderful chapters on the Napoleonic Wars, on Romanticism, on the world boom of the 1850s and its losers, on the origins of the First World War, and many others. A decade before the term became common currency, globalization is already a theme in the age of empire. The political sympathies of the trilogy are forthright. It is rare to find a historian writing, "This is the age of capital." The author of this book cannot conceal a certain distaste, perhaps a certain contempt for the age with which it deals, though one mitigated by admiration for its titanic material achievements and by the effort to understand even what he does not like. 32 Hobsbawm's general verdicts are often searing. Altogether, the introduction of liberalism on the land was like some sort of silent bombardment which shattered the social structure had always inhabited and left nothing in its place but the rich, a solitude called freedom. 33 But the tang of particular judgments is always individual, and rarely predictable. Who would have thought to see the Congress of Vienna praised as sensible and realistic, or expected Louis Napoleon to receive more favorable treatment than Proudhon or Bakunin? If the 3 ages enjoy a well-nigh universal admiration, they have attracted less critical discussion than they deserve. That is partly, of course, a matter of the scale of their performance, which virtually defies any all-round view of them. Lacking that, particular points of dissent or reflection are bound to remain somewhat arbitrary or marginal. But if the test of any major work is also the questions it prompts, a few loose thoughts may be worth bouncing off these superbly polished surfaces. The axis around which the trilogy organizes the history of the long 19th century, running as it were from 1776 or 1789 to 1914, is, in Hobsbawm's words, the triumph and transformation of capitalism in the historically specific forms of bourgeois society in its liberal version. 34 Here we have, in news, the trio of objects of analysis: economic, social, political, that control the unfolding of each volume. Describing the aim of his work as not detailed narrative, but interpretation, or what the French call haute vulgarisation. 35 Hobsbawm leaves open the question of how far this commits him to explanation, a distinction that is not irrelevant to his achievement. At the outset of his enterprise, he remarks that the age of revolution will not try to explain the origins of capitalism, which lie in 16th or 17th century Europe, but the breakthrough of the Industrial Revolution in England from the 1780s onwards. He keeps his promise with a powerfully focused account of the imperial foundations of British industrialization. Launched, like a glider, by the colonial trade to which it was attached, the cotton industry, its raw materials furnished essentially by slaves, its markets secured by naval power, represented the triumph of exports over domestic consumption. 36 Subsequent historians have stressed the comparative advantage afforded by Britain's coal-based energy as a key condition of the Industrial Revolution, a notion others have sought to do away with altogether. But none has seriously shaken Hobsbawm's argument. On the other hand, when we come to the second major epoch of industrial expansion, the global take-off of the 1850s, that is the starting point of the age of capital, a gradual lowering of explanatory pressure sets in. Why did economic expansion accelerate so spectacularly in our period? Hobsbawm asks, only to reply that the question ought really to be reversed, the problem being rather why it did not do so earlier. 37 This fin de non-recevoir seems something of an obfuscation, but in any case is not pursued. Instead, we are offered a more scattered menu of factors, the railway, improved communications, new gold supplies, that never really matches the scale of the change invoked, tailing away rather inconclusively with the spread of economic liberalism. 38 At the next crucial juncture of the world economy, the slide into the Great Depression of 1873, even less is vouchsafed. Indeed, while there is a graphic depiction of the uneven character of the slump, scarcely any causal analysis of it is ventured at all. Rather, when the tide turns again with the upswing of the 1890s, Hobsbawm simply notes that the whole period of the Age of Empire appears to have moved to a Kondratiev rhythm, some 20 years of recession, followed by 20 of expansion. But since we cannot explain them, the Kondratiev periodicities do not help us much. 39 Little is said of the possible reasons for the upturn, beyond the increased purchasing power of the big cities, after the price deflation of the downswing. Perhaps abstention from deeper probing is the price of the streamlined elegance of the trilogy, whose pace militates against the kind of patient economic excavation Hobsbawm once practiced, in essays like The Crisis of the 17th Century. 40. If we move from the first to the second term of the trilogy's program, a different set of issues is posed, conceptual more than empirical. It might be said these begin with the famous idea of the dual revolution itself, twin craters of a larger regional volcano. 41 The problem here can be put very simply. At the end of the 18th century, the Industrial Revolution occurred in Britain, the political revolution in France. But why were they dissociated? According to traditional Marxist premises, a political revolution should occur when the advance of new economic forces of production bursts through the carapace of outmoded social relations. Yet in one country the blast of modern industry shook neither monarchy nor oligarchy, in the other, the eruption of the people brought no acceleration of advanced technology, but rather, as Hobsbawm notes, a consolidation of traditional peasant property. For a Marxist historian, this reciprocal asymmetry might seem to call for something more than empirical registration. To tax any work of magnitude with what it does not say, rather than learn from what it does, always risks being captious. But in this instance, the grace with which Hobsbawm's histo-ire raisonné glides across analytic thin ice presages difficulties later on. For what it finesses is the nature of the relationship between capitalism and bourgeois society, of which the Trinitarian formula of the ages says only that one is a historically specific form of the other, without further particulars. The neuralgic point here is the career of the European bourgeoisie as a political class. In his first volume, after describing the Restoration settlement of 1815, Hobsbawm writes of the revolutionary wave of 1830, in effect, it marked the definitive defeat of aristocratic by bourgeois power in Western Europe. The ruling class of the next 50 years was to be the grande bourgeoisie of bankers, big industrialists, and sometimes top civil servants, accepted by an aristocracy which effaced itself or agreed to promote primarily bourgeois policies, unchallenged as yet by universal suffrage, though harassed from the outside by the agitations of the lesser or unsatisfied businessmen, the petty bourgeoisie and the early labor movements. 42 This seems a trifle premature. If the bourgeoisie were already the rulers of Western Europe in the time of Lola Montez and King Bomba, what need for the upheavals of 1848? Why indeed conclude, at the end of an admirable survey of these, that it was now that the bourgeoisie ceased to be a revolutionary force. 43 For that matter, in the half-century after 1830, universal male suffrage had arrived in both France and Germany, but were Bismarck and McMahon mere burghers? The second volume suggests another periodization, but one that compounds rather than resolves such uncertainties. The years from 1850 to 1875 represent, above all, the era of the triumphant bourgeoisie, when its ascendancy seemed beyond doubt or challenge. Yet at the same time, Hobsbawm concedes, in most countries the bourgeoisie, however defined, plainly did not control or exercise political power. What it did exercise was hegemony, and what it increasingly determined was policy. There was no alternative to capitalism as a method of economic development. 44 What this description implies, but does not say, is that between economic and political realms, there was not a match but a torsion. The rule of capital did not necessarily mean bourgeois rulers. Here too is a central paradox, that appears to call for explanation. But again the narrative eludes it. In this case, it does so in part by dispersion. The great political upheavals of the period form a set that concentrates all the elements of this epical twist: the unifications of Germany and Italy, the American Civil War and the Meiji Restoration in Japan. The Age of Capital covers all of them, but distributing them under different chapter headings: conflicts and wars, building nations, winners, does not relate them in a way that would force the underlying historical issue. If, at the height of its powers, the European bourgeoisie was never actually quite in power, enjoying mastery of the state, what was the curve of its development after the brief and impermanent 45 moment of its triumph? The Age of Empire shifts emphasis to the third term of the originating formula. This book surveys the moment in history when it became clear that the society and civilization created by and for the Western liberal bourgeoisie represented not the permanent form of the modern industrial world, but only one phase of its early development. 46 In other words, here for the first time Hobsbawm starts explicitly to disconnect economic form and social force. After a careful discussion of the fluid composition and boundaries of the class, he remarks that the problem of defining the bourgeoisie as a group of men and women, and the line between these and the lower middle classes, has no direct bearing on the analysis of capitalist development at this stage, for the economic structures which sustain the 20th century world, even when they are capitalist, are no longer those of private enterprise in the sense businessmen would have accepted. In 1870.47, The Age of Empire does not dwell on the continuing grip of aristocratic and agrarian elites at the summit of state and society in the Belle Époque, in the way that a historian like Arnaud Meyer has done. But it traces a dissolution of the firm contours of the 19th century bourgeoisie in the emergence of the modern corporation, the emancipation of women, and above all in the crisis of liberalism, a moral and ideological self-destruction leading to 1914. As bourgeois Europe moved in growing material comfort towards its catastrophe, we observe the curious phenomenon of a bourgeoisie, or at least a significant part of its youth and its intellectuals, which plunged willingly, even enthusiastically into the abyss. 48 In effect, the upshot of the trilogy is a snapping of the links between the constituent elements that set it in motion. Capitalism no longer requires this, or any bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is no longer committed to this, or any liberalism. The demonstratives remain indeterminate, leaving the difference between the particular and the generic in suspense. Chronologically, Age of Extremes resumes the narrative at the point where its predecessor ends, with the outbreak of the First World War, a continuity underlined by the anticipation of some of its key themes in the epilogue that concludes the trilogy, looking ahead to the history of the 20th century. But conceptually, and architectonically, there is a break. Half as long again as the earlier volumes, the fourth is erected on a larger scale. Coming to it after them is rather as if, having clambered along what appeared to be the crest line of a great mountain range, one were suddenly to find a peak of Andean proportions rearing up overhead beyond it. There is no doubt at all that Age of Extremes is Hobsbawm's masterpiece. Its presentation and internal construction repay close attention. The title is already a signal, the definite articles of the trilogy have gone, as have their pointed substantives. The replacements belong to another semantic set, less categorical and political, more existential. The actors have changed too. The most striking single discontinuity of the fourth volume is the complete disappearance from sight of the bourgeoisie, which, unlike chess, drugs, or football, does not even rate an entry in the index. Did it vanish historically in August 1914? No historian is obliged to return to earlier themes, and a wish to break new ground is always commendable. But such a sharp caesura is unlikely to be just a matter of changing the subject, without significance for the direction of what follows. Age of Extremes delivers its fundamental argument in the form of a periodization. The short 20th century between 1914 and 1991 can be divided into three phases. The first, the Age of Catastrophe, extends from the slaughter of the First World War, through the Great Depression and the rise of fascism, to the cataclysm of the Second World War and its immediate consequences, including the end of European empires. The second, the Golden Age, stretching approximately from 1950 to 1973, saw historically unprecedented rates of growth and a new popular prosperity in the advanced capitalist world, with the spread of mixed economies and social security systems, accompanied by rising living standards in the Soviet bloc, and the end of the Middle Ages in the Third World, as the peasantry streamed off the land into modern cities in post-colonial states. The third phase, landslide, starting with the oil crisis and onset of recession in 1973, and continuing into the present, has witnessed economic stagnation and political atrophy in the West, the collapse of the USSR in the East, socio-cultural anomie across the whole of the North, and the spread of vicious ethnic conflicts in the South. The signs of these times are, less growth, less order, less security. The barometer of human welfare is falling. This is a powerful view of the century. The contrast it draws between the first and second phases is clear-cut enough, and gives its force to the title of the book. What of the dividing lines between the second and third? Here there is an obvious sense in which Hobsbawm has remained faithful to his Marxist origins, since the primary demarcation between the two is economic. Each period, he observes, corresponds to a Kondratiev long wave, a quarter century of dynamic upswing, followed by another of sluggish downswing. Once again he reiterates that Kondratiev cycles seem to exist, but have defied explanation. Since Age of Extremes opens by saying that my object has been to understand and explain why things turned out the way they did, a stronger emphasis than the interpretation promised by the trilogy, reliance on the same inscrutable mechanism could be held a more serious admission of limit, since the coherence of the whole narrative in a sense turns on this Deus absconditus. 49. As it happens, Hobsbawm does offer partial explanations of the Great Depression of the 30s, of the boom of the Golden Age, and even, if more obliquely, of the long downswing. The first he attributes essentially to insufficient demand in the United States of the Jazz Age, anyway perhaps too isolationist for a responsible role in the world economy at large. The second he puts down to effective management of demand in the mixed economies of a chastened post-war capitalism, assuring regular wage increases to absorb output, and far better international coordination of trade and investment. The third he implies was due to excessive demand, as wages outstripped productivity in the late 60s, unleashing generalized inflation, just as the gold-dollar system of the Bretton Woods epoch broke down. The symmetry of these suggestions is plain enough. Mostly Hobsbawm lets them fall without emphasis, with the skeptical air of a historian who distrusts the dogmas of economists of any sort, so too much weight should not be put on them. Yet they remain conventional, and surprisingly unaffected by contrary indications. Robert Brenner has shown, pretty conclusively, how little the onset of the slump in America can be explained by wage repression, or the end of the post-war boom by wage explosion. 50 He has also proposed a genuine theoretical explanation, of the kind Kondratiev was unable to provide, of the long downswing, backed by very detailed empirical evidence. The box is not quite so black as Hobsbawm suggests. Still, whatever the reasons, the fact that in the second half of the past century the economic history of advanced capitalism divides at the point and in the way that Hobsbawm describes is beyond dispute. Out of the sea change of the early 70s, however, Hobsbawm develops a much more far-reaching contrast of epochs, tending to encompass every dimension of social life and every part of the globe. How sound is the superstructure built on this foundation? Virtually by definition, every golden age is suspect of legend. In this case, Hobsbawm has taken the phrase from a description of the post-war boom in the OECD zone by Anglo-American economists of the left, Andrew Glynn, David Gordon, and others, and totalized a phase of world history under it. The notion, as always and as he himself concedes, is a retrospective one, treasure discovered after the event. It is amidst the rubble of the landslide that what preceded it appear ingots. The validity of this contrast can be looked at in a number of ways. But if we confine ourselves to the principal issues addressed by Hobsbawm, three suggest themselves. First, has the period since 1973 delivered substantially less material improvement for the majority of the world's population than the period before it? Slower rates of growth, flatter wages, more unemployment, and rising inequality in the rich Atlantic and Antipodean zones, do not by themselves mean that the answer is yes. For the period of the long downswing has also seen a dramatic shift in the relative wealth of the most densely inhabited regions of the Earth. China alone, after all, has a population larger than North America, Europe, and Russia combined. Its growth rates in the period of the landslide dwarf those of the Golden Age. Notwithstanding the acute economic crisis of 1997–98, Southeast Asia, with a population considerably larger than South America, has posted faster development since the 70s than in the 50s and 60s. Even India somewhat accelerated over the same span. In all this part of the world, where some 3/5 of humanity live, the sum of misery has been reduced more significantly than in the halcyon days of the Atlantic boom. Thus, even allowing for the pit into which most of the former Soviet Union has fallen, the indescribable abyss of large regions of sub-Saharan Africa, and the universal increase of inequality, on any moderately Benthamite calculation the balance of well-being tips towards the later, not the earlier period. For confirmation, we can take Hobsbawm's own most striking image of human improvement. The peasantry did not become extinct in the Golden Age, and has far from disappeared after 3 decades of landslide. It is still about 45% of the world's population. But the greatest drop in its numbers, by a long way, has occurred in the past 30 years of breakneck Third World urbanization. The Middle Ages, in the sense intended, ended for most of humanity in the age of Reagan, not Eisenhower. A second central theme of Age of Extremes is the political violence of the century, the 187 million deaths by war, massacre, execution, or famine that Hobsbawm places at the outset of his history. How do the Golden Age and the landslide compare on this scale? The shape of the former was inseparable from the Cold War, to which Hobsbawm devotes a crisp chapter, putting the onus for it essentially on the United States, rather than either the Soviet Union, or both powers. The apocalyptic tone and crusading zeal of the conflict came, he argues, from Washington alone. Yet no imminent danger of world war existed, each side accepted the division of the globe after 1945, and nuclear arms, irrationally accumulated and strategically inconsequential, were never used. The effect of this account of the High Cold War is to soften the dangers of mutual destruction so widely feared at the time, which might be thought to compromise the image of a golden age. Interesting Times, more consistently and candidly, speaks of life under the black cloud of nuclear apocalypse. 51. Still, even setting this aside, the period was murderous enough. The years from 1950 to 1972 included the Korean War, the French Wars in Indochina and Algeria, 3 Middle Eastern Wars, the Portuguese Wars in Africa, the Biafran conflict, the Indonesian massacres, the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution, and the American War in Vietnam. Total dead, perhaps 45 million. By comparison, the global kill ratio dropped steeply during the landslide. From 1973 to 1994, when Age of Extremes appeared, its worst episodes were the Iraq-Iran War, the Cambodian massacres, the genocide in Rwanda, counter-revolutionary terror in South and Central America, the Fourth and Fifth Middle Eastern Wars, and ethnic cleansing in the Balkans. Approximate deaths, 5 million. The barbarities of the present age are far from over. But in that respect there is no cause to regret its predecessor. Why should the analytic schema of Age of Extremes be to this extent out of kilter with the historical record, in the two leading measures it selects for appraising the century? One reason in common suggests itself. In both, it is the weight of East Asia, and above all of China, that makes the difference, with far the largest casualties in the Golden Age, and far the highest rates of growth in the landslide. In his autobiography, Hobsbawm writes, "To this day I find myself treating the memory and tradition of the USSR with an indulgence and tenderness which I do not feel towards Communist China, because I belong to the generation for whom the October Revolution represented the hope of the world, as China never did." 52. There is a touch of overgeneralization in this. Brecht, from an earlier generation, or Althusser from his own, did not feel this way. But it can be taken as a personal fact, relevant to the historian. Given the extraordinary internationalism of Hobsbawm's cast of mind, compound of political experience, professional erudition, and imaginative sympathy, it would be absurd to reproach him for his European formation. But Age of Extremes retains the angle of vision of its origins in Vienna, Berlin, and London, as the autobiography describes them. China lacks its proportionate place in the balance of the century. Japan, too, figures less than it should, not least during the Golden Age itself, or as its role in the Age of Capital would warrant. The only member of the nation to earn a mention is Kurosawa. Here cultural distance probably makes itself felt. Once asked what the country was like, after a visit, the historian stared into the middle distance and replied, simply, Mars. Affinities are always selective. The condition of engaging deeply with some foreign cultures, however many, is inevitably less contact with others. The third major theme running through Hobsbawm's account of the last half-century is the disintegration of the old patterns of human social relationships, and with it, incidentally the snapping of links between the generations, that is to say, between past and present. 53 The socio-cultural comparator is not so clear-cut as the material or lethal, but the emphasis of the narrative falls on the crisis decades of the 70s and 80s as the time when moral ties that had given immemorial cohesion to human life, of family, birthplace, work, religion, class, solidarities of any ethical substance, crumbled most decisively. The result has been the spread of an absolute asocial individualism, whose psychological costs have increasingly found compensation in the twisted collective fixations of identity politics. Here, certainly, it is more plausible to assume an overall unidirectional development than in the case of economic growth or violent death. Since, reasonably enough, Hobsbawm dates the inception in the West of a cultural revolution against every known form of tradition to the 60s, it follows that the wider impact of this transformation must fall in the subsequent decades. The timing of such changes is one thing, evaluation of them another. Hobsbawm's depictions of the 60s and their aftermath, both in Age of Extremes and Interesting Times, are generally dyspeptic. In direction, they can be ranged together with the suggestions first adumbrated on the left by Regis Debray, and then developed by Mark Lilla on the right, that the hedonistic libertarianism of the period sprang from the same moral soil as the unbridled neoliberalism of its successor, in the casting off of all restraints, first of sex and then of greed, in pursuit of naked individual desire. 54 Hobsbawm does not make this connection quite so expressly, giving more importance to the autonomization of youth as a historically unprecedented phenomenon, but his negative verdict on the Cultural Revolution is clear. There is, however, an obvious rejoinder to any Jeremiad here. Has there been any single consequence of the great transvaluation as general and profound as the worldwide advance in the emancipation of women? This is a development whose brunt falls squarely into the landslide. Modern feminism as a movement, and the mass entry of women into the labor force of the industrialized world on less unequal terms with men, essentially dates from the 70s. Hobsbawm accords these all the sociological importance they merit, naturally without censure. But they do not figure much in his moral reckoning of the dissolution of traditional ties. With scarcely a word, the bourgeois family and its patriarchs, objects of withering analysis in the Age of Empire, have crept off the scene. Tacitly, their demise has ceased to be altogether a liberation. With this we arrive back at the missing actors of the short 20th century. The changing position of women is allocated to the social revolution, as distinct from the deleterious cultural one, covered in the next chapter. Here Hobsbawm lays out the major collective forces of the contemporary world, in a counterpart survey to his panoramas of class in the 19th century. What does it contain? In order: peasants, students, workers, women. Absent is any sequel or equivalent to the bourgeois who commanded the heights of the trilogy. Were they without descendants? The architecture of Age of Extremes masks the difficulty here, by not including any cross-section of Western societies between 1914 and 1950. In effect, we pole jump from the milieu of the Belle Époque, with which the Age of Empire ends, over the interwar period, into the latter part of the Golden Age or even the landslide. This conceals, yet also deepens, the hiatus within the series as a whole. For clearly the Western bourgeoisies, however understood, did not pack up at Versailles, but continued to loom large through the Age of Catastrophe, as Hobsbawm, arriving in Baldwin's England, has every reason to know. Why then does he factor them out? One clue to an answer may lie in a spatial anomaly of Age of Extremes. Economically, politically, and culturally, the country that has for better or worse overwhelmingly dominated the span of history it recounts, to the point where the short 20th century is often simply called after it, is the United States. One would expect it to have roughly similar salience in the book. But in fact, there is no head-on treatment of the US at all. America features at relevant points in the narrative: First and Second World Wars, Great Depression, Cold War, crisis decades, and so forth, in passages that are nearly always sharp-eyed, but there is no consolidated reflection of any kind. The contrast with Russia is striking. The index logs twice as many entries for the USSR as for the USA, but the disparity of attention is actually more marked than this. The Soviet Union receives 3 full-dress analyses, at the moment of Bolshevik foundation, of the high Stalinist system, and then of Brezhnevite decline and implosion under Gorbachev and Yeltsin. No one would want less of the October Revolution and its consequences. But this centrality of the loser makes the relative marginalization of the winner all the more pointed. If Interesting Times sheds biographical light on the sources of an underlying discomfort with America, the reasons why its entrances are sporadic in Age of Extremes, as if for much of the time it really belonged offstage, are likely to be more structural, an effect of composition as much as of alienation. For the United States has participated in only the most mitigated sense in the triptych into which Hobsbawm divides the century. Of the time of catastrophe, it knew only the Depression, deep enough, but quickly sublimated into sentimental legends of the New Deal and America's most successful president, against which Hobsbawm himself is not entirely proof. 55 The two world wars were, relatively speaking, so many cantors abroad, bringing prosperity rather than distress to an untouched homeland. The Golden Age, as Hobsbawm notes in Interesting Times, was continuous with the experience of the wartime boom. The landslide has lofted the country to an all-time pinnacle of power. If China is never quite integrated into one side of the picture, America does not readily fit it on the other. The disappearance from Age of Extremes of the class of masters tracked by the earlier books may have something to do with the slippage of focus. For, whatever its vicissitudes in Europe, in the United States there can be no shadow of doubt that the bourgeoisie, haute or moyenne, was in command throughout the first half of the century. We need only think of such different figures as Taft and Wilson, Coolidge and Mellon, Stimson and Cordell Hull, Atchison and the Dulles brothers, not to speak of the two Roosevelts themselves. Not, of course, that Europe was without their equivalents, Adenauer, Pinay or Solbach, even after the war. But certainly America was par excellence the land of the species at its most robust. 50 years later, can we speak in the same sense of bourgeoisies in the West? Dropping them from the cast of his characters, Hobsbawm is unlikely to have been moved by the now unseasonable connotations of the term. It is more probable that he was, understandably enough, perplexed as to what had happened to them. For certainly among the effects of the social revolution set in train from the 60s onwards were mutations in what Marx called the character masks of capital itself. A certain plebeian marination of styles and personnel has undoubtedly occurred. But the more significant change is one not of tone but of scale. Never since the Gilded Age have financial buccaneers and industrial magnates stalked the earth with such giant strides, trampling over labor and swaggering through culture, from heights of power and wealth Gould or Morgan could scarcely have imagined. A glance at press or television is reminder enough of the ubiquity of this tribe. Omitting it, Age of Extremes offers a decapitated portrait of contemporary society. What has been the political upshot of the social and cultural upheavals depicted in Age of Extremes? Certainly no matching revolution. If anything, the effect of its abbreviation of the landscape of wealth and power is to conjure up a world close to the dictum coined, though not endorsed, by Lutz Needhammer, the rulers have ceased to rule, but the slaves remain slaves. 56 Such a verdict is not Hobsbawm's way of putting things, but it poses the relevant question, what is his view of 20th century democracy? For here, of course, is the final, and from any mainstream standpoint, obviously most conclusive, argument against his contrast of the Golden Age and the landslide. How could he have overlooked the greatest human progress of all, that has spread across the world in the latter rather than former period? According to Freedom House, the number of certified democracies on the planet increased from 22 in 1950 to a mere 31 in 1972, but between 1973 and 2000 it saw a leap to 85. No longer confined to Western Europe and its overseas extensions in the New World and the South Pacific, democracy has now conquered virtually all of Latin America, South Africa, Eastern Europe and most of the former Soviet Union, Thailand and Indonesia, Taiwan and South Korea, with new candidates lining up for admission annually. Isn't this enough to show that all that has really been crashing down the slopes are tyrannies of one kind or another? On this reading, the last 25 years have seen, not so much a period whose gains and losses might be roughly comparable to those of its predecessor, but an immeasurably freer and better world. That Hobsbawm would be an unlikely adept of this vision can be seen already from the trilogy, whose treatment of the emergence of mass electoral politics in the late 19th century is consistently cool. The Age of Empire observes that Lenin's famous statement that the democratic republic is the best possible shell of capitalism, which would have startled an earlier generation of revolutionaries, was a plausible conclusion in the years before the First World War, when the ruling classes of Europe discovered that parliamentary democracy, in spite of their fears, proved itself to be quite compatible with the political and economic stability of capitalist regimes. After the war, however, the connection between the two proved highly fragile, and as fascism spread, communists argued the opposite case, that capitalism must inevitably abandon bourgeois democracy. This proved equally wrong, as experience after 1945 was to show. 57 But, though democracy then re-emerged as the favorite system of prosperous and cohesive capitalist societies, it was a reality in very few of the more than 150 states around the world. Such was Hobsbawm's position in 1987, 2 years before the fall of the Berlin Wall. How does democracy feature in Age of Extremes? Hobsbawm confines his discussion of it to 2 blocks of reflection, towards the beginning and at the end of the book. The first forms part of a more general analysis of the fall of liberalism in the age of catastrophe, the core of which is a brilliant analysis of the rise of various types of right-wing authoritarianism, of which the most extreme was fascism, in the interwar period. Democracies fell like 9 pins, he argues, because they require conditions of prosperity, consensual legitimacy, social harmony, and low policy demands on government, that rarely obtained amidst massive economic dislocation and social tension. By 1940, out of some 27 European states, only 5 survived as democracies. The whole chapter is a tour de force of terse diagnosis. But when the narrative moves to the post-war period, there is no equivalent account of the reconstruction of democracy in Europe and Japan, typically on broader suffrage bases than before. Instead we move straight into the Cold War, with scarcely a mention of the fact that the free world was the banner under which the West fought it. Where democracy enters the story, it gets brusque treatment. Commenting on the rival superpowers, Hobsbawm writes, like the USSR, the USA was a power representing an ideology, which most Americans sincerely believed to be the model for the world. Unlike the USSR, the USA was a democracy. Unfortunately, it must be said that the second of these was probably the more dangerous. 58. The absence of any particular attention to the spread of democracy as a modal political order during the landslide is thus of a piece with the way it is handled in the Golden Age. But at the end of Age of Extremes, Hobsbawm returns to the theme, with a set of memorable remarks on the present. No serious observer in the early 1990s, he opens, could be as sanguine about liberal democracy as about capitalism. 59 For the nation-state was being steadily weakened by the globalization of financial and product markets, in a world economy that was becoming increasingly uncontrollable by any public authorities, or combination of them. Democracies were now systems in which governments exercised ever less power, yet had to take more decisions, typically of technical complexity beyond the understanding of their citizens, while under perpetual siege from media that had become a more important part of the political system than parties or voting arrangements. Today peoples cannot in any realistic sense govern themselves, but nor can they be ignored by governments, that can themselves no longer fully govern. The result of this impasse is inevitably a politics of official evasion, obfuscation or plebiscitary manipulation. In much of the West, contemporary elections have become little more than contests in fiscal perjury. Historically, in truth, representative democracy is rarely a convincing way of running states. 60. Amidst the reigning gabble of non-stop, bureaucratic, academic, journalistic, democraties, such a stringency is a bracing corrective. If any testimony were needed of just how unassimilable Hobsbawm's work is to any comfortable consensus, these acrid verdicts would be enough. Descriptively, they correspond to the steady loss of substance of parliamentary and electoral systems, at a time of their greatest diffusion. That is certainly one of the hallmarks of the age. Analytically, however, they also signal a shift from the way in which democracy is conceived in the trilogy. The Age of Empire linked the function of democratic systems to the structures of class society, and the needs of capital, in the epoch of European domination of the world. If the democracy that existed then was to be criticized, it was in the name of a popular sovereignty and equality it thwarted. That was the point of Lenin's maxim. The thrust of Age of Extremes differs. A century later, it is not the inequality of postmodern democracies that is the focus of critique, but their governability. The class character of the representative order, as a structure of systematically skewed power, is no longer at stake. Bourgeois democracy has exited along with the bourgeoisie. In its place is something more like a radical version of a normally conservative discourse. For, of course, the crisis of governability was the watchword of the Trilateral Commission itself, set up by David Rockefeller and Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1973 to bring together top politicians and businessmen from the US, Europe and Japan, to ponder problems of jointly running the world. Just as the insistence in Age of Extremes that the main problem of the world economy is not so much slow growth as uncontrollability echoes a motif of the same milieu. Brzezinski entitled one of his works Out of Control. It is not that the problems to which Age of Extremes points in such passages are fictive. The endemic instability of international financial markets and the scientific complexity of many environmental issues pose the difficulties to existing regimes that Hobsbawm indicates. But a survey of democratic dysfunctions that remains too close to a technocratic critique misses the ideological force of the present order. There is little sense of the indispensable role played by democracy as a winning card in the outcome of the Cold War, not the ace in the stronger hand always held by the West, which was the appeal of higher consumption, but an essential knave or queen all the same. In keeping with the logic of the trilogy, Age of Extremes considers in detail the fall of liberalism between the wars. But the story of its recovery in the Golden Age, let alone of the potency of its mutation during the landslide, is not told. Neoliberalism, whose spread to all continents over the past 2 decades has made it perhaps the most universal ideology in world history, is dispatched virtually between commas, as a passing utopian fancy. Such minimization points to a telltale gap in the fabric of this concluding volume. The trilogy follows a regular pattern, first treating economies, classes, and states, then arts, sciences, and ideologies. In this scheme, the amount of coverage of the arts and sciences remains constant across all 3 volumes, and duly reappears in Age of Extremes, which has arresting chapters on each, in the last part of the book. If we look at ideologies, on the other hand, there is an unmistakable parabola. The Age of Revolution contains 2 chapters, one devoted to religious, and the other to secular ideologies, 42 pages. The Age of Capital, part of a chapter, 22 pages. The Age of Empire a chapter, 13 pages. When we arrive at Age of Extremes, which many people think of as the era par excellence of ideologies, there is nothing at all. Ideas have lost their place in the history of the race. How is this apparent decline of interest in what once figured so largely to be interpreted? One explanation, of course, would lie in an underlying methodological parti pris, the tendency, so to speak, of any historical materialist to see intellectual systems as no more than ancillary to the interplay of deeper economic and social forces, where the movement of a period is really determined. But too many Marxists have specialized in the history of ideas for this to be a convincing line of thought. Hobsbawm's own original ambition, he tells us in Interesting Times, was to work out the connections between superstructure and base, not the development of the base itself, and there is an obvious sense in which he remained faithful to it. An alternative explanation might be found in the character of the ideas which the successive installments of his history confront. The first volume affords generous space to the great monuments of the Enlightenment and its sequels, the classical political economy of Smith and Ricardo, the radical legacy of Rousseau, the philosophical syntheses of Kant and Hegel, and the culmination of these traditions in Marx. The second gives short shrift to Comte and Spencer, pays wary but curt attention to marginalism, offers a low opinion of the beginnings of academic history, and dwells at length on different manifestations of mid-century racism. The third discusses the spread of Marxism, the declining popularity of evolutionary theories and, rather cursorily, the emergence of psychoanalysis and classical sociology. The fourth, dealing with a period twice as long, contains a page on postmodernism, a phrase or 2 on neoliberalism, and that's it. Obviously, it is tempting to conclude that coverage is proportionate to the affinities of the historian, declining first gradually and then precipitously as we move towards an ungrateful present. There is certainly something in this. It is one of Hobsbawm's merits that he makes no secret of what he dislikes or disdains. But it cannot be the whole story, since the same logic does not apply to the arts. Age of Extremes contains a substantial chapter on the fate of these in the 20th century, that is a blistering attack on the claims of modernism, and the futile and decadent projects of the avant-garde, from which Hobsbawm detects the smell of impending death. A Philippic expanded in his Neurath lecture The Decline and Fall of the 20th Century Avant-Gardes. 61 Distaste is no bar to determined engagement on this front. The reason why ideas fall out of the frame must to some extent lie elsewhere. Could adopted national reflexes be at work? In Hobsbawm's impatient dismissal of arcane doctrines or overly complicated figures of thought, a note of bluff Englishry can at times be heard. The lowering term guru recurs all too frequently in interesting times, assigned to thinkers like Raymond Williams or Antonio Gramsci. Perhaps there is an earlier strain of Plump's Denken too. These might help explain the curious absence of ideas from his self-portrait. Or more simply, setting aside any cultural factors, there could be a temperament in which a no-nonsense rationality, averse to what resists a straightforward logic, is a strong element. That certainly plays a role in the way so many central ideas and episodes of the 20th century are consigned to a single category beyond the ken of the historian. In the First World War, the aim of unconditional surrender was absurd and self-defeating. In the 30s, Stalin's terror was a murderous absurdity. In the Second World War, there is no adequate explanation of Hitler's folly in engaging hostilities with the United States. During the Cold War, Western belief in the Soviet menace was absurd, and the nuclear arms race of the Cold War a sinister absurdity. The murderous absurdities of Mao's Great Leap Forward were followed by the surrealist absurdities of the Cultural Revolution. The American war in Vietnam is almost impossible to understand. Reagan's rearmament was apparent insanity. Today the right to national self-determination has been reduced to a savage and tragic absurdity. 62. Such notes are closer to Voltaire than Marx. Their echo at a crux of the argument of Age of Extremes suggests the ultimate reason for its avoidance of ideas. In the first pages of the book, Hobsbawm declares that the binary opposition between Western capitalism and Soviet socialism which dominated the short 20th century was an arbitrary and artificial construction, and that the conflict between them is of limited historical interest, comparable in the long run to the wars of religion or the Crusades. 63 Returning to this theme in his conclusion, Hobsbawm writes that the debate which confronted capitalism and socialism as mutually exclusive and polar opposites may well turn out to be as irrelevant to the third millennium as the debate between Catholics and various reformers in the 16th and 17th centuries on what constituted true Christianity proved to be in the 18th and 19th. 64. This trope is not just a framing device. One particular chapter makes it a structural feature of the narrative. Against the Common Enemy, substantially longer than the account of fascism itself, is devoted to the anti-fascist alliances of 1935 to 45, the popular fronts before the war, the resistances after 1941, and above all the military pact between the USSR, UK, and USA that eventually defeated the Wehrmacht. Here, Hobsbawm argues, the lines were drawn not between capitalism and communism but between the descendants of the Enlightenment and its opponents. The unity of the struggle against fascism, mobilizing an extraordinary array of forces, was not negative but positive and, in certain respects, lasting, based ideologically on shared values of progress, science, and education, and practically, on active management of the economy by the state. In many respects the victory of this common front forms the hinge of the 20th century. 65. The element of wishful projection in this idealized image of the partners of Yalta and Potsdam, their best selves secretly at one with each other, is plain enough. Historically, capitalist and communist regimes viewed each other with cold instrumental distance throughout their coalition of necessity. For Stalin, his alliance with the USA meant no more, or less, than his earlier pact with Germany. For Truman, who had welcomed the Nazi attack on the Soviet Union as weakening both powers. Contingency plans for an atomic blitz on the USSR began within weeks of the end of the war. The lasting unity of anti-fascism lasted no longer than fascism itself. Capitalism and communism were mortally antagonistic systems, as both sides knew. The Cold War was no aberration. The scrambling of analogies in Hobsbawm's construction, turning 18th and 17th centuries upside down, 5 years of enlightenment, followed by 45 of religious wars, says enough. The ideas pitted against each other in the Cold War were terrestrial, not theological, schemes of social organization, tested against each other in this world, not creedal niceties about a supernatural one beyond it. They cannot be waved away, after the event, as so many irrelevances. That this is so, Age of Extremes brings starkly home itself. For, far from the end of the Cold War leaving a pacified world, relieved of outdated sectarian passions, cruising, as it were, into the calm waters of a contemporary settlement at Utrecht, it has, according to Hobsbawm's own account, tipped us into cataracts of unpredictable violence and social despair. This is, in fact, the scandalous message at the core of the book. The victory of the West over the Soviet Union was historically neither neutral, a mere removal of misleading labels of difference, nor beneficent, the arrival of freedom and the promise of prosperity in lands of shivering dictatorship. The dissolution of the USSR was, on the contrary, an unmitigated catastrophe, plunging Russia into a slump of interwar proportions, and creating a vast zone of disorder, conflict, and mortality crisis across Eurasia. In the world at large, the October Revolution had twice saved capitalism from itself, by defeating Nazism on the battlefield, and obliging Western societies to prophylactic reforms after the war. That check on its feral instincts is now, to everyone's detriment, gone. 5 years after the publication of Age of Extremes, in a synoptic interview that forms a coda to it, Hobsbawm says he actually underestimated the gravity of the disaster that the collapse of the Soviet Union has meant. The scale of the human catastrophe that has struck Russia is something we simply don't understand in the West. I don't believe there has been anything comparable in the 20th century. 66 The historical break of 1991, he argues, is of greater long-term consequence than that of either 1918 or 1945. In short, it would be difficult to overstate Hobsbawm's conviction of the seriousness of the setback represented by the destruction of Soviet socialism. Here, however, lies the tension at the heart of Age of Extremes. Two incompatible visions of the short 20th century are in conflict within it. For the first, the confrontation between two social systems which started in 1917 and ended in 1991 was ultimately a mare's nest. Benign similarities were always deeper than hostile contrasts, which to a large extent were figments of two equally anachronistic metaphysics. For the second, the struggle between revolutionary socialism and capitalism was a fight whose disastrous end, in the death of one at the hands of the other, is the measure of all that has been lost with the elimination of the difference between them. There is no doubt which of these two constructions is more plausible, or has greater weight in the architecture of the book. Calamity, not reconciliation, is the dominant key. It is this vision of the way the century closed that governs the tripartite structure of the book. For if we ask why the landslide is comprehensively counterposed to the Golden Age, despite so many indicators that apparently qualify or reverse the terms of each, the answer is clear: it is the initially gradual, and then hurtling descent of the Soviet experiment that sets the slope of the time. Hobsbawm has explained, with characteristic directness, how the organization of Age of Extremes changed as he composed it. Originally, he explained in a lecture given a year before it appeared, the book was conceived as a diptych, first an age of catastrophe, from the outbreak of World War I to the aftermath of World War II, and then from the late 40s to the time of writing, the exact opposite, the reform of capitalism and persistence of socialism amidst an unparalleled great leap forward of the world economy, in which Russians themselves lived better under Brezhnev than any previous generations had done. 67 Two developments, he says, transformed his perspective, the collapse of the Soviet bloc at the turn of the 90s, and the coincident severity of economic difficulties in the West. Of these, there can be little doubt which was decisive. The long downswing of the world capitalist economy was plain since at least the mid-70s, as he himself notes, the end of the financial bubble in Japan, and the American recession of 1991–92 were only its latest episodes, as it were, factored in advance into the ongoing Kondratiev he says he already assumed in the diptych. It was the fall of the USSR which changed everything. Stratigraphically, the evidence lies in the final composition itself. The placing and premises of against the common enemy only really make sense from the original standpoint of the diptych. Then indeed it would have operated as the hinge of the 20th century, when history turned through the ordeals of Kursk and Bastogne from one extreme to another, unparalleled collective disaster to hitherto unimaginable common progress. Once the shift was made to the triptych, this earlier layer survives as an outcrop in another formation. Elsewhere, there has been a visible compacting of thematic plates that tells much the same story. Thus the long chapters within the Golden Age, on the social and cultural revolutions of the post-war world, are actually not confined to the period 1950–73 at all, but run to the end of what would have been the diptych. The first even explicitly extends to the year 2000, beyond the confines of the book. Here the contrast of formal periodization that generates the triptych is plainly an overlay on the continuity of the deposits beneath it. If the two visions of the century coexist in the final version of Age of Extremes, rather than the second altogether superseding the first, the reason is that they correspond to the two political souls of its author, as he has described them. The first is suffused with the nostalgia of the Popular Front, and its wish to believe that the lion and the lamb could lie down in peace together. The loyalty of the second is to the October Revolution, whose sword divided the world. The ways they inform the book, however, have something in common. In his lecture, Hobsbawm told the audience, "Much of my life, probably most of my conscious life, was devoted to a hope which has plainly been disappointed, and to a cause which has plainly failed, the communism initiated by the October Revolution. But there is nothing which can sharpen a historian's mind like defeat 68. In support of this idea, he cites a striking passage from another historian who experienced defeat, Reinhard Koselleck, a veteran of Paulus's army at Stalingrad. The historian on the winning side is easily inclined to interpret short-term success in terms of a long-term ex post teleology. Not so the defeated. Their primary experience is that everything happened otherwise than hoped or planned. They have a greater need to explain why something else occurred. In the short run, history may be made by the victors. In the long run, the gains in historical understanding have come from the defeated. 69. Of course, Hobsbawm notes, defeat alone does not necessarily guarantee insight, but from Thucydides onwards, it has been a sharp spur to it. He is entitled to place Age of Extremes in that line. It is certainly the most formidable contemporary illustration of it. But for all its force, Koselleck's argument is one-sided. In pointing to the epistemological advantages of the defeated, it overlooks their temptations. First among these are the lures of consolation. It is here that the two alternating visions of the short 20th century intersect. For the underlying message of both is a way of turning defeat. The dream of the Popular Front retrospect is that there was no victory of one party over the other, since in reality we were all on the same side. The claim of the landslide is that there was no victory, since in reality the other side lost too. The two strategies of consolation, one euphoric, the other minatory, are distinct. In the language of the street, each have their eponyms, Pollyanna, Cassandra. But if the upshot of no one lost and they lost as well, is psychologically very close, they are quite different as historical arguments. The first has no legs, it is the second that gives shape and direction to Age of Extremes. Whatever the criticisms to be made of its overextension, the idea of a landslide can appeal at least to the long economic downswing in the OECD, and to the depth of the social crisis in the CIS. Neither advanced capitalism nor post-communism is currently in the pink. But, of course, that does not mean the hegemony of the order created at Malta and Paris is weak or unstable, so long as alternatives to it remain little more than glimmers of phosphorescence in a surrounding darkness. To think otherwise is political self-delusion. A symptomatic consequence is the persistent underestimation of neoliberalism as the dominant idiom of the period. Age of Extremes comforted itself with the notion that since no government has ever really practiced consistent laissez-faire, purist doctrines would prove short-lived fantasies. Indeed, neoliberal triumphalism did not survive the world economic setbacks of the early 1990s. 4 years later, after the Asian financial crisis, Hobsbawm was again proclaiming the death of neoliberalism. Today Interesting Times brings the same tidings, though the note is somewhat more faltering. We are now told that perhaps the bursting of recent speculative bubbles spells the demise of market fundamentalism, this time with the rueful writer, the end of the hegemony of global neoliberalism has been announced long enough, I have done so myself more than once. 70. One element in this inability to take the enemy seriously is the general tendency to intellectual downsizing noticed earlier. In the Marxism Today of the 80s, there was always a difference between its two leading commentators. Both were committed to a critique of the traditional left, but for Stuart Hall, the road to renewal passed through an acknowledgement of the ideological strength of Thatcherism, to whose construction of a new common sense for the British people he devoted a great deal of attention. Only by taking the full measure of this hegemony, he argued, could a better one be developed. Hobsbawm, on the other hand, placed his emphasis not on Thatcher's cultural political ascendancy, he insisted she was always electorally quite weak, but on the division of her opponents. The way to regain power, he argued, was to win back the middle classes who had been alienated by the winter of discontent and Benery, and the key to that was pragmatic, a formal or informal lab pact. The sequel delivered a verdict on each of these views. Blair won back the middle class, and came to power on a tacit lab deal, but Thatcherism, far from being counter-attacked, was assimilated as the ideological condition of the comeback. The pragmatic route, that made light of ideas, merely produced a mutant of what its advocate had most detested. Age of Extremes takes the dismissal of economic theories yet further, maintaining that what divided Keynesians and neoliberals was simply a war of incompatible ideologies, each rationalizing an a priori view of human society, from positions barely accessible to argument. 71, a view of the discipline that would have raised eyebrows in the days when he was teaching it at King's. But underestimation of the force of neoliberal theories, one need only think of the scope and coherence of Hayek's work, answers to a more familiar political craving as well, the need for good news in bad times. It is possible that the system set in place in the heyday of Reagan and Thatcher will finally buckle under the pressure of a global slump, although were that to be the outcome of the present contraction, it would put paid to any Kondratiev, the downswing that started in 1973 now already touching its third decade, beyond the quarter century it should have lasted. But without a conceptual alternative capable of being articulated across the same range, from the philosophical through the technical to the rawly political, the improvements Hobsbawm would wish for are unlikely to materialize. Interesting Times is reduced to clutching at the straws of Stiglitz and Sen, as if Nobel Prizes were a token of intellectual hope. Age of Extremes treats the interstate system in a not dissimilar way. For if neoliberalism is still the hegemonic ideology of the time, the hegemonic power, in a quite new sense, is the United States. With the USSR out of the way, and the IMF and UN at its disposal, no state in history has ever enjoyed such a global supremacy. This unprecedented position was already clear when Hobsbawm completed the tetralogy, but it is not reflected in it. All that Age of Extremes has to say on the subject is that the only state that would have been recognized as a great power, in the sense the word had been used in 1914, was the USA. What this meant in practice was quite obscure. 72 The world portrayed in the concluding pages of the work is a system without a master, less than ever before in anyone's control. Interesting Times has adjusted to the reality of a single global hyperpower, but still implausibly insists that the US empire does not know what it wants to do with its power. 73 The notion that American purposes are impenetrable is another way of suggesting that there is no real steering in the international order. The daily evidence is otherwise. All hegemonies have their limits, and no policies ever achieve just what they intend. But the salient feature of the present is not that the world at large is out of control, but that it has never been subject to such an extent of control by one power, acting to diffuse and enforce one system, as we see today. American purposes, amply ventilated by the strategists of the state, could not be clearer: general expansion of liberal capitalism to the ends of the earth, and its organization wherever possible in keeping with the national norms and interests of the United States. There is nothing irrational about these objectives, which go back to the time of Cordell Hull and Atchison. They do not, of course, preclude miscalculations, then or now. The difference today is just that America has a much freer hand in pursuing them. Hence the ongoing series of effortless military expeditions to the Gulf, the Balkans, the Hindu Kush, and no doubt now Mesopotamia. About these Hobsbawm has been unwavering. In the domestic politics of the West, his instincts are often far from radical, capable of being disappointed in Clinton, judging LaFontaine too far to the left, and finding it surprising that financial markets do not regard new labor as much of a danger. 74 Here his instincts derive, as he says, from the popular front. But in the international arena, it is typically the other side of his formation that comes to the fore. There the past decade has shown little sign of Browderite leanings, classical Leninist reflexes remain unaltered. He rejected the Gulf War, bluntly told a bien-pensant Italian interviewer that the Balkan War was not a humanitarian intervention, has compared the Afghan operation to earlier bombardments of the region by British imperialism, and excoriated the war on terrorism and upcoming attack on Iraq. 75 It is difficult to think of any British intellectual of comparable stature with as staunch a record. Given the far greater importance of the current open revival of imperial pretensions than of mere domestic perjuries, as if Brown mattered more than even a cipher like Hoon, as New Labour once again gears for war, the value of the line Hobsbawm has drawn here is clear-cut. But Age of Extremes offers a more general lesson. Historic political defeat all but inevitably leads to a search for silver linings. Worldwide, much of the left has spent the better part of a decade doing little else. The two most standard moves in the repertoire of such reactions are those to which Hobsbawm has given an exceptional expression: renaming the victorious system to render it more palatable, and exaggerating the fissures in its victory to imagine it more vulnerable. In either case, the underlying impulse is the same: a sense that any effective opposition to the existing order requires proximate expectation of relief from it, that to take the measure of its unmitigated identity and strength must somehow lead to acceptance of it. That is a mistake. Accurate intelligence of the enemy is worth more than bulletins to boost doubtful morale. A resistance that dispenses with consolations is always stronger than one which relies on them. Such reflections do not affect the grandeur of Age of Extremes. The book is like a palace whose architect altered his plans while building it, leaving structural inconsistencies that make it stranger, but not less splendid, than it appears at first sight, housing room after room of paintings, in different genres, each with moments of magic, many with masterpieces. As with any hermitage, there is no way of appreciating so much all at once. Repeated visits are needed. Least of all should they be peaceable. Art is living only if it provokes dispute. The enormous patrimony Hobsbawm has left us should be approached in his own spirit, with warmth, passion, and acerbity. 2002. Debts. 1. The London Review of Books. The London Review of Books occasionally advertises itself as arguably the best literary magazine in the world. This collection provides some materials for arguing about the claim, though no book-length selection of articles from a publication appearing every fortnight could hope to be adequately representative of it. 1. Inevitably, much that is most distinctive of the LRB is absent here. There are no letters, of the sort Alan Bennett rightly takes to be central to the character of the paper. At their own request, with a single exception, there are no articles by members of its staff. There are no poems, and none of the longer pieces, in various genres, that appear from time to time. The selection is taken from the last decade only. Even within these limits, omissions that any publisher would regret outnumber inclusions. Still, some idea of the London Review comes through these pages. Generalizations about any significant publication that produces around 1 million words a year are always liable to go somewhat wide of the mark. For any assertion that can be made, exceptions or contraindications are all too likely to be found. This is especially true of a journal that relishes the unpredictable. The mysterious elegance of the LRB resists easy capture. Little pretense of explaining it will be made here. But some comparative remarks may help to situate the paper, although a contributor can only express a personal view, no better than that of any of the paper's readers, who, if its correspondence columns are any evidence, would have equally decided opinions about the matter. The London Review belongs to a small class of periodicals, broadsheets based on critical book reviews for a general readership, which originated in England on the eve of the Great War. The first appearance of the Times Literary Supplement as a separate weekly dates from 1914. The form was consolidated in the interwar period, when the TLS, however suspect of complaisance in the eyes of Levy, was by continental standards a journal of notably independent judgment. After the war, under a series of gifted editors who gave it wider ambitions, the TLS came to occupy a unique position as a journal of critical record, probably reaching a peak of influence somewhere in the 60s. It was not until 1966 that the form spread to France, with the appearance of La Quinzaine Littéraire, and 1984 that it arrived in Italy, with the launching of El Indus. But although increasingly emulated in Europe, it still remains preeminently an Anglophone phenomenon. Continental versions tend to be less outspoken, their function on occasion coming closer to publicity than scrutiny, and less central to the local cultures. The development beyond the classical English model came from America, when a prolonged strike at the New York Times in 1963, temporarily suppressing its book section, cleared a space for the launching of the New York Review of Books. 3 innovations marked the NYRB from the outset. A fortnightly rather than a weekly, it allowed for substantially longer articles than the TLS ever afforded, while retaining the ostensible format of a reviewing periodical. It carried essays unconnected to any books published, and it displayed an overt political profile, picked out by the signatures of its authors. The success of this formula, with its much more sharply focused and topical identity, was immediate. By the early 70s the NYRB was clearly dominant, setting the terms for the field with a circulation far larger than that of the TLS, which had now adopted the signed contribution and self-standing article within its own, otherwise still largely traditional format. At the end of the decade, the scenario in New York was repeated in London, when a lengthy lockout at the Times, prior to Murdoch's purchase of it, took the literary supplement off the streets for several months in 1979. The opportunity of its absence created the London Review of Books, launched financially as an offshoot of the New York Review of Books, and initially distributed as a local insertion folded within the latter's pages. Within a year, when the new venture had yet to become profitable, the NYRB shed responsibility for the London Review. But the common origins of the two papers, and their close original connection, make comparisons between them more or less unavoidable for readers on either side of the Atlantic today, notwithstanding the obvious discrepancies of style and scale, as of battleship and schooner, between them. The contrasts between the two papers are in part a natural function of their objective settings. The American market, 5 times the size of the British, supports a much larger and richer journal, endowed with ample revenues from a publishing industry accustomed to spending heavily on promotion to reach a continental readership. Flanked by thicker columns of advertisements, average articles are longer and issues more copious in the New York than in the London periodical. Besides such differences in the structure of the market, the relationship of culture to power is also quite distinct in the two societies. Since the Kennedy era, no American administration has been without a substantial penumbra of intellectuals serving or aspiring to serve at the highest levels of government, advisors in office, or advisors in waiting, according to the incumbency in the White House. The relationship of journalists and academics to government is consequently much closer than in Britain, where the UK state has never brigaded intellectuals on the same scale as the US state. Although the Thatcher years did see the first signs of a Downing Street entourage, the parliamentary system in Britain leaves less space for this phenomenon than a presidential one. The difference of working environment is visible in the two reviews. Articles in the NYRB tend to have a policy tone, implying potential counsel to officialdom, that is generally absent from the LRB, which is much more detached from the worlds of Whitehall and Westminster. There is also, of course, a subjective opposition between the journals. At the time the New York Review was launched, the war in Vietnam and ghetto riots in the US had created a radical opposition to the bipartisan establishment in America, which found lively expression in its pages. But once the war in Southeast Asia was over, and domestic politics had reverted to normal routines, the NYRB gradually settled down to the role of a critical mentor of liberal opinion in the States, acutely conscious of social problems within America and hostile to the excesses of Reaganism, but supportive of the general direction of U.S. diplomacy in the last years of the Cold War. Today, under a Democratic presidency, the result is a highly polished but increasingly predictable formula, in which besides the illustrious writers and scholars on which the journal has traditionally relied, semi-authorized contributors of various kinds, former envoys, aides to the First Lady, bureau chiefs, and the like, occupy more space than in the past. Politically, the London Review started out from a position quite close to that of its progenitor. In the closing years of the Carter administration, the British equivalent was sympathy for the newly minted Social Democratic Party. But the LRB soon moved in the other direction, towards a more radical stance, with the result that today the politics of the two periodicals have moved quite far apart. It would not be difficult to construct an index of the issues on which they have taken opposite sides. Some of them are reflected in this collection. Simplifying greatly, it could be said that the principal contrast lies in the unspoken aversion of the one to legacies of the Cold War largely accepted by the other. This has not been just a matter of the battle against communism, but also of the role of the United States in ancillary theaters of conflict around the world. Victor Kiernan's contribution to the volume in hand, touching on the USSR, is an indication of the width of the gap on the first. Paul Foote and Edward Said on two Middle Eastern issues, the Gulf War and the Palestinian peace, suggest the contrast of attitudes to the second. Similarly, Tom Nairn's reflections on nationalism give short shrift to ordinary judgments in Washington or New York about the Balkans. Above all, perhaps, Christopher Hitchens's indelible portrait of Clinton is a commentary on the circumspection of the NYRB. In ways like these, the London Journal stands well to the left of its counterpart in New York. It would be an error, however, to take an instinct for a system. The contrariness prized by the LRB can go the other way. Progressive pieties are rarely spared, as R.W. Johnson's caustic survey of the new South Africa below makes clear. Occasionally, there can even be a crossover of transatlantic roles. The LRB's gifted correspondent in Russia upheld Yeltsin's brutish rule long after the NYRB developed serious qualms about it. Coverage of Chechnya has been entirely to the credit of the American rather than the British paper. If this case is unusual, it is still a reminder that the London Review can never be taken for granted. This holds true even of domestic politics, where the pattern of its interventions has been most consistent. The LRB was born under Thatcher, and has passed all 16 years of its life so far under a conservative regime in Britain. Very early on, it was a courageous opponent of the Falklands War that entrenched the hegemony of the New Right, and went on to become a savage critic of Thatcherism as a nostrum for national recovery. In fact, no other journal in the country published such lethal attacks on the callousness, futility, and corruption of the conservative system of power, and the ruins of British justice under it. The collection here gives little hint of this outstanding record. Point 3. The LRB's attitude to the opposition, on the other hand, has always been less sharply defined. The paper lost patience with the SDP early on, and never showed much interest in either the leadership of the Labour Party, or its left. Kinnock was viewed with brusque disdain, but given the remoteness of the opposition from office, its vicissitudes never received overmuch attention. With New Labour now finally approaching government, however, a quite different political landscape lies ahead. The London Review has always shown innate resistance to bien-pensant outlooks of any kind. No paper could be further from a bandwagon mentality. It is unthinkable that it would become an ornament of the incoming regime. On the other hand, radical readers of the LRB would be unwise to assume they can forecast its attitude towards it. The one article on Britain in this collection, by Ross McKibben, is an example of the paper's ability to disconcert expectations on the left. There are not many Labourists, let alone socialists, willing to express nostalgia for the era of Wilson and Callaghan, just as there are few civil libertarians who would dissent from Charter 88's call for a Bill of Rights, firmly rejected, however, by the paper's most regular contributor from the judiciary. Point 4. In different ways, both texts upset a certain consensus. Do they give comfort to another one? Perhaps the fact that Blair, when he was still an obscure backbencher, first laid out his political wares in the LRB, is no more than a historical curiosity. Point 5. The first significant analysis in the paper of Blair's imprint as leader of his party has been scathing. Point 6. But the election of a Labour government will change the atmosphere in which the London Review has worked, and it is doubtful if anyone even inside the journal can be sure quite how it will react to the new dispensation. There is a reason for such incalculability. The LRB, unlike the New York Review, is not an ideologically driven paper. Essentially, its freshness of judgment comes from that. Even the main political contrast between the two journals suggests this asymmetry. Positive commitment to the broad lines on which the Cold War was fought to victory is a program. Negative avoidance of them is not. The sources of the sensibility behind the LRB's escape from the ruling conventions of international affairs are not easy to pin down. It seems probable that they include a generational element. The NYRB, based in the center of the New World Order, is some 2 decades older than the LRB. Its principal writers were typically formed at the height of containment. In the last couple of years, the average age of its most frequent contributors was over 65. For a younger age group, in what is now a minor power, the passions of that period matter less. The background of the editor may be relevant too. The LRB is possibly the leading journal in the West to be edited by a woman, with a deputy of the same sex. Politically incorrect to a fault, there has never been any feminist insistence in its pages, though the situation of women is often addressed in them. But it is reasonable to surmise that a certain indifference to the themes of the free world may be connected to more contemporary concerns, related to gender. Whether, in the case of Mary K. Wilmer's Russian origins or Belgian schooling have anything to do with the matter is less obvious. What is clear is that the most significant divergence between the way the two papers are run is a question not of personnel, but of editorial conception. Articles in both journals will be commissioned on a mixture of grounds, which include the reputation of the author, the urgency of the topic and the direction of the argument. But whereas for the New York Review the public salience of an issue is typically an imperative, in the London Review the style of a writer tends to come before the importance of a subject, or the affinity of a position. The latter enter into the editorial alchemy, but not at the expense of the former. The result is that the LRB is written to a higher standard, in a wider range of individual idioms, some of them of great brilliance, than its counterpart in New York, whose prose is often at best workmanlike, but it covers a narrower and more capricious range of current affairs. The NYRB, this is also true of the TLS today, under the capable hand of Ferdinand Mount, is much more sensitive to the scale of issues, and will always publish something moderately informative about the topics of the day, rarely failing to provide its readers with a substantial feature on any major development round the world. The London Review will ignore any country or a crisis if it cannot find a writer it likes about it. On occasion, it will be a question of means. Payment is modest by American standards, that draws the blank, sometimes, no doubt, of knowledge, but much more often of taste. The greater pleasures of reading the LRB are thus paid for in a more erratic and limited horizon. The patchiness of coverage may not be quite random. The Far East is the most striking gap. Suggestively, perhaps, the only text in this collection on Asia, the larger part of humanity, deals with a European missionary in India. Though the idea would be greeted by its staff with hilarity, to more outside eyes an unconscious outline, like a faint watermark, of the Commonwealth can be traced in the distribution of the paper's attention. South Africa commands more space than all of Latin America combined. Australia has been generously represented in pages that scarcely register the existence of Japan. The Middle East features strongly, the Maghreb not at all. Even in Western Europe, the only country that can be counted on to figure in the LRB is Ireland. The steeples of Fermanagh and Tyrone are rarely out of sight, while the continent more often than not remains fogbound. In these respects, Manhattan is a superior vantage point to Bloomsbury. The global reach of the American empire leaves no part of the world beyond potential scrutiny, and the New York Review's coverage reflects a sense of this responsibility. But talent is indeed not spread so evenly, and the products of a dutiful journalism that is invariably à la page risk being dull and conventional in a way that the LRB never is. Nor are its own interests merely wayward. If Ireland looms so much larger than Germany or France, the reason lies in a war that most of England prefers to forget. The London Review's record of publication, on this least popular of all topics, puts to shame many journals to the left of it. No paper can discuss everything. Where it picks an issue, it often excels at it. No particular line, other than abhorrence of official cant, unites the various Irish writers the LRB has published, of whom Colm Toibin offers an example here. This touches on a more general feature of the paper, which distinguishes it from its American counterpart. Writers are never subject to editorial direction in the London Review. Texts can be rejected, but once they are accepted, firm punctilio over syntax or phrase is combined with all but complete liberty of opinion, however wayward. No contributor will ever find their conclusions rewritten. This lack of pressure, as an operating principle, may have some relation to the inner metabolism of the journal. Carl Miller and Mary K. Wilmers have been two remarkable editors of the LRB. But no disproportionate will sets its stamp on every page, and different members of staff, editorial, design, and business, themselves write for the paper they help to produce. 7 Anyone who has worked on a periodical will know how unlike the dynamics of this kind of office are from a more conventional hierarchy. Such considerations particularly affect treatment of political issues, of course. The LRB, however, is first and foremost, as it describes itself, a literary magazine. The sharpness of its political identity comes, in fact, largely from the absence of ideological reflexes customary in the political world. But the paper is also literary in the more obvious sense that most of it is concerned with what is traditionally described as life and letters. Its approach to these is very much its own. The arts proper are dominated, as one would expect, by fiction and poetry, but not to any great degree. Painting and music have occasioned some of the journal's finest pieces. Characteristic here is Nicholas Spice's beautiful reverie on Musicate. It is puzzling that the cinema should remain so relatively marginal. In this volume, the heads of the Marx Brothers stare out like some incongruous ancestral totem. Recently architecture has started to feature. Geographically the focus is essentially Anglo-American, with the traditional side glance at France. Chronologically, the framework is 20th century, with the occasional Shanghai of earlier works along contemporary lines, as in the famous Sapphic reading of Jane Austen by Terry Castle included here. The mixture is less cosmopolitan than in New York, but livelier. Ideas trace a somewhat similar pattern. Philosophy and history are better represented than natural science, where the comparison is decidedly in favor of America, the paper has never been able to attract contributors of the caliber of Stephen Jay Gould or Richard Lewontin. The social sciences get more of an airing, but the most striking feature of the LRB's interests is a reversal of national stereotypes. Psychoanalysis enjoys much greater salience, and playful respect, in its pages than those of the New York Review, which has given ample voice to skeptical dismissals of it. The contrast of attitudes raises a wider issue. Without question politically radical, how far is the London Review culturally so? That there is no necessary join between the two planes is a familiar fact of intellectual life in general. In Britain, the New Statesman of old was famous for the contrast between its front and back halves, vehemently socialist politics allied to blandly conservative letters. Scrutiny could be said to represent the opposite combination, literary attack with political regression. These examples are not ungermane. Carl Miller, the founder of the London Review, was trained by Levy at Cambridge and became literary editor of the New Statesman, before taking over the Listener. But it is just such precedents that indicate the extent to which the LRB departs from this pattern. From the beginning, comparable impulses have been visible in the political and literary sides of the journal, which has never segregated them in any particular order, opening with articles representing either, according to occasion. Coverage of fiction has thus never been conventional. An established name is no guarantee of notice in the LRB, which regularly ignores novels by fashionable authors, whose review is de rigueur elsewhere. On the other hand, a still unknown writer may have higher chances of attention than anywhere else in the press. Among its discoveries was Salman Rushdie, whose Midnight's Children received its only solace review when it first appeared in the LRB, more recently Paddy Doyle or James Buchan. Less orthodox forms, Georges Perec or Christine Brooke Rose, gain equal hearing. A sense for the new, or overlooked, has from the outset been a noticeable thread in the journal. Unrepresented in this collection, contributors under the age of 40 could well make up another one. Here the contrast with the NYRB is at its sharpest. Nevertheless, it is fair to say that the quotient of iconoclasm in the LRB's coverage of cultural life is less than in its commentary on public affairs. On the whole, articles about contemporary authors tend to sustain rather than question existing reputations. This is a question of a ratio, not a rule. Contrary examples are not hard to find. A famous critical piece on Brodsky would be a case in point 9 here. However, the target is offshore, toes closer to home are more rarely trodden on. There the subjects for demolition are more likely to be found in minor rather than major genres, as it were, P.D. James rather than V.S. Naipaul. There are a number of good reasons for this. A distaste for facile derision is understandable. It is also true that the most difficult form of criticism is affirmative, and this the London Review at its best accomplishes extraordinarily well, as a glance at essays it has published on, let us say, Bishop or Nabokov reveals. Point 10. Still, there remains a difference between the ways in which common editorial instincts work themselves out in the two fields principally covered by the paper. It is not altogether clear why this should be so. It might be thought that it has something to do with the necessarily closer proximity to the world of publishing than of politics of any literary review, in a metropolitan setting in the UK. This is a scene which has been transformed in the past 15 years, as processes of concentration have enormously increased the levels of investment that publishers make in leading writers, from far larger advances to huge budgets for publicity, with promotional tours for selling books now an automatic accompaniment of literary success. The saturation of the field by big money has occurred during the period in which the LRB has risen, a time when the first lyric poet was transported by helicopter to public readings, and has changed the environment of letters, with deeply ambiguous effects for writers themselves, in ways that have yet to be fully understood. It cannot be said the paper has so far done much to discuss them. But the reasons for its relatively pacific coexistence with this constellation do not lie in any institutional entanglement. The small grant it receives from the Arts Council regularly excites the indignation of pundits on the right, Just because the LRB has not conformed to established expectations, the Sunday Times recently calling for it to be taken away, since the journal did so little to support British writers. Far from participating in a current literary synagogue with vogue and hyperbole, the LRB has kept what is widely perceived as a Mandarin aloofness from it. Complicity with the institutions of literature, whether patrons or advertisers, is scarcely a charge that can be made against the paper. An alternative explanation would look to the readers rather than sponsors of the paper. Common observation suggests that the average book buyer combines habitual cynicism about politicians, of any kind, with casual credence in literary reputations, however gained. It is enough to think of the relative faith accorded parliamentary debates and literary contests. It is bon ton to be caustic about Major or Blair, less so about Barnes or Bruckner. The automatic sales of prize-winning novels speak for themselves. Are there any traces of this sensibility, which can, after all, appeal to the common-sense view that politics is always a realm of rhetorical deception, literature of imaginary truths, to be found in more sophisticated form in the paper itself? There is no denying some connection between a stratum with this traditional outlook and the LRB. The journal aims at what might be called a common reader in an updated Woolfian sense, that is, neither academic nor avant-garde. Although many of its contributors come from universities, and its correspondence columns include many fencing matches of high-spirited erudition, the paper goes out of its way to avoid anything that smacks of the chair. Symptomatically, footnotes, a normal and useful feature of the New York Review, are banished from the LRB, as the corns of pedantry. Likewise, while experimental writing finds a place in the journal's interests, in the other arts, where they are stronger, avant-garde forms lie beyond its range. One would no more expect to find a consideration of Goddard or Bewey's in the London Review than a recension of Parsons. In ways like these the journal keeps close to the ideal of a cultivated lay readership, immune to the tics of common room or coterie. But this rapport does not depend on any indulgence to passing consumer taste. If the London Review on the whole affronts received literary opinion less than political wisdom, a better guess at the reason might be the different weight tacitly given each. The key to the contrast seems to lie in its respective strategies of rebuke. If the paper dislikes a literary work, it will typically ignore it. But if it takes exception to a political process, it will roundly attack it. What the difference suggests is a conviction that inferior, indeed even fraudulent, art, however deplorable, is not a major public nuisance. In the balance of things, the meretricious or pretentious matters less than the cruel and unjust. The belief that the moral welfare, and a fortiori political health, of a nation is ultimately in the keeping of its literature has a long history in English intellectual tradition, and has not gone away. This is the assumption that the practice of the LRB denies. Forgetting himself, in a gesture perhaps of overcompensation, a star political writer recently spoke of the transmutation of the base into gold that is the raw stuff of literature. Our slight and sardonic hope. 11 No flourish could be further from the mind of the paper. What distinguishes it, discreetly, is a sense of proportion. This could also be described as a sort of realism. The term, however, has a deflationary ring at variance with a journal whose note is anything but downbeat. It might be better to speak of its idiosyncratic form of worldliness. As editors, the peculiar genius of Carl Miller and of Mary K. Wilmers has been to find a tone that combines the values of the smart and the unpretentious. Smartness always risks a vicinity to snobbery, what is exclusive, distinction in Bourdieu's sense. Characteristically, the LRB averts this danger by making of style a kind of informal elegance attached to the most ordinary subjects or appurtenances of life. The kinds of writing that really mark out the journal are actually neither political nor literary critical, but ones which reflect this ethos best. They include the curiosity about checkered individual lives, on display in this collection. Another genre, unrepresented here, are documentary reports from the netherworlds of begging or mental disorder, written by younger members of the staff, which have no counterpart in the NYRB. Last and perhaps most significant, Pace Bennett, is the transformation by the LRB of the traditionally humdrum journalistic form of the diary into a vehicle of astonishing variety, for many of the most memorable pieces the paper has published. The selections here are, if anything, among the lighter contributions. A wonderful range of writing is offered in these and other forms. Stylistically, there are unspoken limits. The Delphic or Serpentine are not part of the repertoire. No fear could be more foreign to the journal than of the mischief of premature clarification, against which Frederick Jameson, whose arrival in its pages is a welcome departure from consistency, once warned. The too vehement is likewise at some discount, suspect of rant. Perhaps the best way of conveying the overall climate would be to say that the paper resists any trace of l'esprit du sérieux, in the Sartrine sense, that is, of the portentous, high-minded, hypocritical. Against all these, its playfulness finds expression on the largest as well as smallest of topics. Emblematic in this collection are the saturnine tones of Edward Luttwak. As a heavyweight contributor 12, it is enough to think of the contributions of President Havel to the New York Review to understand their antithesis. The visual images of each periodical may have the final word. Among the many successful features of the NYRB, David Levin's drawings stand out in public impact, like some serial logo endlessly fertile in reproducing the identity of the paper. These are illustrations which play off against the text. Where the prose can be solemn or sententious, the pictures are knowing and cynical. Heroes and villains alike become so many faintly reptilian marionettes, twitching on the ends of derision. The watercolors that adorn the front of the London Review work in the opposite sense, vivifying rather than mortifying the sense of the writing. The nonchalant wit and beauty of Peter Camel's typewriters and wash basins, tousled bedspreads and tropical frondage, offer a promesse de bonheur of what lies within, not invariably kept, of course. But though from time to time the ideal they figure exceeds the reality of the issues that follow, the covers say more of this periodical than any other in the world. 1996. Postscript. The London Review has since passed its quarter century. In doing so, it has become the leading intellectual periodical in Britain, having relegated the Times literary supplement, potentially in balk at the time of writing, conglomerate ownership uncertain, to a clearly secondary status, not only in the quality and range of what it publishes, but also in sales. Indeed, with a home territory a fifth of the size of the American, the LRB now has a circulation of 45,000 as against 135,000 for the NYRB, nearly half of it abroad, where the figure for the New York Review is less than a tenth. Both periodicals have increased circulation, the LRB more rapidly, since 2000. But each reflecting distinct environments, their development has in other ways shown a crisscrossing pattern. In Britain, the LRB faced a more drastic alteration of its setting, once New Labour settled into power as a successor regime to Thatcherism, encountering even less opposition than had the conservative order of the 80s. The journal, as predicted, never became a sidecar on the Third Way. But nor, as also implied might be the case, did it put up an especially spirited opposition to it. For quite some time, the LRB published little on the local system in place, and when it did so, contributions were generally low-octane. In a period marked by the war on Yugoslavia, and a steep escalation in the bombing of Iraq, its coverage of Clinton and Blair did not greatly differ from that of the NYRB, supportive of Operation Allied Force in the Balkans, and protective of the President in his hour of legal tribulation at home, regardless of how many rockets fell on Khartoum or Baghdad in the same cause. 13. With the election of Bush in 2000, however, the situation of the two periodicals diverged. Faced with a Republican administration, the NYRB automatically went into opposition, in a way that set it apart from the ambivalence of the LRB under New Labour. Yet for nearly 2 years, till the autumn of 2002, it published little on developments in Washington. But with the approach of the war in Iraq, anxieties that the White House was discarding tried and tested formulae for the exercise of American power through the Security Council began to mount, albeit initially without questioning the existence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq or the urgent need to take action of some kind against Saddam Hussein. 14 When the war was launched, criticism of Bush's departure from U.S. traditions of multilateralism increased. But it was only after Iraqi resistance had started to inflict serious damage on the occupation that the tone of its coverage sharply altered. From the autumn of 2003 onwards, the NYRB rediscovered a tranchant it had not known since the 60s, not only attacking the institutionalization of torture under Bush, but the administration's policies across the board, to great effect. 15 Such a no-holds-barred assault on the Bush regime, unaccompanied by much sign of enthusiasm for Kerry's candidacy, did not in itself differ significantly from the LRB's attitude towards the administration. But in London, Bush could act as a lightning conductor away from Blair, whose treatment by the London Review remained noticeably milder. By the time of the 2005 elections, the balance sheet of Blair's rule was certainly found wanting, but in tones of disappointment more than disgust. Even after the invasion of Iraq, LRB contributors were still regularly praising the personality of Britain's new ruler before venturing to disagree with his policies, as if to indemnify themselves for disloyalty to Labour with a novel style of criticism, more in admiration than in anger. 16 Here too the rise of the Iraqi resistance, and collapse of the myth of weapons of mass destruction, produced a shift. But it was not until the autumn of 2003 that a writer, not from a Labour but SDP background, could be found to call timidly, after regulation bouquets, for Blair's resignation. 17 Even the paper's finest pieces on domestic questions, such as Stephen Collini's landmark essay on the hypocrisies and confusion surrounding educational reform 18 have approached the government itself rather gingerly. In no way an ornament of the regime, the LRB has to date not been much of a thorn in its flesh either. There is no mistaking the contrast with its role under Thatcher. In part, the reasons are clear enough, and have lain less in the journal itself than in its setting. In British political conditions, the reflexes of a two-party system run deep. Disaffection with Labourism is readily checked by apprehension at conservatism, in a spirit of clinging to nurse for fear of something worse, even should the former enact legislation to which the latter dared not proceed. The parochialism of much local writing on politics, more at home with tax brackets or gambling laws in the UK than with Balkan or Middle Eastern affairs, reinforces such tribal instincts, in which parties often command a lifetime allegiance no matter what they do, as if they were football clubs rather political organizations. To these circumstances can be added the captivation of much liberal opinion in Britain with the boyish figure of Blair, who long attracted the same kind of schwarmery that surrounded Kennedy in the USA, in both cases, a crush capable of surviving even political disillusion. Such humors undoubtedly made it difficult for the LRB to find political writing of greater mordancy or distinction than it succeeded in mustering, whether impossible is more moot. What is clear is that, paradoxically, one of its greatest virtues, its reluctance to interfere with the opinions of an author, also made it likely to reflect rather than contest the prevailing moods among the British intelligentsia, once New Labour was entrenched. Even now, the severest verdicts to be found in leading articles of the journal continue to be tempered by hope of better to come, social reforms under Brown as consolation for military adventures under Blair, as if after Kennedy, relief will come from a cleaner Johnson. 19 The paper has so far desisted from any reconsideration of Labourism as a political culture, in its old or new guises. That this pattern has occurred more by default than intention is suggested by the contrast between the LRB's own editorial voice, rarely heard and discreetly used, and the tone surrounding it in the liberal media at large. There, Blair was fawned on by political commentators and editorialists with a lack of restraint that has no precedent in post-war British politics. 20 With this degree of abasement, the LRB had no truck. Little is more revealing of the period atmosphere than the outcry when it declined to publish a specimen of this literature. 21 This gesture by Mary K. Wilmers, setting a political limit, in due course found its counterpart in a series of savage interjections on the war regime of New Labour by its consulting editor, John Sturrock, inconspicuously situated in a box reserved for personal commentaries. Point 22. Moreover, on occasions where there has been the chance of more radical publication than the run of domestic articles, the LRB has known how to take it. Its famous symposium on September 11, breaking away from the avalanche of piety and hysteria that rapidly covered the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, was a notable act of audacity and imagination that could only have been performed by the London Review. Point 23. Likewise, Elliot Weinberger's What I Heard About Iraq in the Spirit of Karl Kraus, Ed Harriman's On the Take in Iraq, exposing the scale of the looting of the country by the Coalition Provisional Authority, Patrick Coburn's successive dispatches on the American occupation zone, have been interventions whose tenor stands out sharply in the now extensive critical literature on today's Mesopotamian campaign. Point 24. It is difficult to imagine any of these particular forms appearing in the New York Review. Still less the consistency with which the LRB has refused to let standard euphemisms and evasions cover the realities of Israeli expropriations and expulsions in the West Bank, or the hypocrisies of successive road maps to the final subjugation of Palestinian resistance. There the voice of Edward Said alone, heard time after time in the London Review as nowhere else in the West, made the journal irreplaceable. Israeli dissidents and Palestinian activists have made their own signal contributions too. It is fair to say that the LRB's record in this uniquely explosive area is without parallel in the Atlantic world. That its commitment to the cause of Palestinian Arabs has never been separated from remembrance of the fate of European Jews ought to go without saying. Thomas Laquier's sound of voices intoning names 25 on the children deported from France, is one of the most haunting reflections on their annihilation ever written. In these years the geographical range of the paper widened considerably, earlier watermarks fading in a stronger international light. Japan, Nigeria, Guatemala, Syria, Nepal, Sudan, North Korea, Haiti, articles on these would have been less likely in the past, often, too, less sharp-eyed. There is still a major difference between the NYRB and LRB here, coverage in the former continuing to be more driven by topicality of the region, in the latter by quality of the report. The outlook of pieces in the London Review typically remains less conventional, although as before this is not guaranteed. Aberrations, praise for American counterinsurgency in Colombia, blame for Chechen separatism from Russia, now and then still crop up. But overall, readers of the LRB can expect tartar fare, from a global menu that is more variegated, than a decade ago. The electric international setting of the last few years has put the political record of journals like the LRB or NYRB in unusually high relief. But these remain journals in which public affairs, traditionally understood, occupy less space than arts and letters, perhaps a fifth of contributions to the LRB, under a third for the NYRB. What of the cultural record over the same period? Taking the Thatcher years as a baseline, literary articles in the London Review could be said to have moved in the opposite direction to those on domestic politics. Where the latter lost edge under New Labour, the former gained it. In the hands of James Wood, Christopher Taylor, and Theo Tate, treatment of contemporary fiction became noticeably brisker. Writing by headline names like Amos, Barnes, or Boyd, not to speak of younger camp followers of ethnic or multicultural fashion, has come to enjoy less immunity than elsewhere in literary London. By more stringent standards, it is true, such criticism still remains quite circumspect. Older gargoyles of the prize circuit, Naipaul, Roth, Bellow, continue to be overpraised, and punches are frequently pulled at the end of even the most damaging notices of less venerable figures. Where pieces on domestic politics offer propitiatory compliments to the rulers of the country, before lodging temperate complaints against them, reviews of fashionable fiction tend to reverse the procedure, delivering judgments apparently ruinous to the work in hand, only to backtrack with some pro forma bowing and scraping in the final paragraph. The pressure of a too close milieu of metropolitan letters, in which ambitions and favors are continually forced together, can often be sensed in such sheepish retractions. The NYRB remains, of course, for the most part much kinder than this to the fiction it reviews, often by writers who appear in its own pages. But the liberation that distance can bring has on occasion allowed it to produce the kind of criticism of English fiction that continues to be missing in the LRB. A comparison of the reception given by the two journals to such a prime confection as Ian McEwan's latest novel should make Little Russell Street blush. 26 It is true that assessing contemporary literature is always the least grateful, and least disinterested, task of criticism. Where classical texts of the past are concerned, the London Review operates at a different level. There, essays like those of Michael Wood on James or Neruda speak for themselves. In the other arts, the palette has broadened. Cinema, freed from studio releases, can now accommodate Goddard, Twice, even, and Kiarostami, alongside Stroheim, Wells, Buñuel. The architectural scene has been opened up to the wonderful dry eye of Hal Foster, a critic not just of buildings, but of contemporary visual arts, currently without equal for wit and range. Music remains notably underrepresented, in contrast to the NYRB. In compensation, readers can find more poetry, by a less consecrated range of names, than in New York. Theory. A dutiful diet of analytical philosophy, and its bland political side dishes, in an Anglo-American continuum from Yale to Cambridge, in both journals. In the LRB, however, there is far less closure. Where else could one find such alternative delights as Slavoj Zizek on Habermas's fear of cloning, Malcolm Bull on Agamben's state of exception, or T.J. Clark on the passion of Walter Benjamin, the Fabrizio del Dongo of Marxism, for the Parisian arcades, 27. In the sciences, where a decade ago the superiority of the NYRB was enormous, today the advantage, if anything, lies with the LRB. No change in the journal has been so impressive as this. Debates in evolutionary biology, in the history of the Earth, over the genome, the ice cap, nuclear technology, the new pandemics, on all of these it has published compelling contributions, in which technical authority and personal expression sit easily together, without the rank pulling of laureates or the bravado of performance artists in popularization. In this quiet widening of its intellectual span lies a major transformation of the paper. But what perhaps in the end best defines the LRB of this period is the extraordinary sequence of autobiographical writing it has published in these years. Typically longer than the average article, these starbursts of life and memory have given the journal a register peculiarly its own. By what alchemy it has attracted them, such texts are beyond commission, is inscrutable. One can only say that their appearance in its pages is an objective homage to the spirit of the paper. David Sylvester's recapture of a Jewish childhood in Hackney, Richard Wollheim's strange pointillism of his younger self, Wynne Godley's sensational switchback of mother and analyst, Jeremy Harding's deadpan tale of adoption. 28, the list of such tours de force could be extended. Here, one might say, can be found something like the core sensibility of the journal, from which everything else indirectly radiates. 2005. 2. An Anglo-Irishman in China. J.C. O.G. Anderson. The range of emotions parents can arouse in their children, affection, rebellion, indifference, fear, adulation, their disturbing combinations, suggest a repertory of subjective universals, cutting in each individual case at random across cultures. What children know, as opposed to feel, about their parents, on the other hand, is likely to be a function of objective constraints that vary more systematically: tradition, place, lifespan. Is there an unalterable core of pudeur or incomprehension, even here? That is less clear. In the American tropics, gaps of scarcely more than a dozen years between generations, not uncommon, can create an easy sibling intimacy between mother and child, grown up, difficult to imagine in the North. At the opposite pole, my father was 43 when his first child, my brother Benedict, was born. He died 10 years later, when I was 8. But in his last years he was sufficiently ill for my mother to think it best to get us away to boarding school. Here the brevity of biological overlap was further reduced by social decision. My mother's motive was compassion, but her solution suggests a filter that might in any event have dropped between father and children, had he survived. The distance in years, and the scion of death, were sealed by a culture anyway marked by reticence. There was nothing unusual in such circumstances. A child of them was bound to know little of their father. In our family, however, a further shudder fell across his memory. He had passed his life thousands of miles away from Ireland, where he ended and we grew up, in a China that ceased to exist as soon as he was gone. We knew he had worked there as a customs commissioner, but had little idea of what that might mean. In his last months, sitting by the fire in the damp Irish nights, he liked to tell us boys, my sister was too young to listen, anecdotes about Parnell, whom he admired, and tales of junks and pirates, in which he escaped from brigands or captured prizes. Such images were too vivid to last, their overbright tints fading into the dimness of nursery stories that adolescents, with more impatience than condescension, put behind them, rather like the revolver I briefly discovered in a drawer one idle afternoon, whose weight surprised me, before my mother caught me and got rid of it. Once these legends had receded, we were left with a world of objects, familiar and incomprehensible, recalling a past to which we otherwise had no relation, large buff tea chests, stamped with ideograms, still lined, is this a trick of memory? With Chinese newspapers, dusty books and papers, with Chinese characters on the back, in the glass case in the hall, a celadon lamp, yellow rug, small dark teapot, blue saddle cloths my mother used to veil her television set, framed paintings of black hat sages, silk scrolls of ladies under parasols, a horse rolling on its back by a stream. As a resolutely Philistine teenager, I had no time for any of these. Even the great broad-shouldered tiger, glowering magnificently down on us in the dining room, a copy of a well-known Ming original, so one was later led to believe, made scarcely any conscious impression on me. Only the Chingping Mei, a domesticated version of the original, but at 15 sexually electric enough, in an azure Shanghai binding of the 30s, caught my imagination. By the time I got out of university, associations with China were like faded scraps of wallpaper in a house one wished to forget, the Ireland of the meat and the mass of that time. Customs conjured up only the local caitiffs of a seedy clericalism, peering at books on the quayside to see if they were on a blacklist based on the papal index. My mother, of course, could have told us more. But even as adults, something held us back from asking. She once commented on our lack of curiosity, but was too tactful ever to impose the topic. There were the family photograph albums of Kunming, where my brother was born, Swato where I was conceived, later our house in Shanghai. But there was little reference to all this. Why did she not volunteer more? In part, because of her own attitude to life, she had an unusual gift for making the best of the present. I often thought she became younger and more lively, the older she got. Her marriage to my father had been a success. Then she had nursed him in his long illness. By temperament she had little inclination to look back, unless we invited her to. There was perhaps another element as well. She lived 3 years with my father in China before the Pacific War. But he had already lived there over 20, and been married for a decade to another woman, the writer Stella Benson, whose novels stood preserved and largely unread on our bookshelves. My mother would have been aware of the limits to her knowledge of this other Chinese life. After her death in 1933, my father deposited Stella's diaries in the University Library in Cambridge, not to be read for 50 years. When they became available, a fine biography of her was quickly produced. Based on them. 1 My mother told the biographer, Joy Grant, what she knew of her husband's earlier life, but she, and we, learned far more from it. The biography offers a sympathetic portrait of my father. But, drawn from the diaries of a writer who was remarkably honest, but also unusually introspective, it is confined essentially to the marital relationship, which is certainly striking enough. The journals, revealing in many other ways, are notably incurious about my father's work, while his experience in China before they met in 1920 remains a blank. About this time, at the turn of the 90s, my attitude changed. No one teaching in Los Angeles could fail to feel the force of the Italian adage of the 60s, La Cina è vicina. With some of the best historians of China in the world on campus, and students from every part of the Far East, it was difficult not to wonder more about the family connection. By now a substantial amount of scholarship had appeared on the mysterious organization for which my father had worked, the Chinese Maritime Customs. But this work, much of it from the distinguished hand of John Fairbank, was mostly concerned with the 19th century origins of the institution, shedding less light on modern times. For its more recent history, it was not even very clear where the records lay. The best contemporary guide to Chinese archives, produced in 1996, gives no indication. Point 2. Last summer, inquiries through my brother established that the files I was looking for would be held in Nanking, though permission to consult them was by no means certain. The chance of a conference taking me to China, in due course I made my way to Nanking. The Second National Archive, which in principle covers central documentation of the Republican period, is housed in a large structure set back from the road, fronted by a traditional gaudily painted gate and a tilted roof mansion put up by the Kuomintang not long before the city was stormed by the Japanese in 1937. Nanking is famous as one of the four furnaces of China, and in that season the reading room was largely deserted. Filial respect is understood in China, and the staff were friendly and willing to help. But they were not sanguine. The Customs Archive, they pointed out, contained 57,000 volumes, and there was no detailed catalogue. Where were they to start? I suggested looking for reports from the province of Yunnan for 1936, when my father was commissioner there. Within half an hour, I had his dispatches from Kunming in front of me. The sensation of belated encounter was overwhelming, mixed with a kind of awe. For I was looking, not only at the workings of the life that lay behind mine, but at one of the most immaculate sets of records in the world. I don't know what I had expected to find, but not quite this. Communications between the field stations, ports, including inland as well as coastal cities, and headquarters of the customs were bound in red or black leather volumes, with gold block lettering, every year. Inside, dispatches and correspondence, in meticulous sequence, are as crisp and clear as when first typed. In their margins, the handwritten comments of an indefatigable inspector general and his assistants, or instructions for reply. 3 separate categories of communications were transmitted each month, and filed and bound in different formats: official correspondence, covering regular administrative business; semi-official, reporting political and military developments in the area; and confidential, for the most sensitive material to do with leaders, powers, wars. Point 3. These were, in effect, the memorials of a state within a state. Across 2 decades, I could follow my father's path within it, as he moved in orbit round China. Back in Europe, a few months later my sister mentioned that cousins in Ireland had some old photographs and possibly documents about our grandfather, who died in 1920, known to be in charge of army cryptography at the beginning of the First World War, but otherwise a shadowy figure, in the attic of a disused mill. Mildly intrigued by the idea, I went to see them. There, instead, to my astonishment I was shown a suitcase of letters from his son, covering the entire span from his departure to China to his death in Ireland over 40 years later. Addressed to his mother, aunt, and sister, they must have been casually stuffed in drawers, without order or afterthought, many no less casually mislaid or thrown aside. Though no sequence is complete, no major period is missing, with all the reservations that attach to family correspondence of this kind, the immemorial censorship of sons writing to mothers, a more or less continuous frieze of my father's life, especially revealing of his early years, can be pieced together. The letters near here could be regarded as a 4th series of reports, personal, complimenting, or offsetting, the three stored in Nanking. They start on July 19, 1914, 3 days before my father's 21st birthday, as a passenger on the SS Moria, passing Stromboli in eruption en route to Suez. By the time he reached Colombo on August 2, England was on the brink of war, 2 battleships in harbor and 25-mile searchlights playing point. 4 hostilities broke out before he got to Penang, where he found the Straits are afraid of a Chinese rising and the grounds of the Colonial Club already fortified. 5 Traveling without lights at night, the Moria made its way to Hong Kong, where after a few days he sailed north again on a mail boat. Arriving in Shanghai in the last week of August, he was sent at a few hours' notice 800 miles up the Yangtze to a port deep in Hunan, to begin his career in the customs. Why had he come to China? After a year as classical exhibitioner in Cambridge, neglecting or scorning his curriculum, he had failed his first-year exams. Outraged by this nonchalance, his father, a martinet, refused to let him sit them again, cutting off financial support. His uncle, another and more senior general, who had once commanded the garrison in Hong Kong, no doubt recommended him for service in the maritime customs. Academic grief was actuarial good luck. Gazetted into his future employment just before the outbreak of war, and issued with an outfit allowance of £100, he was contractually bound to 5 years' service in China. Unable to secure his release to participate in the slaughter in Europe, he escaped the fate of his younger brother, the apple of his parents' eye, killed in the last months of fighting. This death finished off his father. He had punished the wrong son. The institution in which the young J.C. O.G. Anderson took up his post in 1914 had been in existence for nearly 50 years. By then it had no parallel anywhere else in the world. Its origins lay in the crisis of the Qing Empire in the mid-19th century, when the Taiping Rebellion gave a Western coalition, led by Britain, the chance to force a treaty system on the beleaguered dynasty, subjecting China to full commercial penetration. The immediate background to the creation of the Imperial Chinese Maritime Customs Service was the Anglo-French expedition to Peking, culminating in the burning of the Summer Palace, of 1860. Once brought to heel by force of arms, the recalcitrant Qing state needed to be propped up against the threat of the Taiping insurrection in the Yangtze Delta, with its menacing attitudes to private property and the opium trade. A new customs inspectorate, answerable to Peking but staffed by foreigners, would enforce the remarkably advantageous tariff system imposed on the dynasty, fixing a ceiling on import dues at 5% ad valorem, and provided with the steady revenues required to pay off the Anglo-French indemnity and finance military victory over the Taiping. 6. From these beginnings, an extraordinary financial and quasi-political realm was built. Its architect, Robert Hart, was just 28 when he became Inspector General in 1863. Rapidly winning the confidence of the Qing court, he gradually created the first modern administrative system in China. Its core was a fiscal bureaucracy that assured the late imperial state of a third of its revenue, and whose probity and efficiency extended into many other operations besides tax collection. It ran the postal service, managed waterways, improved harbors, and planted lighthouses, established statistical services. Hart, a close confidant of the Empress Dowager, organized overseas missions, advised on diplomatic affairs, mediated in international conflicts. Theoretically, he owed his position to Britain's leading position in China's trade, in practice to its all-round imperial leverage in the region. Eventually London pressed him to become the British ambassador in Peking. But this was a role Hart rejected. Far from being any mere majordomo for foreign interests, he regarded himself as a loyal servant of the Chinese government, and was quite capable of cracking down on malpractices by Western merchants, pursuing lawsuits against the British government, and crossing the Foreign Office when he saw fit. Imperial China remained an independent state, and he was committed to a conservative modernization of it, even if he ultimately came to fear that the dynasty might prove unreformable. His insistence on the autonomy of the customs from the Western powers that had brought it into being, and the integrity of its allegiance to China was not simply disinterested, however. Hart's personal position depended crucially on dissociation from his parent state. He could never have wielded the same influence in the Forbidden City had he been a catspaw of Disraeli or Salisbury. But this sovereign role depended in turn on the extraordinary character of the organization under his control. For the Chinese Maritime Customs was recruited, not just from candidates from Britain, but from all the major external powers of the day: French, Germans, Austrians, Italians, Russians, Americans, Japanese, not to speak of the lesser European states, Portuguese, Spaniards, Dutch, Belgians, Danes, Swedes, Norwegians. The stately service lists of the CMC, denominating the country of origin, as well as rank and posting, of every member of the organization, veritable works of bureaucratic art, offer a regular tableau of this international composition. If the British easily predominated, with over half the executive indoor staff, and English was the working language, Hart was always careful to balance his countrymen with other nationalities whose education and talent he on occasion claimed were superior. In effect, the customs was an inter-imperialist consortium, comparable only to the Ottoman Public Debt Administration, set up as a tax-collecting apparatus run by foreigners for the Porte a couple of decades later. Both owed their form to a stand-off between predators. The rival great powers, jealously watching each other's maneuvers, could not agree on a carve-up of either the Turkish or Chinese empires, settling instead for an indirect collective instrument to secure at least assorted indemnities and loans. The Ottoman institution, however, was not only more short-lived, but never employed so many Europeans, because it could rely on Greek or Armenian subjects of the Sultan for key posts. 7 Perched atop a more cosmopolitan pyramid, Hart had wide freedom of action to conduct affairs as he wished, and shape the customs in his image. He had come from a modest background in Ulster, straight from Queens to China. In power, he would not neglect kith and kin. He favored his brother to succeed him, and when the latter died prematurely, plumped for his brother-in-law, Robert Bredon, another Ulsterman. But here the Foreign Office was not keen, and he had to settle for Francis Aglen, the son of his best friend at school, whom he had installed as commissioner in Canton, the port where he had himself started. Even from the grave, his nepotism lived on. Aglen was briefly succeeded by another Irishman, Arthur Edwards, who was followed in turn by Hart's nephew, naturally also from Ulster, Frederick Mays. For the 80 years of its splendor, the customs, forcing house of administrative modernity, was in this respect run as a patrimonial bureaucracy. There were no formal criteria for recruitment, no real rules of promotion, no regularity or predictability of postings. The Inspector General was an autocrat within his realm, answerable to no one. The indoor staff were rotated round the country at will, with a rhythm more rapid than Chinese magistrates had ever been, even under those dynasties most determined to prevent them forming local connections. Over time, this mobility intensified. In the 20th century, it is doubtful how many CCP cadres, at the height of the party's mobilizing power, had careers of quite such geographical range. The contrast with the stability of provincial assignments in the Indian civil service, with which contemporaries often compared the customs, is striking. This had something to do with the diversity of Indian languages, which discouraged transfers once a local idiom was acquired, as opposed to the territorial uniformity of written Chinese, but also with more conventional forms of hierarchy. On the other hand, the customs indoor corps was an elite with salaries and accoutrements not unlike those of their Indian counterparts, aspects impressing the young Maurice Bowra, on a visit to his father, Chief Secretary of the CMC, in 1916.8. In 1914 there were only 321 foreigners on the indoor staff, out of a total personnel of some 7,600, new recruits got a starting salary of 1,500 high quantales a year, equivalent to about $2,250. In 1911, with admirable timing, Hart died. 3 months later, the Qing Empire collapsed. but the revolution of 1911 proved quite unable to create a unitary republic, disintegrating into a checkerboard of warlord regimes instead. In these conditions of endemic confusion and division, a Glenn, who personally never enjoyed anything approaching Hart's authority with any Chinese government, paradoxically gained even greater institutional power in Peking than his predecessor. Whereas in Hart's day, the Foreign Inspectorate had assessed customs dues that were actually collected by Chinese superintendents, for transmission to the central state and provincial authorities. From 1912 onwards revenues were directly collected by the CMC itself, and deposited in 3 custodian banks, British, Russian and German, which held them for the CMC as security against foreign loans, only dispersing funds to regimes in Peking on the nod of the Inspector General and the Diplomatic Corps. With this fiscal strangehold on the cliques competing for power in North China, the customs would indeed become, as a Glenn himself confidentially put it, an imperium in imperio. 9 Since 1913, the foreign powers had been backing the bid of the former Ch'ing commander Yuan Shikai to establish himself as China's new strongman against opponents, mostly associated with Sun Yat-sen's Kuomintang, whose strongholds lay in the south of the country. Such was the scene when my father arrived in China, with only the sketchiest idea of what was in store for him. Making his way down the Yangtze, at a stop-off in Hankow, the Russian consul took him to the races. He arrived a week later at the small customs station outside Yachao in northern Hunan, where the Shang River, flowing through the vast Tungting Lake, joins the Yangtze. 10 Here, extremely lonely, he learned basic procedures, and got his first lessons in Chinese. At this isolated outpost, futile shooting expeditions in the marshes on the opposite bank and dinners on a stranded French gunboat were virtually the only distraction. 11 But from the hilltops above the river, the customs detachment overlooked an encampment of soldiers dispatched by Yuan Shikai to hold the province, 15,000 men to keep down revolutionists in Hunan. After dark, he reported home, unless you carry a light, the soldiers are liable to shoot you at sight, as they are afraid of a rebel force entering the province, and the place is full of patrols and pickets. 12 On the river itself, troop transports were on the move in both directions. It was an introduction to warlord China. Apparently quiet and studious, he earned the liking of the local commissioner, a red-bearded Scot, who regretted losing him when 9 months later orders came for his transfer. 13 In April 1915, he was instructed to travel to Mukden for intensive instruction in Chinese at the customs school set up to train new recruits in the language. Under a Glenn, for the first time, advancement in the service above a certain level depended on passing a series of examinations in written and spoken Chinese, that stretched over nearly a decade. Situated in a hamlet outside the city, the school itself was dull in setting. But here at least a 21-year-old was among contemporaries, in company preferable to the solitude of Yachao. Manchuria, then falling under the control of Chiang Tso-lin, the former bandit who would become the ruler of the region soon afterwards, was much quieter than Hunan. Even so, shock waves from the rest of the country could be felt. My father arrived in Mukden just as the news of Yuan Shikai's surrender to Japanese pressure for sweeping territorial and economic concessions in China, the famous 21 demands, led to uproar across the country. No real trouble over the Sino-Japanese question, he wrote to his sister, though both Chinese and Japs here had fortified their respective parts of the village. 14 In the school, instruction was from 9 to 3 every day, exams every month. Once winter arrived, the main recreation was ice hockey, to which he took with enthusiasm. 15 A group photograph of the period shows him reclining at the bottom of a pyramid of young trainees, dashing with monocle, mustache, and cigarette. But he was evidently diligent. By October, the commissioner in charge of the school, after describing a dinner with the governor of the province and Chiang Tso-lin, the latter has lost none of his ambition while he has added nothing to his education so defective from the Chinese standard, was reporting to a Glenn that there has been no student at the school yet whose capacity, aptitude for work, and progress have equaled Mr. Anderson's. 16. After just under a year in Mukden, his course completed, My father was posted south in the spring of 1916, to the river port of Ningpo, 14 miles inland from the coast in Zhejiang, close to Chiang Kai-shek's birthplace. The inter-imperial character of the customs was still untouched by the European conflict, and nationals from belligerent countries continued to work side by side. While his brother was fighting the imperial army in Picardy, he found himself filing reports to a German chief, whose only drawback was a touch of amiable schlampere. The small foreign community, 45 strong, all lived on the miniature bund along the river. From my veranda I can see ships and junks passing sometimes only 20 yards away. The summer was sweltering, but trips upriver by houseboat made pleasant weekends. By now Yuan Shikai, after an abortive attempt to enthrone himself as emperor, abandoned in the face of widespread revolt, was tottering. Within a week of arriving in Ningpo, my father was writing, "The province we are in, Zhejiang, has joined the Revolutionary Party and there has been a little fighting inland, but we are quite safe here as we have guarantees from both sides. I have just come back from Shanghai where I went at service expense to carry dispatches as the rebels are opening all Chinese mail." 6 weeks later, Yuan, about to seek refuge in the American legation, was dead. In Ningpo, my father went down with successive bouts of dengue fever, but still passed his critical Chinese exams in the autumn. In the spring of 1917, when China was finally cajoled into breaking off diplomatic relations with the Central Powers, German and Austrian staff of the CMC were sent home. There was little time to settle down under a new commissioner. In the first week of June, he was transferred to the CMC headquarters in Peking. He had scarcely settled into his new post, in the staffing department, before the political kaleidoscope was shaken again. In the first week of July, the pigtail General Chang Soon, a longtime Ch'ing loyalist, seized the city in a bid to restore the Manchu monarchy. Under artillery bombardment from rival militarists outside the walls, and after extensive bribery from within, the coup collapsed a few days later. All firing stopped at 10 a.m. Chang, the monarchist leader, is a refugee in the Dutch legation. The only thing to remind one there has been fighting is that a lot of glass has been smashed. There are bullet holes in our office windows, and in the Club 18 though short-lived, the coup had lasting effects, leading to the secession of Kuomintang delegates from the parliament, and the consolidation of an alternative power center animated by Sun Yat-sen in Canton. In the new year, a drive to reconquer the South failed, splitting the regime in Peking. 19 Working in the Inspectorate General under Aglen and Baura, my father spent long hours decoding telegram traffic into the night, as the CMC, eventually taking control not just of customs revenues to fund foreign debts, but of the surplus beyond these obligations, for direction by the diplomatic corps, became an increasingly central player in the capital. The customs have gained a great deal in influence since the war, and up here in Peking we are more than half a political force. My father wrote home, "We are taking over the government banks practically." 20 From the inspectorate, located in the middle of the legation quarter, on the eastern edge of today's Tiananmen Square, the cockpit of warlord conflicts in the capital was in constant view. In the summer of 1918 he was writing, "Reason is the religion of China, and a very good religion too, except that it made for detachment. It is only the unscrupulous who go into politics, hence the present feudal government." 21 His attitude to warlord conflicts, like that of most foreigners at the time, was dismissive. But when the awakening of May 4, 1919 came, with the student protests that marked the birth of modern politics in China, his response was briefly enthusiastic. "All China is on strike. It is most impressive," he reported. "All business is at standstill, and the students, who are running the movement, are masters of the situation. There is a sort of epidemic of resignations from president down to parliament." 22. Aglen evidently appreciated his work, taking him as private secretary on a tour of inspection by cruiser round ports in South China later that year, calling in at Canton, Wuchao, Amoy, Fuzhou, Wencov, Macau, and elsewhere. He came back with mixed feelings about Aglen himself. "Sir F. Aglen is English," he informed his mother, big, heavy, good-looking, rather awkward and shy, naturally lazy but now very hard-working, very conscientious and absolutely straight, clever at customs work with a wonderful customs memory, but rather selfish and inclined to bluster, quite stupid as far as the Chinese and political side of his job goes. 23 His own prospects must have appeared good. Back in Peking, completing a translation for Kishimoto Hirakichi, the commissioner in charge of Chinese negotiations in the inspectorate, who is a Japanese and whose job I have my eye on 20 years hence. 24 His career seemed well on track. But ambition is not the dominant note in his correspondence of the time. He was in his 20s, and the pleasures of an outdoor life, riding, skating, tennis, swimming, when office pressures slackened, figure more largely. The beauty of Peking, commented on by all foreigners of the period, a wonderful city, even when the high walls, dust, the dry harsh look of things were oppressive in the hot season, and of the countryside of the western hills, where he tramped on foot at weekends, were natural attractions. 25 On the coast the customs kept bungalows in Paiteho, the resort where today communist leaders gather in seclusion every summer. But another concern was predictably uppermost, the incompleteness of bachelor life. 26 Sexually, young European men in China usually found solace with local tea girls or concubines. Hart, a devout Wesleyan, had 3 children by a mistress in Amoy before marrying a cousin from Portadown. My father, who found the typical China girl in the Western community insufferably spoiled by the gender ratio, no doubt at some point followed suit. But in his last year in Peking, he fell under the spell of the wife of an embassy official, Florence Harding, of unusual boldness. A turbulent affair ensued. It would have had to be highly clandestine. Even courtship of a single girl, if regarded as unsuitable by parents or superiors, might result in an abrupt transfer to the remotest outpost the IG could find, the fate of his best friend at the time, exiled to a fever-ridden hole on the Burmese frontier for this transgression. 27 In such conditions, the intensification of feeling generated by even ordinary secrecy is likely to have heightened. In early 1920 my father was transferred to Chungking, 1,500 miles up the Yangtze, in Sichuan. This was a posting he had wanted, for reasons that are lost. Perhaps it was the attraction of further turmoil. The province had been an epicentre of revolt both in the overthrow of the Qing dynasty in 1911 and the downfall of Yuan Shikai in 1916, when troops from Yunnan and Quechao had taken it from the south, linking up with local insurgents. 4 years later, it remained in a highly unsettled condition, as local Sichuan militarists sought to oust the Yunnan Quaico forces still in control of much of the province, including Chungking. 28 Besides continual marauding between warlord troops, piracy was rife on the upper Yangtze. My father arrived at his new post in the first week of March 1920. The assistant he replaced, traveling in the opposite direction towards Akane, was ambushed a few days later. Conditions downriver are getting steadily worse, the station chief informed Peking. I had a letter from Mr. Nordstrom, who left here on the 8th by Wuhan, telling me he had been attacked by robbers about 10 li above Yunyang who fired on his boat, killed the laeta, and took all his own valuables. Wires have come in during the last few days that 3 other boats with foreigners on board have been cleaned out in a similar manner and 2 gunboats have gone down river post haste. 29. By the summer, fighting between the rival armies was approaching the city. The Yunnan men are retreating. They levy contributions as they retire under threat of destruction of towns and villages. It is possible the Sichuan troops will be under the walls or in the city in 3 days. It appears evident that the Quaico men have little hope of holding their own, for they are still moving their impedimenta, and today, as I came down the hill, I met many wounded men on their way south. The economic situation gave small leeway to the customs. Unfortunately, business is at a standstill. Cargo cannot come down with all these military movements in progress. Junks will not move above Wanshan without escort on account of brigandage, and there are not enough soldiers to supply escorts. A week and more ago there were over 300 junks gathered at Wanshan, and this crowd, coupled with the military consumption, is causing the price of food to rise seriously. As for the city itself, whichever side is here, it is pretty certain that Chungking will have to pay. It has always paid 30. These were circumstances enough to absorb the energies of any young assistant. But his mind must also have been on his amour in Peking, and letters no doubt passing between them. In September, at all events, Florence arrived to stay with him, bringing, probably for the sake of decorum, 2 women friends along with her. One of these was Stella Benson, then traveling in Asia as a freelance writer and journalist. Shrouded in torrential rain, high above the city which lay on a ledge amid the swirling river below, the party quickly became an emotional hotbed. Stella fell violently in love with my father, while he strove mightily to detach Florence from her marriage, freely regaling the first with confessions of his passion for the second. Arguments about Ireland, the Black and Tans had just arrived. My father sympathized with Sinn Féin, heightened the atmospherics. Below, pitched battles raged between Yunnan and Szechuan troops, in the last round of their struggle for control of the province, bullets flying in the streets, bodies floating down the river, as the agitated trio prepared to leave by boat for Shanghai. 31 painful mises au point punctuated the route. Florence made her way back to Peking. Stella went on to Calcutta. My father was left for the final months of his tour of duty in Shanghai, a city he detested, where the Chinese are only tolerated to be kicked and sworn at. 32 In the spring of 1921, at the age of 27, he sailed home on his first leave. What had he made of China? In all probability, my father would have been hard put to give a focused answer, so closely must the particular encounter with a foreign world have been entwined with, and overlaid by, the general ordeal of growing up. For example, after 7 years, how proficient was his Chinese? Good enough to earn special mention in a circular from the IG, but what this meant in practice is difficult to know. There are some indications he could read classical poetry, but they may be misleading. Certainly, by the time he left Peking, he was contemptuous of the attitude of most of his contemporaries. Europeans in China are so stupid, he wrote. If they would take a little interest in the country they are living in, they would enjoy life more. But they expect Chungking to be like Leeds and regret the petty luxuries of a third-rate English town. 33 Pride in the variety of landscapes and cities he had already known, and the scale of the organization of which he was part, are clear. 34 In his last letter to his brother, he had written, I don't want to chuck China, in a way I love the country, and I am so far from pining for the fresh green lap of fair King Richard's land that I feel as if I couldn't stand living at home. 35 The second expression of feeling is stronger than the first, without denying it all force. Of deeper attachment it is difficult to speak. Claudel, a French consul in China for 15 years, who knew the Western community there well, wrote, echoing an opinion of Stevenson, on the eve of the First World War, if a man becomes an expatriate, it is not generally from a taste for adventure or an energy impatient with constraints, it is simply because he did not belong and is as if unfastened from himself. Ask him, it is always circumstances that determined his departure. You will never find in an expatriate that ecstatic faith in the things of this world, the tenacity of purpose, the ferocious appetite for power and money we admire in Balzac's heroes. The expatriate always has something loose, badly attached, about him, some basic indifference of soul and body. 36 Whatever the general validity of the description, there are reasons for thinking it might have particular truth in an Anglo-Irish case. Back in London, within 3 months my father had married Stella. When he took her home to meet his family in Waterford, roads were crisscrossed with trenches, barracks detonated, bridges pockmarked by ambushes. The locals, seeing her London flapper's haircut, assumed she had been cropped for collaboration by the Sinn Féin. While Griffith and Collins negotiated, the couple sailed off for an American honeymoon. Motoring across the states, from Pennsylvania to California, they arrived back in Ireland during the Civil War. Free State forces, colluding with the British, were closing in on Republican-held Waterford. It must have seemed a bit like Szechuan. At the family dinner table, when my father continued to defend Irish independence, the atmosphere became explosive, ascendancy houses were being burnt, and his uncle was to be driven out of the country. The newlyweds left for China the day after Collins met retribution in Cork. On arriving in Hong Kong, my father was posted to Mengtsa in Yunnan, on the Indo-Chinese border. Rebuffing attempts by local intelligence to recruit him as a British agent, he was scornful of their stupidity. He took his bride down to Hanoi, and then via the French railway along the upper Red River to Mengtsa. Yunnan, famous for its natural beauty and hospitable climate, was a province of China whose remoteness and ethnic diversity made its warlords virtually independent rulers. Economically, however, the region fell within the French sphere of influence, communications, concessions, and trade flowing to Tonkin. Banditry was rife round Mengtsa, where most of the hills people were Lolo. Riding in the countryside, Seamus and Stella had some narrow brushes, but politically the area was quiet. There, for 2 years, the young couple lived in a long adobe house on high stone foundations with a curling Chinese roof gaily painted underneath in faded blues and oranges and crimsons. 37, part of the customs compound that, 15 years later, became the classrooms where William Empson taught English during the Sino-Japanese War, encountering his own brigands outside the city walls. 38 at Mengtsa, wedlock all but crumbled. Stella fell violently out of love, my father into her brooding. They were physical antitheses. Suffering from acute ill health, a chronically phtisic condition, throughout her life, she was spiritually passionate and carnally numb. Perhaps all her warmth was required for the effort just to survive. My father was emotionally steady but strongly and candidly sensual. Few marriages stand that strain. They talked of divorce. She buried herself in writing, he in studying Chinese. In the spring of 1925 he was ordered to Shanghai. She decided to take 6 months in Europe. At the quay, when the gangplank went up, she was vaguely surprised to miss him. Meanwhile, China had been catching up with Ireland. Spreading through the big cities, modern nationalism had established a political base in Canton, where since early 1923 Sun Yat-sen had headed a Kuomintang regime with Soviet advisors and communist support. A bid to seize control of the local customs had been thwarted by a flotilla of great power gunboats, but the inspectorate in Peking was now facing a general rise in anti-foreign feeling in the south. At this juncture, just as my father left Shanghai, British sepoys in the city fired point-blank into a Chinese crowd demonstrating for the release of students held in a British police station. The massacre of May 30, 1925 set the country alight. A general strike was declared in Shanghai, anti-British rioting erupted and spread to other cities. 3 weeks later, a major demonstration against the unequal treaties in Canton met with an Anglo-French fusillade that left many more casualties. 39 The result was a popular strike and boycott of English goods in Hong Kong and Canton that lasted for 16 months, the setting of Malraux's memorable first novel Les Concurrents. What was my father's view of these events? It seems probable he left the city around June 3, having witnessed the initial explosion, and the strikes and repression that followed it, but no letter has survived from these weeks. All that is clear is that, instead of being assigned to an office job in the city, as he had expected, he was dispatched as acting commissioner, the youngest in the service, to the remote corner of China where Manchuria juts into a small gap between the northernmost tip of Korea and the frontier of Russia. Geographically, the nearest city to the settlement of Lungchingtsen, where he arrived on June 10, 1925, was Vladivostok. His first report started, local situation, the Shanghai affair and the subsequent outbreaks, negotiations, etc. are discussed and commented on by all classes of Chinese. In coming here I made the journey from the frontier to Lungchingtsen on foot and found the country people in fairly remote villages talking over the situation. The Hunchun Chamber of Commerce is collecting money for the strikers' fund in Shanghai. There was a rather half-hearted demonstration at Yanqi, and the main shop of the BAT dealer is boycotted. 40. He noted, however, that the political and ethnic balance in the region did not favor the national movement. In the ports of Central and South China, British power was still the main target of popular hostility. In the northeast, Japanese expansion represented a much more formidable force. Manchuria was the home territory of the dominant northern warlord, Chiang Kai-shek. But his regime was invigilated by Tokyo from positions of strength: Japanese military control of the Liaodong Peninsula, cantonments in Mukden, armed guards along the South Manchurian Railway. The Qiantao border zone where my father had been posted was of special concern to Japan, for the majority of its population were Korean immigrants, and it was the principal base area for underground nationalist activity against Japanese colonial rule in Korea. After its consulates were attacked in 1920, Japan had military police permanently stationed in the local towns. 41 Here, a few years later, Kim Il-sung would start his career as a guerrilla in the communist movement. Today, the region forms the Yanbian Autonomous Korean Prefecture in the PRC. Then, a minority of Chinese settlers and a scattering of White Russians completed the scene. Though remote, the land was fertile and economic activity gathering pace. Lungchingson is developing fast and looks more like a prairie settlement in the middle west of America than a treaty port of China. Builders' scaffoldings and new bald-looking foreign buildings are springing up amongst the adobe huts of the Korean settlers. 42. My father spent 2 years in this odd spur of Siberia. Winters were implacable, though not without elation. Reporting to a Glenn on a 360-li inspection tour of the frontier barriers and patrol stations, he noted that for most of the journey, he could bowl along the frozen surface of the Tumen River by car. A better road could hardly be found. 43 Stella joined him, suffering from the bitter winds and isolation, but eventually making the local Russians into the material of her most successful novel. When she left for a 6-month break in California, he took one to bed, and wrote an impressive letter for her consent. In a tizzy, she wired him the go-ahead, regretted it, on getting back, recriminated, let it go. By now she knew how strong was his attachment to her, and how little appeasement she gave him. Their strange disjointed existence, imagining, inspecting, resumed. Meanwhile the customs was overtaken by the political crisis in the country. In the summer of 1926 the KMT regime in Canton, now headed by Chiang Kai-shek, launched the Northern Expedition to oust the assorted warlords who ruled the rest of China. By the end of the year, nationalist forces had advanced to the Yangtze and set up a government in Hankow. A Glenn at the head of the CMC and Britain as hegemon of the diplomatic corps were now in a dilemma. Both had traditionally backed the warlord regimes in Peking. But a Glenn, by channeling part of the customs surplus to a domestic sinking fund, rather than hypothecating it all to foreign bondholders, a move that gave him greater leverage within Chinese politics, was regarded with reserve by the Foreign Office, as too independent. What line was now to be taken towards the Kuomintang? In the autumn Chiang Kai-shek cabled orders to suppress the long strike and boycott of British goods, hitherto supported by Canton. Delighted at the relief of Hong Kong, London in exchange made no fuss when the KMT imposed a surtax on foreign trade, technically in breach of the treaty system, and started to cultivate relations with Hankow. 2 months later, the Peking regime, now under the control of Chiang Kai-shek, and formally claiming authority over all Chinese territory, responded by announcing its own surtax to the same amount, and instructed the customs to collect it. A Glenn, pleading diplomatic opposition, went south to discuss the delicate situation with the Hankow authorities. Before he could get back, the Peking government dismissed him for insubordination. London, whatever its feelings about a Glenn, was determined to ensure that his successor was a British national, to which the Japanese legation, after some hesitation, consented. In February 1927 the Northern regime duly appointed the current Chief Secretary, Arthur Edwards, as acting IG. My father, who had known a Glenn well, noted, Edwards is a big fat Irishman with red hair who looks like a butcher, but is in fact a butler on his mother's side, and related to the Irish dukedom of that name, sociable enough, but not terribly hard-working and likely to be kind to his friends at the expense of others. 44. Confronted with continuing territorial conflict, Edwards opted for de facto cooperation with the North. Collection of the surtax was authorized, but by the Chinese superintendents, not foreign officials of the service. Japan, now getting ready to abandon Changtsolin, opposed the levy. In July, instructions for its collection reached Lungchingson. The Japanese headquarters there orchestrated a break-in of the customs warehouse and a virulent press campaign against my father, threatening him with imminent bomb attacks from Korean gunmen against which they could afford no protection, something more likely, he pointed out, to be directed against Japanese installations, since he had no quarrel with Korean independence. Stella noted, machine guns titched about the streets, and peeped over the walls of the enormous fortified and bastioned new consulate, built, so the Japanese say, as a symbol of friendship between two great nations. 45 In the event, the local Japanese establishment stayed its hand, but their last months in Manchuria were an increasingly tense time, as Chinese national sentiment, belatedly let off the leash by Changtsolin, burst out in a campaign of popular demonstrations against Japan. Across the region. In the autumn, leave arrived, and Seamus and Stella set off for Europe. How far did the rhythm of absences from China, in theory a year in every 5, a defining punctuation of this existence, intensify a sense of changes in the country, as each return took on something of an entry into the drama after missing an act, reconstructible only from indications in the scenes that followed, or furtive consultations of a program in the dark? While my father was away, the political landscape of China shifted radically, and the position of the customs with it. In the spring of 1928, the northern expedition was resumed. KMT armies, with assorted regional allies, advanced towards Peking. In early June Changtsolin abandoned the capital, and was blown up on his luxury train back to Mukden by Japanese officers. In October a nationalist government claiming control over the whole country was proclaimed in Nanking. At the customs Edwards, who had never been accepted by the KMT, soon found his position impossible. From the start of his tenure, he had been threatened by a rival in the person of Hart's nephew, Frederick Mays, commissioner in Shanghai. Mays, older and more skilled in maneuver, had cultivated good relations with the KMT ever since the 1911 revolution, when he was commissioner in Canton. When the nationalist commander Pai Chung-shi entered Shanghai in March 1927, Mays was on hand for secret talks with him, just prior to Chiang Kai-shek's massacre of communists in the city, with Anglo-French complicity. Throughout the year Mays worked to win the favor of the KMT authorities and the backing of the Shanghai business community. He understood the requirements of the rising power, and had no hesitation in meeting them. In January 1929, Edwards was ousted and Mays appointed Inspector General. 46 The headquarters of the CMC were moved to Shanghai, and further recruitment of foreigners suspended. In the same month, China recovered tariff autonomy. The nationalist revolution seemed in full swing. In reality, after turning on his communist allies, Chiang Kai-shek had unified China only in name. Regional militarists, who lacked the same foreign and business connections, but were often better generals, controlled large territories and forces of their own, under the capacious ideological mantle of Sun Yat-sen's legacy. The direct authority of Nanking never extended much beyond central China, and was subject to frequent challenge even there. Over the next 20 years, Jiang's most formidable and persistent rivals came from the subtropical province of Guangxi, a backward region along the Indo-Chinese border with a large minority of Thai origin. Its leading generals, Li Tsung-jen and Pai Chung-shi, had been more prominent in the actual fighting on the northern expedition than Chiang himself, ending it in control of a vast area that for a time included Hankow and Peking. Both commanders would distinguish themselves again in the war against Japan, and when Chiang finally had to step down after his disastrous failures in the civil war against the communists, it was Li Tsung-jen who became the last president of Republican China in 1949, vainly trying to negotiate peace with the CCP. In old age he returned from exile, to die an honored veteran in Peking. In early 1929, however, Chiang suddenly gained the upper hand over the Guangxi clique, expelling them from the KMT and driving them into exile in Hong Kong. 47 There they plotted a comeback from their native province. To thwart them, Chiang inadvertently installed local officers with left sympathies in office in Guangxi. That spring my father traveled back to China alone, on the Trans-Siberian. The trip was bleak and his mind anxious, leave had been turbulent. Doctors had told him he couldn't have children, which Stella wanted. Roles reversed, he wrote to her from Hong Kong, "If you really want a child, go ahead. I shouldn't mind so long as you didn't break with me." 48 He assumed she couldn't join him. In considerable depression, he had just learnt that he was posted to Nanning, the capital of Guangxi. In fact, as he sailed up the waterway from the Pearl Delta and gradually saw the kind of country he was entering, his spirits lifted. Nanning lies just downstream from the fork between right and left rivers, in a setting as far removed from the Tumen as could be imagined. My house is on the river bank and looks across at neat clumps of feather bamboo and buffaloes, and Chinese washing their clothes, paddling, rigging up junk sails, etc. I have a charming garden, very much overgrown, hibiscus, frangipani, camellia, bougainvillea, tamarisk, flowering acacia, palms, bamboos, and various flowering shrubs and trees of the kinds that are almost excessively fragrant. 49 Trade was at a low ebb, and the workload was light. He settled in, waiting for Stella to join him. A few weeks later, an emissary from the CCP headquarters in Shanghai arrived secretly in Nanning. This was the entry into history of Teng Xiaoping, then a 25-year-old not long returned from Europe, his knowledge of French perhaps selecting him for the mission, since he came upriver with Vietnamese communist assistance through what my father called the back door into Guangxi, through the border town of Lung Chau. 50. Infiltrating the local government and garrison, Teng laid the groundwork for an uprising. In October, however, the officers in charge of the province, under whose protection the CCP had been working, declared prematurely against Chiang Kai-shek, in concert with other disaffected forces in the nationalist camp, only to find their troops melting away, and clearing a path for a return to power of Guangxi's famous militarists. Before they could reach Nanning, Teng ordered the detachments, one to the communist cause out of the city, one group towards Lung Chau in the southwest, and the other to the Chuang minority zone in the northwest of the province, where he sailed up the Right River in a convoy of junks loaded with the city's arsenal to meet them. There, at the mountain town of Pose, controlling the passes to Yunnan, he proclaimed a Soviet. Landlords were expropriated, Chuang villages mobilized, and soon an area with a population of about 1 million was under the control of the newly created 8th Corps of the Red Army. My father reported to Mays, the whole of the Pose River is overrun by a force of communistic peasants who have lately captured Piangma and Lungan, the latter town only 60 miles from here. At these places they have publicly burnt portraits of Dr. Sun together with all title deeds found in the Xi'an Yamens. 51. A month later, in January 1930, the Guangxi clique was back in Nanning. Political, a great change in the situation since I last wrote. Li Tsung-jen is here. Passing by the customs house the other morning, he took shelter in my office from a sudden downpour of rain, and spoke freely and with seeming confidence of his plans. He himself will direct operations from Nanning to clear the Lung Chau and Pose rivers, at present infested with the remnants of Yutso Po's army and by the peasant communists. All is quiet locally and the Nanning Chamber of Commerce has paid over $70,000 to Li. The money was raised without much difficulty, as the merchants are interested in the reopening of communications with Pose, where opium stocks have been held up for a long time. 52 In fact, Li and Pai could take no immediate action against the communist forces in Guangxi, where a few days later a second Soviet was proclaimed on the left river near the Indo-Chinese border, because they found themselves under assault from Canton, where an army had been mustered against them in the name of Chiang Kai-shek's government. Fighting spread in the east of the province, as they were joined by another leading commander of the northern expedition, Chang Fa Ki, who brought the remnants of his Ironsides into Nanning to block the Cantonese advance. Chang Fa Kui is now in charge of the defense of Nanning, and is setting about the task with great energy, digging trenches, putting up barricades, throwing out pickets, etc. I went to see him the other day and found to my surprise an undersized keetiff-looking young man who might be taken for a rather elderly student. His men throng the shops, tendering good Hong Kong, Tonkin, and Shanghai notes for their purchases. It is pleasant to hear the Peking burst so far south as this 53. The atmosphere in Nanning became an uncertain mixture, perhaps not untypical of the time, of siege and diversion, vividly captured in Stella's diary. Cantonese aircraft would bomb the city one day, on the next the Guangxi generals would be at their favorite sport. Stella noted in her diary, General Huang Shaoshang ordered us by telephone to provide him with some tennis today. It seems there is a momentary lull in the fighting. He is a great man here and behaves as such. We hurriedly assembled tennis and tea out of doors, although a fine drizzle was falling. General Huang arrived with 6 soldiers with very long-nosed revolvers, as ever waving in the naked hand towards the eye of the host and hostess. 54 tournaments followed. At the dinner table, hot arguments were exchanged over the rights and wrongs of the current fighting with an Ironside staff officer who had attended the LSE, in which Shamas and Stella revealed common indignation at the plight of the Chinese peasantry at the hands of greedy warlords. Amid much European prejudice, this is a rare occasion where Stella let slip evidence of what my father might have known of Chinese intellectual life. Here she reports him as citing Hu Shi, the leading moderate of the May 4th generation, as the most intelligent critic of the plagues of contemporary China, a voice to abash any retrograde warlord. 55. In March the news arrived that the Left River Soviet, under threat from French overflights, had stormed foreign buildings in Lungchao. Teng Xiaoping was in the city when crowds assaulted and burned the French consulate, seizing weapons and funds, and then turned on the customs house. The French deputy commissioner in charge, Comte O'Kelly, took refuge with local brigands, where he was held to ransom, before buying his way across the frontier to Indochina. 56. The timing of these events is unlikely to have been accidental. The Lungchao Soviet was proclaimed on February 1, 1930. The first plantation strikes organized by the Communists in Vietnam broke out at Phu Ren on February 4. The Vietnamese Communist Party was founded in Hong Kong, where Ho Chi Minh was in exile, a meeting that lasted from 3 to February 7. Teng arrived back in Lungchao from a trip to Hong Kong on February 7. The first nationalist insurrection in Tonkin erupted with the mutiny at Yen Bay on February 9, a bolt from the blue to public opinion in France. 57. This is a skein neither China nor Vietnam is anxious to draw attention to today, and which historians have yet to unravel. What is clear is that the colonial government in Hanoi was galvanized into action on both sides of the frontier. French aircraft bombed Lungchao. Teng later claimed his men shot down one during the attack. Soon afterwards Li Tsung-jen's troops recaptured the city. But no stable order was restored, and the region remained in bandit-ridden turmoil. At this juncture, my father received orders from Mays transferring him to Hong Kong. Nanning was still under siege from the east, so the only route out was down the left river. With a morphine-addicted Swedish subordinate in extremis on board, my father and Stella set off in a motor launch, escorted by a gunboat dispatched by the Guangxi generals. Floating through wonderful, sometimes ominous, scenery for 5 days, Stella fell into a dream-like state, not unlike moods in a Chinese poetics of which she was unaware. Lying down on my camp bed this afternoon, I remembered that this was my childhood's ideal of travel, going along very slowly, near the world, lying down and head first, no effort, yet with a close world passing and a new thing to see every minute. It was beautiful at sunset and after, when the moon came out, sitting out on the bows of the ship, looking forward, the bows growling deliciously through the rapids. Living like this is like being exquisitely drowned in a sea of green non-thought. It is a real anticlimax to come to the surface, fireflies drifting like leaves from a pine tree, across the beetling walls of an overhanging village, the darling nothingness of life. 58 My father's version was less Taoist. The journey upriver to a place called Lungchow was very good, replete with rapids, waterfalls, gorges, mountains and monkeys gibbering at us from the river bank. The monkeys were grey-whiskered gibbons, and the fact that the whiskering ceased in a careful black circle round their eyes gave them a very dissipated look. All this part of the country has been ravished by brigands communists a month before, and terrified runaway Chinese peasants peered down at our boat from caves high up in the mountains at the side of the river. 59. In the middle of this wildness, stopping at a hamlet one night, Stella was, unimaginably, brought a telegram from her publishers in London. At Lungchow, they inspected the sacked residence of the Commissioner. 60 In the safety of French refuge across the border, they found Comte O'Kelly very much obsessed by his communist and brigand experiences, a craving for action decisive everywhere, at Yenbei, in India, in France, at the Naval Conference, everywhere people should be put up against walls and shot. 61 They made their way down to Hanoi, and back to Hong Kong. In Guangxi, the Right River Soviet fell that autumn, after the CCP Center instructed Teng and his colleagues to lead the 8th Corps out of the Chuang base area on a disastrous march, theoretically towards Canton, from which only decimated remnants escaped to join Mao's fastness to the north. In Nanning, Li Tsung-jen and Pai Chung-si, now firmly in control again, set out to make Guangxi a model region. Hu Shi, visiting the province a few years later, much approved their efforts to modernize the province. By then, Seamus and Stella would have less to say for the Crown Colony. ******. In the third week of July 1998, a national anti-smuggling work conference took place in Beijing. In sensational speeches, the rulers of the People's Republic revealed that China is currently losing $12 billion a year from a massive wave of contraband, involving public officials of every kind, not least the People's Liberation Army itself. To staunch this disastrous flow, President Jiang Zemin announced the establishment of a national special police force to crack down on rampant smuggling, to be rewarded from the proceeds of confiscations, and ordered the army to withdraw from all its multifarious commercial enterprises. The issue has certain historical echoes. In the spring of 1930, 16 years into his service, my father was posted to Hong Kong. He remained there 2 years, technically assigned to Kowloon, but living on the Peak. He disliked the place. The setting might be carelessly beautiful, but the society was dreary and the town repellent. It is curious how out-of-date colonies are, he noted. Hong Kong is just beginning to be Edwardian. Hanoi is almost entirely Jules Ferry. It is strange in Hong Kong to meet young girls being girlish in the manner of 1900, and in Hanoi to hear Frenchmen airing ideas about colonial development etc. which are audacious in the manner of Rudyard Kipling. But whereas Hanoi was at least pretty, with streets radiating from a lake surrounded with trees at the center, cafes with pink and white awnings, and flower baskets at every corner, Hong Kong as a town is grotesquely ugly. The part which is intended to be dignified is simply terrible, a square with lawns all cluttered up with the most revolting statues of minor royalties. 62 Stella took her aim at government licensing of forcible prostitution, in which teenage girls from the mainland were sold as virtual slaves to local brothels. Cutting through missionary pieties and realist hypocrisies alike, she made it clear the issue was not sexual morality but exploitation. 63 Against much official opposition, an effective campaign under League of Nations auspices forced a reluctant governor to phase out the system. This intervention naturally brought displeasure on her husband. But he was a servant of the Chinese rather than British government, and the maritime customs was at loggerheads with the Hong Kong authorities anyway. The colony was traditionally a smuggler's paradise, protected by British officials in collusion with local interests. Soon after my father arrived, Mays descended in person for a showdown with the colonial authorities over the facilities the customs needed to crack down on contraband into China. We are busy quarreling with the Hong Kong government, and there is at the moment a prospect of our withdrawing from Hong Kong and putting a cordon of cruisers round the island to annoy shipping, he wrote to Ireland. Last time negotiations were broken off and there was a good deal of ill feeling. They don't like or trust Mays very much. But he is an able man and will get his way, I think. He doesn't care what people think of him as long as outward appearances are preserved. 64. Mays was indeed already giving a new dynamism to the CMC. The recovery of tariff autonomy by the Nanking government had increased import duties from semi-colonial levels, below even a nominal 5% to 15% by 1931, now on a gold unit basis. The result was a big jump in customs revenues, which within 3 years virtually trebled. By 1932 the maritime customs was generating 60% of central government revenues, far more than in Hart's day. 65 Since tighter fiscal pressure at the frontier made contraband much more profitable, smuggling soared. To combat its spread, Mays created a new preventive department within the inspectorate, secured its own powers of armed interception for the CMC, and built up a modern fleet of fast cruisers, linked to a wireless network, for search and seize operations along the China coast. It was this kind of work to which my father was assigned, first as deputy and then as commissioner ad interim in Hong Kong, controlling the movement of small gunboats in the waters round the island. He was evidently good at the job, and enjoyed it. 66. Contemptuous of the British authorities in Hong Kong. 67 He had also to finesse relations with the Chinese authorities he served. Canton was controlled by the Kwangtung warlord Chen Chi-tiang, who had formed a regional bloc with Li and Pai in Guangxi against Chiang Kai-shek in Nanking. Each side naturally laid claim to the most valuable source of public funds available. My father's work was thus, as he put it, agreeably complicated by the fact that I served two separate governments, one in principle legitimate but distant, the other insurgent but much closer to hand. My chief card is force majeure. This word is very dear to all Chinese govs, de jure or de facto. An example. The Minister of Finance of the central government instructs me in majestic terms to cease remitting certain revenues to the rebellious dogs of the Canton faction and to let him have them. This means I get a friend among the rebellious dogs to send an old steam tug, with 5 or 6 indifferently armed soldiers on board, to make an armed demonstration at one of my revenue stations outside Hong Kong. We could perfectly easily blow up anything in the way of armed force the Cantonese could possibly send along, including their navy, which is very much less imposing than my own anti-smuggling flotilla. But instead of that I telegraphed the central government that I have been compelled to yield to force majeure. All is then well until the next crisis. 68. This insouciant note, no doubt colored for effect, did not last long. In the autumn of 1931 Japan overran Manchuria, and 6 months later set up the puppet state of Manchukuo. At a stroke, the CMC was excluded from all Manchurian ports, a major revenue blow. In January 1932, Japanese forces in Shanghai launched an assault on KMT positions, which after severe fighting led to a further weakening of Chinese control around the city where the inspectorate was now located. Though my personal position in the customs is flourishing, he told his mother, the position of the customs is a little shaky in view of the warfare at Shanghai. 69 In the short run, the CMC survived well enough. But Japanese occupation of Manchuria, and gradual extension of territorial control below the Great Wall, affected the system of mobility within the customs sharply. From now on, there would be steadily fewer ports available for postings to the north of the country, where the climate was better and conditions healthier. Stella, who loathed Hong Kong, left for Europe just before the Shanghai incident, buoyed en route by a Femina Prize for her last novel. In April my father was transferred to Hainan. He received his new post for a purpose. Hainan, a tropical island the size of Ireland, is the far southernmost extremity of China, lying on a latitude with Luzon in the Philippines, opposite northern Vietnam. Traditionally a place of remotest banishment for Tang literati, like Ovid's Black Sea exile, it was still quite wild, with non-Han tribal groups at large. In the interior, a CCP guerrilla was active, rank banditry cloaking itself in the garb of communism, a residue of the Borodin regime, as the Danish commissioner who preceded my father saw it. 70 Its importance lay in its geographical position. All ocean-going junks from Bangkok, Singapore, Batavia, or Saigon were required by an IG directive to report to Hainan before proceeding to any mainland harbor in China. Across the narrow straits to the Luoco Peninsula lay the dormant French enclave of Kwangchowan, with its headquarters in Fort Bayard, some 200 square miles of lease extorted from the Qing Empire in 1898, and virtually forgotten thereafter. With the raising of Chinese tariffs in the early 30s, however, this shadow zone suddenly became a magnet for large-scale contraband, landed in Fort Bayard and then nimbly shipped across to Hainan, or over the land frontier. Vast and powerful interests, the Danish memorandum warned, had given rise to a smugglers' El Dorado. 71. This was why Mays had sent my father south, after drawing attention in a circular to the vigorous example set by his seizures in Hong Kong. The first instruction to him read, "I consider that you hold one of the most interesting posts that the service has to offer and that the problem of prevention in your district will afford you ample opportunity to put the experience acquired in the Kowloon area to the best advantage." 72 The CMC station in Fort Bayard was controlled from Hainan. His first task as commissioner was to attack the illegal traffic from the French territory. My father proceeded to tours of inspection of creeks and bays on both sides of the straits, mobilization of cruisers, orders for more speedboats and armored shields from Shanghai. 3 months after he arrived, Hainan was the scene of a naval revolt against Canton, put down after a spectacular direct hit from the air. An enormous yellow flame and great columns of smoke sank the rebel flagship in Hoi Hao harbor, requiring him to telegraph warnings to mariners across Southeast Asia. 73 He soon decided that it would be better to tackle the smuggling problem from the other side of the straits, and got colleagues to lobby the inspectorate for the transfer of control over Fort Bayard to Puquoy, the nearest port on the mainland, currently administered by a somnolent Dutch commissioner. Mays, seeing the sense of the proposal, appointed him to Puquoy in the autumn of 1932. Stella, after 6 months of literary success in London, prize givings, soirees with the Wolves, portrait by Wyndham Lewis, etc., was meanwhile making her way back to China with foreboding. "Now I am in danger again." 74 5 days after she reached Hainan, she collapsed with a bronchial crisis, from which she only just pulled through, devotedly nursed day and night by a Chinese concubine richer than we are. 75 When they moved to Puquoy a fortnight later, she had to be carried ashore. There she recovered a little, resumed writing. The commissioner's house was almost palatial, set in a large compound filled with flowering trees and shrubs, looking down to the sea. My father, with his Russian deputy, crisscrossed the Luoco Peninsula by car in pursuit of a tighter cordon round Fort Bayard. There, at any rate, society was less stuffy than in Hong Kong. The portly administrator, a bachelor and impenitent, which means he keeps 2 Annamite girls, was fond of officially notifying him, "Si quelqu'un me mord dans la derrière, je lui donne un coup de pied dans les ropets." This means there has been a frontier incident. 76 In the setting, manners were more diverting. At Kwangchowan, I encountered a Chinese lesbian. A very curious woman, who is the wife of a customs clerk. She is called the Conqueror, is tremendously bossy, and sends for sing-song girls to sleep with her. 77 He seems to have enjoyed the challenge of this eccentric frontier, and confirmed the good opinion of his superiors, though the French authorities continued to turn a blind eye to forbidden traffic. For its part, the Kwangtung regime, which Shi, after a brush with Chen Chi-tiang, viewed as utterly benighted by comparison with Guangxi, obstructed any effort to fortify the frontier on its side, viewing the customs in Puquoy as an agency of Nanking from which it stood to gain nothing. By the late winter, Stella's health was worsening again. "I am wondering now if I have not come to the end," she noted. "I do not really mind. I have come to my full stature, such as it is, and do not feel that anything very valuable would be cut off untried. By my death 78 in the summer, my father asked for a month's leave and they went on holiday to the Javanese uplands. She was still very weak. In the autumn they went to Tonkin, where he had customs business. She stayed on after he went back for a few days in the Bay d'Along, famous for the allure of its mountainous islets. There she caught a last pneumonia, and died. My father buried her on an island in the bay. It had been one of those peculiar relationships, common enough, or a product of alien circumstances. Like a broken figure of eight. She had fallen passionately in love with him, he married her with his mind elsewhere. She frustrated him physically, he disappointed her emotionally. Attachment frayed, they twisted away from each other. Yet her company became essential to him, and she accepted displacement for it. Tender and insensible, he certainly ended by loving her more than she did him, yet practically she gave up more for him, with only intermittent regret. After her death, he wrote, "It is difficult to put on paper the secret pride I have always had in her, even when we were angry with each other." 79 There are no letters from his last months alone in Pakhoy. In April 1934 he left for Europe. Taking her journal to the University Library at Cambridge, he wrote in a small hand on the last page, "This was a magnificent woman. Handing over these diaries is like burying her all over again. I can hardly bear it." 80. While he was away in Europe, the situation in China altered fundamentally once again. By mid-1934 Chiang Kai-shek's fifth extermination campaign had made Mao's base in the Kiangsi-Fujian border area untenable. In October Communist forces broke through encirclement, and began the Long March. A year later, after tremendous losses, a small remnant arrived in Yan'an. While the KMT and its warlord allies harried the CCP in its new base in the northwest of China, Japanese pressure escalated in the east. A month after Mao reached Shenzi, the Japanese army extended its grip round Peking, without serious resistance from the nationalist regime. On December 9, 1935, student protests against Nanking's accommodation to Tokyo were broken up by police in Peking, with numerous arrests. In solidarity, patriotic demonstrations spread across the country, in which the communist underground played a central role. After its military setbacks, the CCP was starting to recoup politically. Arrived back in London, my father confessed he was still torn to bits with pain and remorse about the death of his wife. 81 Unwilling to face China alone, he went to nightclubs, took up autogyros, considered alternative companions. Dining with my mother, he was taken with the way she waved her knife and fork about while talking. Eventually, he proposed to her. She was 12 years younger, in love with a guardsman whose family wanted no mésalliance. On country walks, in diary notes, she weighed up her choices. A trip to Ireland clinched it. In September 1935 they wed. Sometimes, an epoch later, she would speak of the marriage as almost arranged. Certainly China must have been a leap in the dark. But she was adventurous, and by current standards, then or now, the relationship must have worked. Mays cabled my father he was to proceed to Kunming. They set off in high spirits, missing one boat, catching another in Marseilles. My brother was conceived somewhere in the Indian Ocean. In February 1936, they arrived in Yunnan. The new realities quickly made themselves felt. My father's first dispatch to Mays opened, "The Communists have entered the province in the northeast corner. Indications are that the Yunnan troops will not fight them, but steer them into Sichuan." 82 Mao's forces had reached Shenzi, but now a second column of the Red Army, whose base on the Hunan-Hupai border had held out longer, was making its way across China. Led by Ho Lung, a former commander in Chiang Fa-Kai's Ironsides, it was eventually to reach Yan'an in somewhat greater strength, about 20,000 soldiers, than the survivors of the Long March. In April Ho Lung's forces brushed so close to Kunming that my father reported something very like a panic here. Last Friday the whole foreign population, and a good many Chinese, spent the night in trains with steam up, ready to leave at a minute's notice. 83 In her diary, my mother gives a livelier description of midnight chaos at the railway station, and the opinion to be heard that the communists would be an improvement for the local population if they did come. In fact, the 2nd and 6th Red Armies did swerve west and north into Sichuan, without Yunnanese efforts to block them, as my father predicted. 84. The alarm, however, brought Chiang Kai-shek to Kunming to review the situation. My father went out to the aerodrome with the official party for his arrival from Changshu. He looked remarkably well, in contrast with his host General Lung Yun, who is, and looks, a heavy opium smoker. 85 Governor of Yunnan, the diminutive Lung Yun had ruled the province as a virtually independent state since 1928. A Lolo warlord from its northeastern panhandle, he had never provoked the KMT regime as his opposite numbers in Guangxi or Guangdong had done, but he kept it if anything even more firmly out of his domain. Yunnan had its own silver currency, contact with the outside world through Indochina, tin mines to sustain revenue and, above all, the largest opium crop in China, filling its treasury and assuring the fortunes of its leading officials. Soon after his arrival, seizing a large consignment on its way to Tonkin bearing the labels of the Yunnan Opium Suppression Bureau, my father was obliged to relinquish it. Opium smuggling was, he reported to Mays, a very important vested interest of the local government. Unless I am authorized to close my eyes to the opium and salt traffic, and without strong central government backing, I think it will be useless and dangerous to try to do anything. I would be grateful for a word of semi-official instruction in regard to this. 86 He was tersely told to look away. Even contraband that was less high voltage was difficult to control, because of the sensitivity of Lung Yun's regime to any encroachment of central government authority on its prerogatives. My father's repeated requests for an armed guard to enforce customs surveillance against ordinary smuggling along the railway line met with stiff resistance, and press attacks on the prospect. The government views my attempt to recruit an armed guard and discovery of malpractice at Mapei as impertinent incursions in provincial affairs, whereas in fact I am attending strictly to my own business, revenue collection, which is the concern of the central government whose agent I am. Overimpressed, as many educated Chinese were at the time, by Chiang Kai-shek's claims to be building a modern national state, he took a correspondingly low view of the Yunnanese authorities. The truth is that the government is not only provincial but also extremely provincial, it has very little knowledge or understanding of what goes on elsewhere in China, and is extremely suspicious and difficult to deal with. This is the opinion of every extra-provincial agency. 87. Such reservations could not impair the pleasures of Kunming, one of the most charming places in China. 88 Set on a high plateau, under blue skies of a virtually perfect climate, the city was enclosed by massive russet walls, pierced by 4 ornamental gates, and surrounded by hills covered with camellia and fruit blossom. The Liang River flowing past my father's office ran down to Lake Dian just south of the city, from whose western shore rose the steep escarpment of the Shishan, temples and shrines on the mountainside, sampans and islands in the water below. Such was the setting in which my brother was born. The family lived in a German-built villa owned by Lung Yun, next door to one of his residences. This was a golden age in family legend, which contemporary documents leave surprisingly intact: Fate's Champatra in the hills, midnight swimming in the lake, the merits of the Lawrences, children's parties in the garden, wives of the governor or his cousin for tea. Perhaps there was too much entertaining, but when a transfer from the IG subsequently came, it was the only time my father broke protocol with a protest. During this idyll, the first major battles of what became the World War began, when in August 1937 Chiang Kai-shek, having lost control of Peking, threw his best divisions against Japanese positions in Shanghai, in a botched assault that was eventually cut to pieces with 250,000 Chinese casualties, and headlong retreat to Nanking. In October, at the height of fighting, my father suddenly received orders for his departure from Kunming. In his last dispatches, he predicted that Yunnan would benefit economically from the conflagration, I now think something very like boom conditions are coming and will continue for the duration of the war. There is already an influx of Chinese refugees from other provinces. House rents are soaring. 89. What he did not foresee was the cultural and political opening the war brought Kunming. 3 months after he left, the transfer of the 3 leading universities of Peking and Tientsin to Yunnan, creating the famous joint Lianda campus, was to make Kunming the intellectual capital of wartime China. Lung Yun, who had every reason to be wary of KMT designs on the province, protected this ferment, while academic freedom was choked in Jiang's capital at Chungking. Inevitably, it led to increasingly lively political debate and opposition to the KMT. As soon as the war was over, nationalist troops mounted a putsch, and gunned down students and intellectuals in a series of incidents that helped trigger the Civil War, events graphically recorded by Robert Payne, who was teaching at Lianda. 90. Lung Yun, arrested and deported to Chungking, later escaped to Hong Kong. He ended his days, like Li Tsung-jen, an honorific figure in the People's Republic. In November 1937, as the Japanese swept the nationalist armies from Shanghai, the family took the Michelin motor rail, very advanced for its time, down to Hanoi, and thence by boat to Swatow, the port in Kwangtung to which my father had been directed. Known today principally as the birthplace of the richest of all Hong Kong's billionaires, the shipping magnate Li Ka-shung, who has liberally endowed it, Swatow has a sticky climate and granite hinterland. Neither of my parents liked it. Professionally, my father had some consolation. Revenue collection was twice as large as in Yunnan, and staff more numerous. Here, the superintendent, Chinese counterpart of the commissioner, normally a figurehead, took an aggressive interest in customs affairs. Calling on him immediately after arrival, my father found him, as I expected, out of humor and disagreeably inclined, and a fearful bore. 91, an aside significant not least for the implied comparison. To this Mays replied in best colonial fashion, I trust that by your discreet handling of the situation the superintendent can be made to realize his real position in the customs. 92. In fact, it became clear that the official in question was mainly concerned to tighten up measures against smuggling, an objective with which my father had every sympathy. Japanese warships were now patrolling along the South China coast to prevent military supplies reaching the nationalist government, and Swatow was in the zone of blockade, a couple of destroyers lying a few miles outside the harbor. The effect was to confine customs motorboats to the shoreline, increasing commercial smuggling at sea, where the standard practice was to dump contraband from steamers overboard in bales attached to buoys, to be picked up and landed by local junks. Norwegian vessels, traveling without anti-piracy guards, were the worst offenders. Planting undercover agents on one coming down from Hong Kong, and a speedboat in wait for junks in a nearby creek, my father netted a large haul of goods and runners, bringing dumping, temporarily at any rate, to a virtual halt. Looking at the handwritten annotations from the inspectorate on this dispatch, a typical Anderson coup, well thought out and planned. 93 faint images from childhood stirred. A few days later, Japanese shells were falling on settlements nearby and aircraft were flying overhead, though my father discounted an imminent landing. In March 1938, he was ordered inland to Wuchao on the West River. En route, he was told in Hong Kong that he needed an operation, and given 6 months' leave for it. The family was back in London by May. That month, Japanese demands on the CMC came to a head. Japan had not formally declared war on China, and still had to reckon with the other imperialist powers in the region. Although Tokyo now controlled both Shanghai and Nanking, the customs could not be simply annexed or liquidated without provoking a conflict with Britain and the United States. Instead, the Japanese authorities demanded that all revenues collected in those parts of China under Japanese control be lodged in the Yokohama Specie Bank, and staff appointments to the service reflect Japanese preponderance. Under this pressure Mays, appealing for support from London and Washington, and understanding from Chungking, withheld accumulated balances in the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, and refused wholesale staff changes, but otherwise conceded the first demand and went some way towards the second. In the autumn, the Japanese seized Canton. Within another year, they controlled ports accounting for 90% of revenue. Foreign commissioners, an American in Canton, a Briton in Tientsin, a Dane in Amoy, and so on, continued to operate under Japanese occupation, and Japanese authorities dispersed regular quotas to the inspectorate for the expenses of the service, while keeping the balances for themselves. Still legally a servant of the Chinese government in Chongqing, the Inspectorate General was now dependent on the remittances of a government at war with it. From his headquarters on Hart Road in the International Settlement, Mays sought to finesse the customs predicament as best he could, flying to Hong Kong to secure unofficial tolerance of these arrangements from KMT Finance Minister H.H. Kung, coming in from Chongqing. In a confidential letter to the London secretary, he later wrote, "My position was not merely difficult, it was impossible." An epigrammatist might describe it thus: Tokyo required, Chongqing objected, and the interested powers expected 94, but whatever the pressure exercised from Japan, or information passed to Britain, his loyalty as an official remained to China. 95. In October 1938, my father was recalled to Shanghai. My mother, protesting at his departure, remained behind. For 6 months, he led a becalmed life in the French concession, in bureaucratic limbo. Nominally assigned as commissioner to Wuhu, a Yangtze port in the Japanese war zone where no CMC station any longer operated, he lived in the Picardy Apartments, an Art Deco block on the Avenue Pétain, playing chess with Russian exiles, learning Italian, reading Saint Simon. When spring brought a post in the field, his relief was palpable. Of the dwindling number of ports under Chinese control, he was given Lungchao. The town itself had not changed much over the decade since the Left River Soviet. But arriving via Hanoi, he found the scene on the Guangxi, Tonkin border transformed. With the fall of Canton, this had suddenly become one of the only 2 overland routes left into nationalist-held territory. On the narrow road from Hanoi to Nanning, the small examination parapet at the frontier was jammed with convoys of heavy trucks and other vehicles streaming from French into Chinese territory with military and civilian supplies. In the space of a few months, customs revenues had increased over 100-fold. Conditions in Lungchao, supposedly the unhealthiest port in China, were primitive and the volume of tasks enormous. But he was exhilarated to be there. Meanwhile, the Japanese were turning Hainan into a major naval and air base, 100 miles offshore. Soon, Japanese seaplanes started air raids over the area, bombing the road and strafing traffic along it. Cargo now had to be passed at night. By mid-August there were daily air attacks on Lungchao. 2 of my father's assistants were wounded a few yards away, when a bomb hit his garden. A week later a squadron of heavy bombers, escorted by seaplanes, launched a much more savage assault, obliterating targets on both sides of the river, and smashing the customs house. There was no anti-aircraft defense of any kind in Lungchao. The aeroplanes come down to low levels and habitually spend an hour here on every visit, bombing, circling round to look for dumps, bombing again, machine gunning. Worse even than the din of the explosions was the murderous roar of the power dive, which sounds as though a silken sky was being ripped open. 96 When the alarm went, customs personnel took refuge in deep caves in the nearby hills, though heading out was also hazardous. On one occasion the service car was riddled with bullets from planes coming in the opposite direction. In these conditions, my father moved his headquarters across the border to Langson, officially, the French Governor-General forbidding the move, in practice the Shurad turning a blind eye. By day, and into darkness, the staff worked at Namquan, Port de Chine, the China Gate of Samuel Fuller's movie. At night they slept in Vietnam. The European war was now 2 weeks away. In between bulletins on the military situation, my father continued to file reports on the surreal customs problems of the region. There are 5 main kinds of smugglers of wood oil: the Guangxi Syndicate, working to defeat the interests of the Trade Commission, the syndicate's own staff, smuggling privately against the interests of both the Commission and the syndicate, and local smuggling organizations working with the assistance and armed protection of local officials against the interests of the Commission, the syndicate, and the syndicate's staff. 97 Wood oil was a hugely profitable export. But ordinary commodities were now so extortionately manipulated and taxed by Chungking that the exporter would have been less than human if he had complied docilely with government requirements. He remained human and smuggled 98 in these conditions. Far from pressing for further guards, he regarded them now as useless provocation. For 25 years, my father had lived at a peculiar diagonal to Chinese society. The maritime customs was not a colonial elite, ruling a subject people. It was not a modern expatriate community, out for the take. It was not a diplomatic body, looking after national interests. The involvement it brought with China was more intimate than these. But, inevitably, it was still dissociated from the deeper fabric of Chinese life. In the imperial period, Western arrogance naturally permeated the service. In the Republican period, there was perhaps less of this, but the weakening of the state of which it was a semi-detached arm encouraged a certain ironic distance instead, capable of being no less indifferent to the human realities surrounding it. My father had seen a great deal of China, more than most educated contemporaries born in the country, but a basic remoteness remained. Now, perhaps, this gap lessened. Under Japanese attack, risks to life were shared, and my father's admiration for the fortitude and ingenuity of his subordinates came out of a common experience. The resourcefulness of ordinary Chinese, their extraordinary ability in time of war to get 10 liters out of a liter bottle 99 made a deep impression on him, and he became correspondingly more caustic about the authorities set over them. In November the Japanese Navy landed an expeditionary force on the north shore of the Gulf of Tonkin, which rapidly crossed the mountains into central Guangxi. An aircraft carrier supplied blitzes overhead. 100 By the end of the month Nanning had fallen, cutting the supply line to the interior, a severe blow. Mays wrote to London, since about one-third of Free China's imports of war materials passed along the Nanning Road. 101 Turning southwest, a flying column reached Lungchao in December and laid it waste. My father reported, 4/5 of the town has been razed to the ground, and the bridge over the river partly wrecked by dynamite. 102 Namquan was occupied a few days later. Customs staff were evacuated to Langsan just in time. When Japanese troops moved on, they set up the frontier station again, and a detachment returned to Lungchao. In the midst of all this, my mother flew out from England, on a small French plane covering a few hundred miles a day, to join him in Langsan. In the back country round Cao Bang, later scene of Sino-Vietnamese battles, she went along on inspection tours with him. In April Lungchao was heavily bombed from the sea again. I cannot conceive why. There is almost literally nothing worth attacking. 103 In May he handed over charge to a successor. Within another couple of months, Japanese inspectors were stationed inside French territory, controlling all traffic to China. 104 In Nanjing, a collaborationist government had been set up under Chiang Kai-shek's vice-chairman, Wang Qingwei, claiming legitimate KMT credentials. Recalled to Shanghai, my father was promoted to statistical secretary, one of the grandest jobs in the service, responsible for collation of returns, publication of results, maintaining of archives, running a printing press, keeping a considerable library. In the summer of 1940 my aunt brought the children out across Canada. Probably, the family lived in some style, if with the discretion of the haute fonctionnaire, rather than the chromium opulence of Ballard's business milieu in Empire of the Sun. Economic security and domestic union were to hand. My father had badly wanted both. But he had never liked Shanghai, symbol of everything Westerners made of China, and he was bored by any desk job, however elevated. I like moving about, he wrote from one of his wilder locations. Most oppressive of all, of course, was the atmosphere in the international settlement, now surrounded by Japanese troops and warships on every side, as the bad news from Europe came in. Shanghai life is anything but gay, he wrote to Ireland in February 1941, "It is quiet and dull, and most of us prefer it that way in these times. Because the alternative, tense and menacing, is never very remote." 105 He wanted a daughter, but could scarcely enlarge the family when there is always the possibility of an evacuation scramble. 106 In April, 12 months' leave came due. Mays, reluctant to let staff go, tempted him with Tientsin, the second largest port in the country. My mother put her foot down. Europe was out of reach. We sailed in the President Coolidge for San Francisco. California in the summer of 1941 was in another time capsule. While the family settled at Los Gatos, the Japanese grip tightened in Shanghai. Quotas from occupied ports for the expenses of the inspectorate were withheld until a Japanese commissioner was appointed in the city. Mays, citing his experience at Akane during the Boxer Rebellion of 1900, resisted any contingency planning for evacuation, keeping all Allied commissioners at their posts. 107 Within hours of Pearl Harbor, as my parents watched with astonishment mass panic and exodus from the Bay Area, the Japanese took control of the international settlement. 2 days later Mays was put under house arrest, and dismissed by the Wang Qingwei regime in Nanking. Kishimoto, whom my father as a young man had dreamt of succeeding, took over as Inspector General, and the service was purged of U.S. and British employees. In March the Kempeitai, Japan's feared military police, flung Mays into a felon's prison for lack of cooperation with the new authorities. Nanking, however, had not yet declared war on the Allies. After a month Mays was released, and in the summer of 1942 he and other Allied customs staff were allowed, at the height of the Pacific War, to leave Shanghai for Mozambique. The anomalous status of the Chinese maritime customs held good to the end. In the First World War, Germans and Austrians had been discharged, but not interned. Now the boot was on the other foot, and British and Americans were discharged. But the Nanking government in 1942 acted as the Peking government had done in 1917, treating them not as enemy nationals but merely as employees whose contract had come to an end. In Shanghai, bureaucratic continuity was meticulously kept up. Imperturbably, as the British were being routed in Malaya, the new Chinese statistical secretary was writing to the Inspector General, S/O number 224. Dear Mr. Kishimoto, I beg to renew the suggestion made by my predecessor, Mr. Anderson. 108. From Laurenko Marcus, Mays made his way at the end of 1942 back to Chungking to resume his position as Inspector General in the KMT zone. He found everything changed. After the fall of Singapore and Hong Kong, the prestige of Britain was low, nationalist feeling against foreign officials was strong, and he was no longer shielded by distance from the Generalissimo, for whom he now developed an intense dislike. 109 In May 1943 he threw in the sponge. The last years, he observed with a newfound candour, had seen the closing phases of the romantic story of the quasi-British control of the Chinese Maritime Customs Service. 110 Now, it was useless to conceal some bitterness, the baton had to be handed over to America. 111 In June the nationalist government, with the agreement of Washington, appointed Lester Little, longtime commissioner in Canton, the last Western Inspector General of the Chinese Customs. In California my father, descending into long illness, was in no condition to go back to Chungking. Invalid out of the service in 1942, he worked when he was able in the Office of Political Warfare in San Francisco, set up by London to collect information and broadcast propaganda to China. A film of pain obscures these years, in the few letters that survive. In 1945, the family boarded the Queen Mary, still a troop ship, for Greenock. On reaching Waterford, he assumed he had little time left. But his mind must have still turned to China. The last letter to be found is not by him. It is a reply from his Cantonese deputy at Lungchao, thanking my father for an inquiry about his fate that had taken 6 months to find its way round China in 1946. The letter, in tiny clear handwriting, told him without fuss the story of what had happened to his different assistants, scattered from Xinjiang to Guangdong, and their children, during the war, hunger, captivity, escape, promotion, death. The author, now in charge of the customs in Hainan, ended, the Chinese people with the potential power of overcoming unbearable difficulties may set their house in order. It is very kind of you to think of us. If the people, especially those in power, of the world understand what is friendship and have in mind the farewell of others as you, an everlasting world peace would not be a dream. I hope I may be able to come over and see you sometime in the future when the cost of an air passage will be reduced to an amount I can afford to pay, or at least I can talk with and see you in a telephone. I have every reason to believe this is not a simple vision. 112. The letter was sent in December. By the time it got to Ireland, my father was dead. The Foreign Inspectorate of the Maritime Customs lasted until the PLA entered Canton in October 1949. Its final service fitted the American postscript. Well beforehand, on orders from Chiang Kai-shek, who did not trust his own navy, Little loaded up 200 tons of gold and silver in customs cruisers, the whole bullion reserves of China, and shipped them off to Taiwan, to await the arrival of the Generalissimo. 1998 to 2005.